Oh howdy all, grab yourself a drink, it is time for some PathOfExile discussion. Welcome to the big day we've been waiting for. This is patch 3.23. Grinding Gear Games just did a live stream where they went through all of the top level features of the new league that's coming out. They also had a number of things related to PathOfExile 2, which I'm not really going to cover in this stream. What I want to do with this stream though, is instead have a look at the 3.23 features. Firstly, let's start with some high-level overviews. We will be jumping to the patch notes in a sec, but I think in order to give them context, we need to discuss the main features that are going to be coming. So, firstly, the PathOfExile Affliction League is going to involve a new zone that is termed the Viridian Wildwood. This is afflicted with something. Presumably, details of that will become clearer as we get further in. And while we're doing that, we're going to be able to interact with a number of new NPCs. These don't seem to be as central to the mechanic as ROG, for example, was to the Expedition mechanic. Instead, they're more tied to the way that you receive loot from it. And then on top of that, there's going to be new league-specific Ascendancy classes. So you're going to be able to spec into something that's an extra power boost that is only going to exist for this league. And mostly it's about customization. And one of the options you've got is kind of like a do-it-yourself Forbidden Flame, Forbidden Flesh, where you don't get the full power of a Forbidden Flame and a Forbidden Flesh for a particular thing, but you can take little pieces of multiple different Ascendancies. So that's looking like it's a really interesting thing. Ultimatum is also back in terms of high-level features, and we will do a quick recap on how Ultimatum works. The stream has only just started, just to answer one of the questions in chat. If you are joining the stream late, you have the capacity to rewind. You also have the capacity to watch the stream at 125 or even 150% base speed. And that's one of the things I like about streaming on YouTube. If you fall behind for any reason, you can just put your speed settings up higher until you catch up. And additionally, we are going to be going through the Transfigured Gems system, which is a new system that I kind of feel like I've got a loose handle on at the moment. I think it's going to be clearer when we play with it. But something that's really important with the new system is that a number of old systems are getting deprecated. So, Metamorph is being removed entirely, and Ultimatum is largely replacing it in the roles that Metamorph played. For example, Catalysts, they no longer come from Metamorph monsters, they now come from defeating the Trial Masters encounters in your maps. There are also going to be Tainted Catalysts that are being added, so there's a whole lot of things there. Inscribed Ultimatums are back, as well as in-map Ultimatum events, and a whole lot of other things there. So, let's start with the Affliction Challenge League itself. You're going to encounter wisps while you're walking around, and they're going to encourage you to sort of... I feel like if those of you who played during Synthesis League, it seems to me like there's a little bit of a callback here. You're going to essentially take a portal into an alternate universe, and then in that alternate universe, you're going to kill a bunch of monsters. But where Synthesis, it was just like this extra room in your maps. In the Affliction League, your performance in this room is then going to have an impact on the monsters that are in the rest of the map. The Affliction encounters will be at the start of the map. And while you're in this alternate reality, you'll be able to pick up yellow, blue, and purple wisps. I believe that's the colors. I think they're the same as Harvest. Now, one of these is going to increase item quantity of monsters in the real world. One of them is going to increase item rarity of monsters in the real world. And the other one is going to cause additional currency drops. But these are not just going to be bonus loot. They're going to then empower those monsters. So in some ways, imagine it's like you take this portal into an alternate reality. Then when you return, that judges how much of a sentinel effect as occurs to every monster in the zone. That's my understanding of what's going to be happening there. So I think that'll become a bit more intuitive as we go. It seems like something that will be fairly easily able to be integrated into leveling. Veteran players generally don't need the extra power while leveling, but for rookie players it'll be really useful to do that. On the flip side, you can just zip past it and then start getting involved with it in maps. That said, you are definitely going to want to do at least a couple of these encounters during the acts. And that's because the new power system that's coming with this league is pretty substantial, and you'll be able to unlock that. Grinding Gear Games said that probably by the time you're in Act 5, they anticipate that you'll have the first steps towards your Affliction League specific additional Ascendancy class. So that's going to be something that's there. And people are saying in chat that, yeah, Synthesis also had something else where you were constructing a multi-map event. I'm just talking about the in-map Synthesis events with my comparison there. Now, let's go through some of the other things that are happening here. So the Viridian Wildwood is going to be one of the new mechanics. And let's just have a look at some of the screenshots that are there for it. So this is your first one. You'll see that you've got these new currencies here, the purple, blue, and yellow. I really do get a sense that there's a little bit of a spiritual influence from Sentinel here, but just minus a lot of the mechanics. Because of the way they're boosting monsters, there's different types of them and the like. Another example, and another one. So you'll be able to, while you're exploring, you'll encounter these wisps, you'll be able to collect them, and then this will cause you to be able to encounter additional secrets. New characters, i.e. NPCs, shrines, boss battles, and new encounters. Many rewards to earn for those brave enough to seek them. Now, you will have an amount of agency over how much this then buffs the rest of the map. One mechanical thing, I think this is worth just saying a couple of things on. Something that has irked me with a number of the in-map event leagues, really the first one to have this problem was Legion. What would happen was, the in-map events were considerably harder than the rest of the map. So with Legion, you found that there was this situation where you could comfortably kill all the monsters in a tier 12 map at league start, but the Legion encounters, even in tier 6 maps, were eating you alive. So the Legion encounter was several levels higher than the rest of the map. The sense that I'm getting for the Affliction League is that instead, your performance in the Affliction side zone is then going to bring up the rest of the map. So if you absolutely dominate the Affliction side zone, then you're going to get a whole bunch of extra power added to the monsters in the map. Now, it might mean that there's a bunch of things that go wrong with that. It might end up causing you to brick a map if you overjuice it as a result of this. But that's something that's been happening with a number of mechanics anyway. And it's going to be an interesting thing to experiment with. Do you go as hard as you can in the Affliction areas, or do you hold back a little bit so that you don't overjuice the rest of the map? We'll have to test that out. And yeah, there's a couple of comments in chat at the moment about Ashes of the Stars. It is getting a nerf in this patch, but it's still going to be very good. That said, there is a new amulet that is being added that we'll get to in a sec that I think is going to replace Ashes once you can afford it. And we'll get to what that is soon. So some interesting things that are going on here where the, it is actually the same as the Harvest colours. It's just been confirmed there. That this is going to then provide ways to juice maps beyond normal limits. And I think that's something people have been looking for a while. And then we have the Wildwood Ascendancy classes. This is the really fascinating thing. This is the new power that is exclusive to this league. Now, the thing that's going to be interesting here is that this is going to give you a boost during the campaign. Because let's say you decide you want to play a raider in this league. You'll be a raider, but you can also, on top of that, be one of the Wildwood Ascendancies as well. So you'll be getting power from both of these axes. Now, this is going to be something that's unlocked through quests. And the way that Grinding Games pitch this, you will get the first 3/4 of your new Ascendancy class without doing any really difficult encounters. The final part of it is going to require you to beat this league's equivalent of Lycia, so the Sanctum boss. That's going to be the thing that you'll need to do if you want to fully unlock the Wildwood Ascendancy class, but that's not necessarily a day one goal. That might be, let's say you're the sort of person that does the Maven on day 6. The sense that I got was that you would probably be doing the Wildwood 4th unlock on day 4 or 5. So it'll be a little bit before you do the Maven, a little bit before you do Uber Elder, unless you're someone who really blitzes through to that content fast. So, we'll have a bit more on the actual Ascendancy classes themselves, because something that you should be aware of, in fact, let's just go and demonstrate this. There is the press kit. This has a bunch of extra information in it. This is not just for journalists, although like people that are covering the release like me get a lot out of it. This has a bunch of interesting things in it, and it is for everyone. So download this if you're interested. It's like a 350 meg zip file, and it's got a whole lot of high resolution art related to the league. And also a bunch of other things there. So let's just go through the rest of the stuff that's here. Now, you'll be able to help one of the 3 NPCs, and that's going to impact which of the Wildwood Ascendancy classes you get, but you'll be given quests by them to then go and unlock all of them. You can actually advance in all of them in parallel, so you can only have one of them used at a time, but it does look like you can complete the quests for all of them on the same character. The first of these classes is the Warden of the Magi. Now, this one is going to provide you with some really interesting things where your weapons can be coated with an item that takes up a flask slot. So tinctures are going to be something that you can use. They're going to take up a flask slot, and then when you activate them, they're then going to have an effect. For example, damaging hits always stun enemies that are on full life. Hits inflict 4 with the debuffs for 2 seconds on enemies that are on full life, and hits steal frenzy charges. Or this subduing oak branch tincture of the chase has culling strike. Killing blows against rare monsters have a 12% chance to steal to headhunter one of their mods, only one of their mods, not all of them, and 18% increased damage against enemies that are on low life. So there's a whole bunch of things that you can get here. Very important to note that these are unmodifiable and they are tradable. So there's a lot of things to think about there in terms of whether you want to use them. Additionally, that's a really strange thing here. This is actually a broken link that they've got on the Affliction site, unfortunately. Unless I can... Oh no, here it is. It's something you can click and it will show up here. Ah, cool. Perfect. That's actually better than having to try and make the things work out of the press kit that I was just showing there. So, let's just quickly go through here. We've got the various things that increase your chances of getting Vivid Wisps. So these will be the yellow ones, which I think were the currency ones. And then we have all of the various things that come up on the as sort of additional effects. This one's really interesting. Rare and unique enemies, I'm assuming that that's a typo. I'm assuming it's meant to be within 12 meters, have minimap icons. So 12 meters is a little bit more than a screen in terms of width. So if you're playing on a standard wide monitor, that will be just past the end of the screen, I believe. That's quite useful, but the other thing there that's noticeable is that your hits against your marked enemy cannot be blocked or suppressed. That's a huge deal when it comes to fighting various bosses that have spell suppression or even attack block. Attack block is a pretty rare thing on bosses. Comes up a lot in Expedition. And yeah, that's going to be one of those niche things, but it's pretty powerful. And next we have this option, Oath of the Magi. This is extremely complex and interesting. There are items that this is stellar with, but there are also items that this is going to be complete and utter garbage with. For example, Oath of the Magi will increase defenses on your equipped body armor if you have no socketed gems in it. Doubling your defenses on your equipped body armor is a big deal. That's a lot. So you're getting a huge benefit, but it is at a huge cost. Essentially, this is something that allows you to use a two-handed weapon well, but using a two-handed weapon is going to be at a big cost there. So I think that's an interesting thing there. 50% to all elemental resistances if you have an equipped helmet with no socketed gems. You've got to get resist somewhere, and I'm just trying to think how high the opportunity cost is. So essentially this is like you're getting half of the benefit, because Purity of Elements also gives you ailment avoidance as well. So you're getting half the benefit of Purity of Elements for no reservation, but for the cost of 4 gem slots. I think it's a big cost, but it's manageable. Gloves, however, is much easier to do. If your gloves have no socketed gems, then you get 25% life. That's very affordable. And then there's a chance to get 30% move speed that stacks with the boot's move speed as well. So there's a lot of power there, but this is not easy to work around. So there's there's a lot of cool stuff that's possible. I do think that one of the best uses here is going to be Brass Dome. Doubling the defenses on that has always been good, but it's going to be a bit of a test to see exactly how that ends up working out compared to other alternatives. You could also do a chess piece like I have in... I got quite lucky with rolling this in patch 3.22. a chest piece that has like 3400 armor and the Essence of Horror, 15% Fizz taken as ally mod on it. That was a very lucky roll, but it is something you could roll for a much higher price than I paid for it. So that's something that you could consider as well. But the cost of giving up all of your chest slots is much higher than some of the other options there. Lots to think about there. I think if you've got a... if you're using a pseudo-link setup, someone's mentioned Righteous Fire helmets. Now, Righteous Fire is getting transformed in this patch. It doesn't work the same way anymore. So existing Righteous Fire builds are dead. New ones will take their place. But Righteous Fire helmets that have been used by a lot of people for a while, that's an example of something where you've got pseudo-links, and this could work well in conjunction with pseudo-links. Next, you've got the other options. Grants level 20 Barkskin skill. This is something that I believe is a reservation that starts out like Determination, then the more hits that you take, the more that it starts changing into something like Grace. It's all going to come down to the numbers. We don't know if there's any good or not yet. And yes, just to confirm, you get one of the normal Ascendancies plus these, because these are worse than the normal Ascendancies. Now, we have this option, Lessons of the Seasons, which is Ailment, Mitigation. I don't really like this. It's Unreliable Avoidance, and Reduced Duration on Availments is... yeah, like, it's always doing something powerful, but never... but I don't think I want that when you're talking freeze. Freeze being the ailment you must have a solution to. This is problematic. Also, it doesn't do enough for shock, which is also another really dangerous one. If this was reliable anti-freeze, then I'd potentially use that. Without it, Wildwood Blessing might be useful, but this isn't. Coated Blade, you can apply tinctures to your weapons, so that's those special flasks we were talking about. Then we have a 75% increased effect of tinctures per empty flask slot. Remember that you can only use one tincture at a time, but they're designed in a way that you might sometimes choose to have two of them active. And then we have this thing which gives you an ability to replenish flasks based upon your use of tinctures. So I think the key thing here in this Warden of the Magi is the coated blade mechanic. And then everything else is just going to be a case of figuring things out to work it out. And this will live or die based upon the tinctures you can get and how they compare to the charms, which we'll get to. People have mentioned a few times in chat, because the charms are perhaps the most exciting of these new mechanics. Next, we have the Warlock of the Mists, which feels like it's going to be the most niche of these. But this is the one where the Breaker of Oaths will teach you to become a Warlock of the Mists, a class that specializes in the darker arts of the Asmeri. One powerful ability you can choose is Blood Hunt, which lets you consume corpses to gain more damage and protection against monsters that share a type with that corpse. The Breaker of Oaths can sell you exotic corpses. For example, you can get an Eldritch Corpse, which you can then drop down against the Maven because it's the same creature type. Additionally, though, these can be used as powerful spectres, and that, I think, is the thing that makes this most interesting. These are single use, though, and that's going to mean that they're using them for spectres is going to be a huge amount of clunk. There's also 3 new curse skills that are available with this. So, this is an interesting concept, but I feel a clunk might be too much on it. I believe all the small nodes are going to be 10% Wild Wisps. I'm just going to verify that. It does look like that's the case. So, Blood Hunt. No information on this. We need to know what the Ravenous skill is in order to know whether that's any use. Sanguimancy. This is the blood magic side of things. Now, this is essentially something along the lines of blood magic, but perhaps in a lot of ways it's a bit better. It's got the 50% life reservation efficiency of skills instead of the 10% more life multiplier. Ultimately, I think that these would go together on the same builds. This allows you to very easily run like a couple of flat cost auras. I don't think you want to be using percentage auras on a build that's using Sanguimancy, unless you've got All's Uprising for them. But Sanguimancy might be usable in conjunction with not Clarity, Vitality and Precision. You could use those with it. That said, this is not something that's strong on its own. Crimson Power, though, on the other hand, does something fairly interesting. You gain maximum life instead of energy shield from equipped armor items. So you can get a very large amount of energy shield in item slots. This is then going to add a lot of flat life. However, it is balanced by you only getting half as much life per level. So you lose half of your 12 life per level, you get 6 instead. This is pretty bad here. Someone mentioned Blood Hunt is... Oh, hang on, I missed... Oh yeah, good point. Oh, thank you for people in chat that are pointing out that I forgot what Blood Hunt... Ravenous was there. Because I changed the name between the two. The Blood Hunt is the thing, and then grants level 20 Ravenous skill I didn't get. Thank you for correcting that. These special spectres do not enter your Desecrate Bank. That was clarified by GGG, which is why I say it's really clunky. So I think this is going to be one of those things that there's a section of the player base that have a high tolerance for clunky stuff like that. Those people will play around with it, but other people will not find it to be worthwhile. That'll just be a personal decision people will make. So removing all energy shield works well in conjunction with things that already do that, like Divine Flesh makes your energy shield pretty much useless. But yeah, it does mean that the exact wording of this means you can't use it with Eldritch Battery either. And Eldritch Battery is very, very good, and I don't think Eldritch Battery was getting... Yeah. Eldritch Battery is not getting changed in this patch. Cannibalize Faith here is really interesting though. Spells you cast yourself, so not proxy spells. This is not going to work with mines. It's not going to work with traps, but it is going to work with spells you cast yourself. They'll gain physical damage equal to 75% of life cost, assuming that your life cost is not buffed up to a point that you can't pay and that you're then bypassing the life cost with something like Vile Clarity. I don't know if Vile Clarity actually works on life costs, but whatever the case. Oh yeah, it's a good point. You have to take the mana removal to get to the energy shield one. So that's something that I saw there and thought that's going to work. So I think there's a bunch of interesting stuff going on in this side of this Ascendancy. Cannibalize Faith is the reason to go down this way. So to deal with Sanguimancy, you deal with Sanguimancy because doing so grants you Cannibalize Faith, and they do synergize well together. It's going to be interesting to see how much you can scale life cost, because that is a lot of flat physical damage. Like, if you've got a spell that is costing 3,000 life, then this is adding a tremendous amount of additional damage. You might find that people intentionally use Life Tap just because it increases the cost of a skill, and that's going to be an interesting dynamic to mess around with for skills you don't cast very often. Yeah, Metamorph is gone. People are mentioning there. Metamorph is being entirely replaced by Ultimatum, which is what we'll get to there. The release is going to be in slightly under 8 days' time. Soul Splitting is next. Grants level 20 Summon Dark Effigy skill. We'll have to see what that is. We don't know as yet. And then we have this Warlock power section. So this curses all targets in an area, having no effect at first, but causing them to deal no damage once 60% of the curse's duration has expired. And that is a really creepy name. Creeping Lobotomy. It's a terrifying name there. But this one's intriguing. This is potentially quite strong, but not something for general use. And it's also something that can't be linked to some of the powerful curse supports like Cursed Ground. This would be incredible with Cursed Ground. Penance Mark is here. This is going to be a single target curse, and it causes them to summon multiple phantasms when hit. The phantasms will be allies of the marked enemy with the same monster level. They cast a projectile skill. Hang on, that's really weird. Hang on. It curses an enemy, causing them... But the phantasms are allies of the marked enemies with the same monster level. I'm sure they've got to be allies of the caster of Penance Mark. That's the only thing that makes sense there. The way that this is worded is strange. These are going to work everywhere. Yeah, these are generic. This is like the Sanctum League temporary power mechanic. The Sanctified Relics worked everywhere. Okay, I want to confirm Choir of the Damned. My reading of this is that it should be that the penance mark causes those phantasms to then attack the person that's marked. That'll be the thing that's there. Okay, and then we have grants level 20 Affliction skill. This permanently afflicts any of your damageable minions in a targeted area. Oh yeah, that's a good point. It's the single enemy. And causes them to take physical damage over time at an accelerating rate. So your minion is therefore going to die. Each minion that you have cursed causes you to regenerate life at a rate based upon the current damage of its affliction debuff. Afflicted minions explode if their life is lowered to 20% of normal. So this one's really intriguing. There's a way to basically leech health from your minions and then turn them into an explosion. And I think this is going to be a really clunky skill. I don't think many people are going to like it, but it is something that is a new potential thing to build around. That makes sense. Okay, so Choir of the Damned, the purpose of this, thank you to people who've commented this in chat, that, I mean, you missed stuff in the reveal when you're watching it. This is going to then cause the monster to summon more allies, but they're there for flask charges and corpses and things like that. That's the purpose of it, on kill effects mainly. So Penance Mark, its primary goal then is going to be to allow you to trigger on kill effects. So that's intriguing. Yeah, as for minion instability is a question that's come up with Black Mass. I'm assuming that only one of these is going to be useful because they trigger at different life thresholds. Finally, we have Foul Pact. Enemies pacified by you take 20% increased damage. Minions afflicted by Affliction have Onslaught. And Phantasms have 50% chance to grant a Val Soul on death and grant 50% increased flask charges. So basically this doubles the effect of this Warlock power. So there's a lot of interesting things going on here. This is a complex setup. There's no real... there's a lot to play around with. I think that most people are going to eschew this because it's quite complex, but there will be some builds that it's perfect for. Then we have the thing that is extremely not build specific. This is a very, very versatile setup. This is the Wildwood Primalist. Now this is going to grant you the ability to customize your tree for this new Ascendancy using charms. These charms basically are like 15% the effect of 2 different Ascendancy notables. And they're attribute aligned magic items. They can have up to 2 random modifiers on them. And let's just have a look at some of these. Juggernaut's Ursine Charm of the Champion. Melee hits are 16% to fortify, so you can see that's sort of like 15% the effect of the champion node. And movement speed cannot be modified to below base value, which is a nerf version of the Juggernaut Ascendancy node. Raider's Lupine Charm of the Saboteur. 2% move speed per frenzy charge. Again, you can realistically say that's about 15% the effect of one of the frenzy charge nodes. 7% chance to take 50% less area damage from hits. And then there's this Occultist Corvine Charm of the Inquisitor. Cursed enemies you or your minions kill have a 14% chance to Chaos Explode, which is a really high number. Like that's 30% the Occultist node. And effects of Consecrated Ground you create linger 2 seconds. And these... oh, wrong thing. And then this is what the actual Ascendancy looks like. So, you can have a maximum of 3 charms. If you take Might of the Bear first, and we'll get to this Wildwood Rucksack in a sec, then you get this charm socket, this charm socket, this charm socket. Your alternative, though, instead of going around that way, is to take Howl of the Wolf, and this one's really, really interesting. When you cast a Warcry, they attempt to shake additional extra items from corpses. Groningen Games said that this was the most internally controversial of the various things they're adding here. And one of the things they thought was the case with balance on it, this actually benefits slower players more than it benefits power gamers. And that's one of the reasons that they ended up being okay with it, was that if you're clearing maps really fast, your Warcry cooldowns aren't going to come off often enough for you to be able to really use this to maximum value. But if you're clearing slower, then this is going to be something that's a powerful little boost there. And yeah, as people are saying that the Primal Wisps are the ones that are linked to rarity. So this Ascendancy is probably the weakest in terms of the small nodes. Although it's hard to say, like, rarity is still a useful stat. Rarity's gotten better in PathOfExile lately. Yeah, this is definitely something that's very similar to a Diablo 2 Barbarian mechanic. I do remember that. It's been a long time since I played D2, but I do recall that being there. Interesting thought, yeah, this could be very good on Blight maps. Now, it is only a chance to shake them. Where I think this is going to truly shine, though, is on maps that have extremely good Divination cards. So, that is Burial Chambers, if that's on the Atlas, which I've got to check, and it is Crimson Temple, Defiled Cathedral. Those are going to be incredibly, incredibly good there. People are asking about alternate quality gems. I want to get to that in a sec, just to say that the existing alternate quality gems are going to become normal with the new changes that are going to be happening to the to the new gem system, which is probably the biggest change to the core game in a long time, and it's where all of this league's core game power rebalances, almost all of them, take place. Now, there's a few interesting little rewards that are showing up here, and there's 3 uniques to showcase. These uniques are kind of cool. There are 15 new unique items. Now, 5 of these are replicas, I believe. There's a replica badge of the Brotherhood, there's replica Covenant, and there's 3 others that aren't known yet. And there's a whole bunch of other things that are going to come up. And so, let's just quickly go through the things that are here. Pragmatism is the first one. This is a very complex item. It doesn't look it, but it is. Essentially, one way you can think of this is that every socket in Pragmatism is a stacking in power 3. So, plus 12 to the level of socketed skill gems, but see later. Then there's a couple other little stats, increased armor, increased mana. And then minus 2 to the level of socketed skill gems per socketed gem. Now, there is no benefit to having no gems in this. So it's not plus 12, it's going to be plus 10 if you have an unsupported gem in there. So this means that you could have a 1-link Pragmatism, only has 1 socket in it, and it might be a Herald that's gem level 30. I think that it's probably inferior to using Crest of Desire, which is the most similar item in the game at the moment. Where Pragmatism is more interesting is if you've got something where you want to have a 2-link because you want to transform the effect of a skill with a support gem. For example, there is no way to use Crest of Desire in order to get a huge boost to say, let's say you wanted to fire convert Herald of Ice for some reason. You couldn't use cold to fire support on it. So there's some interesting things here. Note that this is only giving a boost to skill gems. It does not apply it to support gems. So that's important to note. Pragmatism is not going to be broken with Empower, and particularly Awakened Empower, actually, because I think Empower caps at gem level 10 and Awakened Empower at 20. Not that that really matters out in the current game, but it's something that would if Pragmatism worked on them. And a comment's come up in chat, yeah, you can use the Ultimatum amulet as well. Although we're going to have to wait and see whether the Ultimatum amulet holds up against the new Simplex amulet, because the new Simplex amulet is crazy. Really, really, really crazy. And, okay, so the other thing, yeah, that comes up is this is going to be really good with Heralds, because it amps up their power without amping up the reservation, although you can also get that effect already with Crest of Desire. In fact, let me just bring up Crest of Desire for comparison, because that's something that I think it's an item people forget exists. So I'm just going to quickly load that so people can see what I'm talking about there this is Crest of Desire, if people aren't familiar with this item, and I'm just trying to make sure that yeah, there we are. Oh, I don't even have my face showing. That's, I should probably fix that. There we go. Yeah, there's Crest of Desire for you. I turned off my face for a little bit for, just to clarify something, and then forgot to turn it back on. Alright, so yeah, that's Crest of Desire. This is the item that is competing with the Pragmatism plate. Crest of Desire was something that was very hot for a short period of time in 3.15. And its key thing is that socketed skills deal double damage as well. So you're only getting +8 gem levels, but you've also got all equality and you've got double damage. And also it's just a lower opportunity cost. Your helmet slot costs less than your chest slot does. So there's a lot of things to think about with Pragmatism. It's a cool item. I don't know that it's necessarily the highest power item in the world, but I do think there'll be some builds that it's perfect for. And I'm pretty sure that someone will find some really fancy things. And yeah, like people are saying, you can definitely use 2 heralds in Pragmatism as well. That's something that's worth keeping in mind. Whereas with Crested Desire, you can only use 1, but Crested Desire would give you more damage. And yeah, as people are saying, alt quality Creeping Frost was popular with Crested Desire. It was briefly really popular in 3.15. And then people realised that even though the nerfs of support gems in 3.15 were significant, Crest of Desire was still fine. You can also grab, you can use an Awakened support gem that modifies a skill in some way as well. Like, you could use, for instance, Pragmatism linked to, with Awakened Spell Echo and something else in there. Awakened Spell Cascade more so. So there's a lot of things you can do with it. And yes, let me actually look and see if Crest of Desire is getting nerfed. I don't think it is. No, Crest of Desire is not getting nerfed in the patch notes. So that's something to keep in mind. There are a number of big changes to gem quality. Gem quality as a system is getting transformed in this patch. And that's going to be something we'll have to definitely talk about. And next we have the Trickster's Smile. This is mostly a meme item. When an enemy hit deals elemental damage to you, their resistance to those elements becomes 0 for 4 seconds. One of the issues that I have with this is that it's less reliable than the Inquisitor's node that does the same thing. It's less reliable than the Rakiata's Dance Sword. I just don't think it's a reliable enough thing to use. The reflected damage is a waste of time. I don't think this item gets there at all. I think it's just a bit of a meme. And someone's had the interesting point that Pragmatism could be very interesting with Spellslinger. I think that's right, because that gives you a very low reservation cost. Essentially, with Pragmatism, the main use of this is to bypass extremely high reservation costs on highly linked skills like Spellslinger, like Heralds. Get the damage without having all the links. Next we have the Untouched Soul, which is really a crazy item. This is new design space they're going into here, where they're rewarding you for having empty sockets. Untouched Soul has a lot of synergy with Pragmatism, and I feel like the Amulet slot is probably too much to pay for this effect. The effect is powerful, but I think that the Amulet slot is a lot to spend. You're spending a lot here. In exchange for that, though, 40 maximum life for each empty red socket. You kind of need 2 empty red sockets for that to catch up at all. Then we have 225 accuracy for each empty green socket on equipped items. Again, that's... You kind of need 4 before that starts becoming really good and justifying the Amulet slot, and then at that point you're investing a lot in your green sockets. The mana one will see use on some niches. There's definitely going to be a niche use for the mana, because mana is something that's more stackable. What I think is interesting, though, this white socket part, 18% to all ally reses for each empty white socket. Elemental resistances are boring stats, but you have to get them somewhere. And this is something to keep in mind. I feel like this doesn't compete with the current meta amulets. It certainly doesn't compete with the new one we'll get to in a sec, but it's not as bad, I think, as some people think it is either. I think it's does some interesting things, and the key thing is going to be, using it with Pragmatism. You could have if you had, say, a 6 white Pragmatism, it doesn't even need to be linked, just needs to be 6 white, then you put in 2 of your Heralds in here. They're going to be level 29 Heralds base, and you're also getting a whole bunch of resists solved with the Untouched Soul. But that's at a pretty high opportunity cost. I think this is... I think this is one of those things where the item is good, but other amulets are better. And that's the... that, I think, is the problem. I'm not that keen on corrupting it because item rarity has gotten better than it used to be. Item rarity is a real stat now. But yeah, the key thing is the heist amulet is nuts when we get to that. Okay, so Ultimatum is back. People asked earlier for a quick recap of the way that Ultimatum works. Imagine that you had a fight where it's kind of like a ritual encounter but much shorter. However, it gains 1 new map mod when you start it. You get to pick from 3. When you finish this fight, you get the option of walking away with your loot, or you get the option of wagering that loot that you've just won, which might only be an alteration for the first one, in exchange to repeat the ultimatum, but this time the new map mod is added on to the existing one. Some of these map mods, when they stack 3 times, are really dangerous. So the Stormcaller runes come to mind as something that the tier 1 and 2 versions of are pretty trivial, but once you get 3 of them, they're really sketchy. And that's essentially what ultimatums are. They go to 10 ranks normally, and there's a keystone that's going to allow them to go to 13. So there's a bunch of things that are... there's a bunch of things with Ultimatum that are pretty impactful. This has dangerous mechanics on it. A lot of the mods that you're adding with Ultimatum, a lot of them really feel like you are... they're similar to Alter downsides in that they're pretty impactful, and that some of them will be ones your build can't handle. So it's a very, very mean mechanic, but it's also a lot of fun. It's essential. The other thing that's cool with Ultimatum is that it pauses the game when you've got to make a decision. So you can do the Ultimatum encounter, then you can pause, and you can then work out what you're doing afterwards. Decide, get your breath back. Short, sharp bursts of combat followed by a bit of a breather. That's its main appeal. The other thing of note is that Ultimatum is going to be something that will have Scarabs now, which is something that's being added in... Metamorph Scarabs are being transformed into them. Next, Catalysts are being moved. Metamorph is being removed entirely, and it's Metamorph exclusive rewards. The uniques, I believe, are going into the core drop pool. They're probably all going to be tier 1 rarity because Metamorph uniques are very rare. And the Catalysts are going to become Ultimatum rewards. There'll be a few other things you can get there as well. So these will be pretty significant now. Tainted Catalysts are cool. Just a random quality, type, and amount to a corrupted ring, amulet, or belt. This just solves a lot of problems, and it can go up to 20. I had thought of the Tainted Catalyst idea before, except when I thought of it, I was like, make it 19% and just have it set to 19. Instead, Groninger Games are just making it so that it will go 1 to 20 of a random type. Someone in chat is saying F for Metamorph. I am going to say I'm pretty happy to see... I'm not happy to see it. I just feel like Metamorph is something that never really worked all that well. It was a good league because they had a new Alice for it. Now, with Ultimatum, one of the rewards you can get is an Inscribed Ultimatum. This Inscribed Ultimatum is not a particularly good one, but some of these are. These were the original way that players worked out all of the tierings of unique items in the game, because they would tell you to sacrifice one item in order to get a higher tier one. It may well be that Inscribed Ultimatums completely make the loot tables transparent on unique items. So all of the tiering may end up being incredibly clear. These are intense and longer versions of Ultimatum, in much the same way that a Blighted map is a more intense, longer version of an in-map Blight encounter. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that's going on there, and these things are going to be fun. Okay, now we get to the big new system, Transfigured Gems. This is replacing several existing systems. This is replacing alternate quality gems, This is replacing Labyrinth enchants, including the ones that aren't skill gem related. So Labyrinth enchants for helmets and for gloves. For helmets are gone, but boots and gloves are also going legacy there. And then there's going to be a bunch of other little things as well. Now, what's going to happen is that these are going to come out of the Labyrinth. There's going to be the normal Labyrinth as well as the higher tiers. So the level 33, 55, 68 and 75 labs. I did ask in the live stream Q&A what's happening to the level 83 labs and did not get an answer on that. One thing of note, belt enchants are definitely gone. So we'll see exactly how all of this works out. So, what is a Transfigured gem? A Transfigured gem is thematically the same gem as the normal version, but its stats are different, and often not just the stats are different the way that alternate qualities are, sometimes the entire effect of the gem is quite different. So those are going to be something that's changed. Existing Labyrinth enchants will probably remain legacy, will probably remain as legacy items in standard, and my sense is that you won't need to spec a Labyrinth farmer. Like if you're in that, it will be easier to get a Transfigured gem than it was to get a specific alternate quality. So I actually think this may be worse for lab runners. It's interesting that people in chat are saying the opposite. I think that the Grand Spectrums will remain really good in Labyrinth Troves, but the Labyrinth run, and I sold a Frenzy Charge Grand Spectrum late in 322 for 69 Divines. So that was a nice injection of currency there, but there's a lot of valuable things that drop in the high tier Labyrinths. But I think that what's going to happen here is that the clunkiness of Labyrinth enchanting is going away. Part of the value of the lab was the enchants. Now instead you take in gems, and those gems can then transform into something else. So lab will be, if you don't like Labyrinth and you don't like heist, this is a buff. If you like Labyrinth and don't like heist, this is a giga buff. If you dislike Labyrinth and like heist, this is a nerf. If you like both heist and Labyrinth, then this is going to be probably net neutral. That's my sense there. But the key thing is that you can do the low tier Labyrinth to change gems. The other thing that's going to come up is that 21, 23 gems are going to be harder to get now, I think, because of this. Because you're probably going to want to input a specific Transfigured gem. Although I guess you were usually inputting an alt quality gem instead. So I have to see on that. But if you the people who lose out of this are people who love heist and dislike lab. If you're in that category, then this is going to be worse. But if you're in anything else, then this is going to be a better system. Now, this is going to entail a whole bunch of changes to quality as a whole, as a stat in general. Quality is generally getting buffed. We'll get to that when we come to the patch notes. Not for every skill. And a number of things that were kind of essential lab enchants have been removed to quality. However, you can now get gems that are entirely different, like this Volcanic Fissure of Snaking, which has the... Whereas this just has a different trajectory. So looking for one that's a really clear example of this. So, Raise Zombie of Falling. This is an entirely different skill now. This no longer requires a corpse, and it summons a living zombie or unliving zombie above a monster's head, and then that zombie falls down to the ground and goes splat. So this is a totally different skill. This is more mechanically like a physical firestorm than anything else. But it's just a cool mechanic that is an entirely new skill gem that is now an alternate quality of Raise Zombie. Flame Dash of Return. You flame dash and then come back to your starting point. This is going to be garbage for most people, but it does something interesting. We have here the Firestorm of Pelting is going to allow you to have 10 Firestorms at a time. Firestorm of Meteors. This just does the big one, doesn't seem to do the small ones. The numbers are different. You can see the damage is way different on these things. And yeah, Volcanic Fissure has got... oh yeah, it's a good point. It erupts additional times. Yeah, doesn't have the projectiles. Like, all these things are just... They're thematically the same skill, but their mechanics are different. Detonate Dead of Scavenging can't be used on corpses you summoned yourself, but it does much more damage. So this is some, and also doesn't do much more damage with ailments, though, I don't think. Just get the numbers on that. What's the current Detonate Dead? Detonate Dead Ignite numbers are 7.9% of monster life plus 1197, and this one is going to be dealing 40% of 34. So that's 13.8% of monster base damage. So it's dealing double the amount of damage, but you can't bring your own corpse with it, and it doesn't have the flat damage. So entirely different setup there. I do believe that minion thing does indeed trigger the. I do believe this does indeed trigger the damage. Minion death effects. Yes. Here we've got Blade Trap of Greatswords, which is just totally different. It's used with a two-handed sword, which is entirely different to the base version of Blade Trap, which is required to use a one-handed weapon. Double Strike of Impaling is something that killing blows cause impales on enemies to reflect damage to surrounding enemies. So this is a double strike variant that is then going to hit nearby enemies as well. It's basically building in some sort of explosion. And there's just a whole bunch of other things. The Blink Arrow of Prismatic Clones was one of my favourite ones here. Maximum of 3 clones which use Elemental Hit. So you can use Blink Arrow both to move around, but also to have your clones then attack with Elemental Hit for you. If your character is built in a way that works, then this does something really good. One thing to keep in mind is that, yeah, this Detonate Dead of Scavenging doesn't work on bosses, like people are saying in chat, unless the boss has a blue pack in its room, which is the case for most of them. Not for the pinnacle bosses, but for map bosses, this does work, because you will have a bunch of monsters. So the idea here is that these play differently to the base skill, even though they're thematically similar. And like I say, this is replacing existing alternate qualities. Some of the gems, their best alternate quality is gone base. So there's a whole bunch of these, and what we're going to have to do, I believe this GGG's current plan, and this wasn't locked in stone, is going to be to reveal a few of these each day. So that's what we'll do, is go through these in quite a bit of depth when they come out. But Prismatic Clones looks cool. I really like the look of this. 57% more damage on Elemental Hit. That's a lot of damage. You could conceivably use this as a primary damage skill, especially given that you can have 3 of these clones up. So really significant setup there if we can make that work. Next, there's just the traditional ad for the supporter packs, which are not actually out yet. That surprised me. I thought they would be out now. They're not coming out until the new expansion hits. So that is everything we've gone through in terms of the high-level overview. Let's go to the patch notes here, because this will answer a bunch of other questions as well. There is an enormous amount in here. Fair warning, this is my first time going through all of the lines of this, so there's going to be things that I'm going to get wrong, because it's a first glimpse at it. You always make mistakes, especially when you're streaming and it's such a busy stream like it is at the moment. What I want to do, though, just before getting into this, I want to take a very quick break, which won't be very long, and then we'll be back to it. I think it'll be tier 1, Rakiata's Dance being asked about there. But yeah, I just want to take a quick break so that I can pour myself a drink. Oh. Good question on the Simplex Amulet. It's in the patch notes. Just having a quick stretch. Alrighty, let's go through the patch notes now. So, yeah, people are commenting there's very little in the way of Ascendancy changes. In fact, there's only one Ascendancy change line, and it's small. There are a number of changes of skills that will matter, but I need to see... Gladiator will live or die based upon whether bleed is viable, and Assassin will live or die based upon whether critical strike-based ailments are viable. The changes to gems that may or may not happen might make one of those viable. Answering a couple of questions here, boot enchants will become legacy, so they will no longer be available. Uniques in the trailer is a good question. Like, that had Replica Badge of the Brotherhood. I'll have a look and see what's listed up on Reddit. In fact, let's just take a quick example of one of those that I do have open. This is Replica Badge of the Brotherhood and the Simplex Amulet. These are from over on Reddit. So, let's start with the Simplex Amulet. This is the best amulet base in the game. 1 prefix, 2 suffixes, so it's very easy to roll. 100% increased explicit modifier magnitudes. This means that your 1 prefix is going to be the Exalters mod, +1 to the level of all skill gems. You're going to get that for sure. Then, once you've got that, you're then going to try and get a decent suffix on the item, and then you can imprint it. You then go imprint, regal, annul, and if you annul off the mod that you just regaled on, which is going to be 1 in 3, if you fail that, then you're going to have to reverse the imprint. Then at that point, you smash it with an Elder Slayer's Exalt. There are some really good things you can make with that. Really, really, really good things you can make with it. The other thing that we've got here is the Replica Badge of the Brotherhood. Your maximum endurance charges are equal to your maximum frenzy charges, so it's a different setup to the base thing. Instead of being frenzies copying power, it's now endurance copies frenzy. And this is therefore going to be something you'd want on a build like a Raider. +1 maximum fortification per endurance charge, 7% CDR of travel skills per frenzy charge, 22% chance to lose a frenzy when you use a travel skill, and 24% chance to lose an endurance charge when you gain fortification. You're going to need to be gaining a lot of endurance charges for this to work. But if you are, then I can see Replica Badge of the Brotherhood being really good on anything that's stacking frenzies in any way. You're going to have to be careful about the way that you gain fortification, but this could potentially get you to 30 maximum fortification, which is a lot. I think this is really strong. With the comment about the magic, the imprint beast and the Simplex Amulet, yeah, you should be able to Simplex. So you should be able to do the, what do you call it? You should be able to do imprints on those. It doesn't change the implicit. It doesn't change anything to do with the implicit on them. And it's a good point someone Siddhartha's making in chat as well, that you can awaken or orb those amulets really easily too. They're not going to be perfectly divined after an awaken orb, but you can get things that are really, really good. Yeah, Righteous Fire is transformed. Righteous Fire is now a different skill to what it was. It's back to what it was, I think, back like 3.13 or something like that, which was very good. But it was very good, but yeah, it's going to be a different skill entirely. You need life on it. It might even be back to using Calm's Heart. I have to check on that. Anyways, let's go through everything here, starting with this is just the high-level overview of the Affliction Challenge League. We've discussed that already, and there's not really anything much to say here, except there's going to be 40 new challenges. Yeah, challenges are working the same way. MTX rewards will come up at a later stage, but we'll get that information later. Ivory Tower is a good point too, yeah. We'll come to Righteous Fire when we get to it. So, Ultimatum is added to the core game, rebalanced around the lower rate of encountering ultimatums, and there'll be a section there. There are only 4 new Divination cards. 2 of these are from people who bought commissions long ago, and 2 are from event winners. Now, we know 2 of them that are being added. Double Corrupted Divinaris, and also the... I've just had a brain freeze on the other div card. I've done a video on it too. I'm just trying to recall what it was. Anyways, the other the other div card is that's right, the perfect Eldritch mod. So there's a couple of div cards that have been added that are going to be very rare, and then we don't know what the other two will be. Divination cards have been more and more impactful in recent times. Like, the Fortunate is the most impactful divination card that's been added in since the Apothecary. And so it's worth keeping an eye out on what the other two are. If the other two are high impact things, then they could be very, very significant. All of these unique items that from the 3.22 content are being added to the base game. So it's all of them except for the ones that are intimately tied to the tattoos or loyalty tattoo mechanics. Importantly, Martyr's Teaching will be rare. Rakiata's Dance will be rare. I'm expecting that Martyr's Teaching will be tier 1 or tier 2. Rakiata's Dance will definitely be tier 1, I reckon. Defiance of Destiny probably be tier 1. And the rest of them may be lower. Interestingly, Utula's Hunger was one of the best of these uniques, and it was quite accessible. In the last league, like, I had about 4 of them drop, and I didn't do that much of the league mechanic. So we will see what's going on there. Next, we have the 16 new unique items, and 7 of them are replicas. Grinding Games had thought it was 15 and 5 in the announcement stream before. 5 new experimented base types. These heist bases are getting huge buffs. Heist is being changed a lot, but these are going to be really, really, really good. There are going to be new things added to the Void Keys, so 633 of them is a lot. This is going to mean that there'll be a lot of additional stuff there. For instance, what was it that I was thinking of? The best item that's not currently in there is Anathema. I'm wondering if this will adjust that. I believe this to be the best item that I can think of that is not currently in the Voidborn Reliquary key. There may also be a few things that have been bricked in the Voidborn Reliquary because they're retiring the Threshold Jewels. So we will see what's happening there. Okay. Oh, Ranger and Scion received audio dialogue for Acts 6 to 10. And now we have Ultimatum. Ultimatum is getting major changes. So, it is replacing Metamorph, and it'll be 8% to find the Trial Master and his Trials of Chaos in maps. They're 10 rounds by default. That's nasty. Okay, so the way that Ultimatum worked in patch 3.14 was that the game rolled a number and didn't tell you what it was going to be, where 2% of them were 10 rounds, and the 10th round was a boss, it was a Trial Master fight. And then there were a number of things, like I think you normally got 7. 7 was the most common. Sometimes it would only be 6, sometimes it'd be 8, sometimes it'd be 9, and then rarely it would be 10. And the 10th round would be the Trial Master. So now you have a chance to be teleported to the Trial Master's arena for the 10th round in areas with a level of 81 or higher, rather than this being guaranteed. But before, you only got to the 10th round once in 50 maps. Ultimatum modifiers are being rebalanced. Some have been added and some previous ones have been removed. Ultimatum modifiers do not mess around. Ruin is, if you take 7 hits from certain monsters, you fail the Ultimatum encounter. There's ones where turning on a new flask, turns off all your other flasks. There's ones that have huge effects on cooldown recovery. A lot of these were really, really impactful mods. So we're going to have a look at the exact list of them. Modifiers that had 3 tiers of difficulty now have 4. Stormcaller Runes was an interesting example where the first 2 tiers were pretty trivial, and the third one was lethal. There was nothing in between. Monsters in Ultimatum encounters and no longer drop loot other than the Trial Master, though they still grant experience. Thank you for this, Empyrean. This is due to a major bug that was able to be exploited in 3.14, where in one example, there was a group that generated 500,000 extra items. Now, 500,000 items, if you're using Winged Divination Scarabs, should be enough to generate 2 Apothecaries on average. That's on average, so give you a bit of a sense as to just how much it would be. It'd be multiple sets of 7 years bad luck, all sorts of things like that. So, yeah, there's a whole bunch of things there. New Tainted Catalyst can be found here, which is going to be really significant. Zach's got a good thought on Ashes of the Stars. I do think Ashes is still going to be fine, actually. Catalysts are rewards from Ultimatum and are affected by map item quantity. This is going to be significant. I also think that Catalysts, they're going to still come from Heist as well, because it was my experience that Heist was the best place to get them in patch 3.22. So it'll be interesting to see there. Vaal Aspects, previously known as Ultimatum Aspects, now combine into a new unique jewel instead of the Tower of Ordeals map. Tower of Ordeals' existing ones have been bricked. This is going to be interesting how that works out. You can now vendor 5 inscribed ultimatums for a new inscribed ultimatum. And yeah, there's a round count display between rounds. That's just quality of life. Kirak can now offer map missions to complete an ultimatum, and can offer maps for purchase that have this as an implicit, which is replacing all the Metamorph stuff. Catalysts are no longer offered as ritual rewards or delirium rewards. Yikes, that's a big deal. Now, Metamorph rewards from Heist, Expedition, Betrayal, Delirium, and Legion, and Eldritch Altars will be replaced by Ultimatum rewards instead. Eldritch Altars, Metamorph rewards? Oh, that's Scarabs. It's going to really come down to whether Heist is a good place to get Catalysts or not, because Heist was phenomenal for Catalysts in 3.22. We'll have to see what's going to happen there. Existing Amorphous Delirium Orbs, so they're being essentially retired, but the existing ones will become Challenging Delirium Orbs, which will grant Ultimatum rewards to maps. Morphing Incubators, which will be... Morphing Incubators are basically going Legacy in a sort. Expedition Remnants that granted Catalysts are being nerfed to instead give Heist contracts instead. Reduce the amount of Catalysts obtained. Okay, they have done this. Okay, looks like they're making it so that Catalysts are going to be harder to get. This is really looking like it's going to be the case in the next patch. It's going to be... Catalysts are going to be something that are much more valuable, I think, in this league. A bit of a question there about what builds excelled at Ultimatum League. It's kind of hard to separate it from the mechanic from the meta at the time. So from memory, that was when Seismic Trap first burst onto the scene. The Corrupting Fever was new. You want damage projection in Metamorph, but you also need survivability and heavy single target. Essentially, you need to be good at everything in Ultimatum. So take builds that are good at Delve. If a build is good at Delve, then it will be excellent at Ultimatum. That'd be the way that I would put it there. Yeah, Ultimatum rewards is a good question. What are they? So, the majority of rewards from Ultimatum... Okay, you're going to get Inscribed Ultimatums as one of them. But there's going to be Catalysts now. The majority of the rewards, because you had the uniques, stuff like Mohoxidal's Machination, although they're now tied to the Trial Master, they used to be Ultimatum rewards. Everything else was just core drop pool stuff. So you'd get Exalts, Divines, you'd get stuff like, just random loot like maps, the same sort of stuff you would get from a lot of other mechanics. And Pandamu has a really good point there that there'll be a lot of people who run Ultimatum because it's shiny and new, or because it's an old friend returning. But next league, so 3.24, may well be when Catalysts become much rarer. But yeah, in terms of the other thing that's important with Ultimatum, you do not want to have a build that is heavily reliant on standing your ground. You need the ability to move out of the way. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't play builds that are capable of standing their ground, like an Aegis Aurora build. Those would be quite good in Ultimatum. But you do need to be aware that there are things you must dodge in Ultimatum. Otherwise, you're going to fail them. Okay, so the existing aspects are being changed. Instead of granting the Tower of Ordeals, they will instead grant a new unique jewel. So they're still there. Depends on how good that jewel is as to whether it's useful. Metamorph Scarabs have been replaced with Ultimatum Scarabs. They guarantee an Ultimatum encounter. They increase the experience from Ultimatum monsters, or causing them to grant additional rewards as though you'd completed additional rounds. Existing Metamorph Scarabs will be converted into them. Now, there's going to be Ultimatum versions of the Metamorph crafting option on the maps. I don't think anyone's going to use that because at least after like a few hours have passed, after people start getting into maps, Ultimatum Scarabs will be around and they'll be cheaper. 5 Metamorph clusters on the Atlas tree have been replaced with Ultimatum clusters. Added a new Ultimatum cluster which contains Face the Ultimatum. This notable provides your maps with 15% chance to contain an Ultimatum, as well as 3 small passives that give 5%. So that's a really basic one. There's going to be that sort of stuff there. An Ultimatum cluster which contains Prove Yourself Worthy and Stand Your Ground. 7 small passives cause Ultimatum encounters to have an 8% increased number of monsters, 5% chance to contain an Ultimatum, or 10% chance to gain experience. 10% increased experience. But nothing is clear about what Prove Yourself Worthy and Stand Your Ground are here. Oh, hang on. No, they're in the next paragraph. Okay, that makes sense. Prove Yourself Worthy causes Ultimatum modifiers in your maps to start a tier higher if possible. Ouch. In exchange for a 25% chance for them to be duplicated, which is a substantial reward. Stand Your Ground, notable passive, causes Ultimatums in your maps to be 3% reduced radius each round, and to grant an additional round's worth of rewards. So that's going to be really significant once it gets going for a fair while, because Ultimatum is one of those mechanics where you're already in a tight space. So yeah, there's a lot of rewards here. I think Ultimatum is going to be pretty lucrative, but it's also going to be really difficult. And I think that if the new version of Righteous Fire can be made to work, which I think it probably can be, it's going to be incredibly good in this content. Because it has that instant application of damage. One more thing with Ultimatum, you want builds, if you can do damage by proxy. Damage by proxy is really good in Ultimatum. Your proxies will die because Ultimatums are chaotic, but if you're just recasting totems and stuff like that, it's still really good. Added a new cluster which contains a Ruinous Wager keystone, as well as Conquer the Stones, Survive the Assault, Slaughter them all, and Protect the Altar notable passives. The entry passive is 5% chance to contain an Ultimatum encounter. Now, Ruinous Wager. Ultimatum monsters in maps apply Ruin with their special abilities. Ultimatum monsters and modifiers in your maps deal 50% less damage, and causes Ultimatum encounters to fail on reaching 7 Ruin. This is a core mechanic originally, so Ruinous Wager is going to make it so that if your character is squishy, you can participate in Ultimatum, but you need to... Essentially, it's sort of... It makes it more Sanctum-like. For those of you that are familiar with Sanctum, in Sanctum, you don't usually fail because your character is killed. Instead, you fail because you run out of resolve. Ruinous Wager is going to change Ultimatum to be more like that. And Bluefooted is asking, Divine Ire and Divine Ire totems. I agree. Divine Ire is a terrible skill for Ultimatum because it requires you to stand still, and it's just very dangerous to do that because there's so many monsters. And Divine Ire totems would be a bit better. Also, I think that the the Guardian Ascendancies minions could be very good in Ultimatum too. Conquer the Stones causes Ultimatum encounters in your maps to have a 100% increased chance to require you to stand in the stone circles. We'll get to what that is in a sec. With those type of encounters having 25% increased radius. The small passive prior to it causes Ultimatum stone circles in your maps to have 15% increased radius. So, what's going on here is that the ultimatums, there are 4 different types of them. There's one that requires you to stay in a zone. There's one that requires you to just survive a certain amount of time. It's just a time limit. There's one that requires you to kill all of the enemies. And there's one that requires you to protect altars that enemies are trying to kill, which is not that different to the Arch Nemesis effigy modifier. So there's going to be a bunch of different ways that you can modify your ultimatums to focus on one of these. And so that's what Survive the Assault, Slaughter them all, and Protect the Altar are going to do for you. There's also a new ultimatum cluster that contains Grueling Gauntlet as a keystone, as well as the Worthy of the Past, Worthy of the Present, Worthy of the Future notable passives. The small passives each cause ultimatum rewards in your maps to have a 10% chance to be inscribed ultimatums. Grueling Gauntlet causes ultimatum encounters to last 3 additional rounds, but makes it so you lose agency over which ultimatum modifier is applied each round, and you cannot have a boss in the final round. This is really, really difficult. And I think that something that will be worth experimenting with is running Ultimatum on low tier maps with Grueling Gauntlet in play just to see what it's like. I don't know whether that's going to work or not, but I do want to try it. The other thing to note that has changed, so Ultimatum came out before 2 major changes. So patch 3.14 was when Ultimatum was. The 2 major changes since then have been 3.16's overhaul of player defenses. In 3.14, it was just not really plausible to stand your ground in Ultimatum at all. Like there were builds that could do it, but for most builds, like that was meme level defenses. Standing your ground in an Ultimatum in 3.14 was defensively the equivalent of tanking Uber Maven's memory game now. It can be done, but it requires an extreme focus on doing so. Incredible sacrifices on your character. The difference is that was back in 3.14 before the changes to rare monsters. When Arch Nemesis went core, 2 things happened. Rare monster quantities went down, 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 and at the same time, the amount of the danger of each individual rare monster went up. So Ultimatum is now coming in back into the core game after those changes are there. So we're going to have to see exactly what that ends up looking like. So there'll be more tanky monsters instead of the extreme levels of just spam of monsters. I think Grinding Games was saying in the live stream that sometimes 9 rare monsters would spawn at once. And with the old rare monster mods, the old version of the increased physical damage aura was just lethal. So was the old version of the hasted aura. Like, that was just monstrous when that spawned. If you had those 2 spawn at once, you were in severe danger instantly. So yeah, there will be less rares. That was something they said. As for the rewards, we're going to have to dig into these rewards a bit. But broadly speaking, the early rounds rewards are quite bad. Then they just start getting better and better the further you survive. The main way that people managed Ultimatum in the league was being highly mobile. In fact, one of the builds that I think fits extremely well, if you can make it tanky enough, I have to look into that. It's the builds that use what's the name of that chest armor that grants +5 to the level of socketed move skill gems? I'm trying to think of what it's called. But Bronze Lithe. Bronze Lithe and a Bronze Lithe Ignite build that uses Frostblink. That's something that's hyper mobile, and you just sort of dart around. You would default to playing that as an Elementalist, but I do think you could probably make it work as a Trickster, and Trickster might be better in Ultimatum. So with the Trickster Ascendancy, your action speed can't be set below 108%, and monsters can't be set above 92%. And you'd need to then get Ignite. So you've got a solve chance to Ignite, but that's not that hard to do. A whole bunch of stuff that you can do there that'll be interesting to play around with. And in fact, that is a potential candidate league starter for me. It's the Bronze Lithe setup with Frostblink Ignite, but on a Trickster base, and I've got to figure out exactly how to solve everything on it. Need to get Ignite chance, but there is a bunch of that on the passive tree. There's a bunch of it that's crafted with a in the weapon slot. It shouldn't be that hard. And yeah, bronze with Frostblink is a thing already. It's just a question of how tanky you can get it and how well you can make your character's defenses work against the unique challenges of Ultimatum. The other thing you could do with Bronze Lithe, if you like that idea, is you could do it with the Chieftain as well. The Chieftain would be... this is another thing I've got to think of a lot, but a tree quite similar to what I'm using with Righteous Fire and Searing Bond in 322. That could also conceivably work. Blade Vortex is another good example. Someone's pointed out there. Forbidden Rite did not exist in Ultimatum League. That was a 3.15 edition. Cast on Crit Ice Spear. I feel like Cast on Crit was played with different skills back then. Ice Nova. Cast on Crit Ice Nova was the main thing people did. And yeah, that should have been quite good. You might encounter some dangerous situations though. If you get something that's extremely difficult to inflict a freeze on, you got to work that out. But yeah, Chieftain Explosion would be crazy in there. Comment in chat about the Divination cards there, that you think it was Steel Mage and Zizaran cards that are being added. Do you have any sense from them as to what they're adding? I haven't followed either of them in the last few weeks, so I don't know what's come up. Joshua Murray's asking, how do you get Ignite chance if you are not an Elementalist? So, firstly, your critical strikes have a 100% chance for fire damage to ignite. But you need to solve two problems. You need to convert the damage into fire. So that means using one Pyre Ring and one of and Cold to Fire support. This is mandatory, this part. And once you've done that, you then need to find percentage chance to ignite on the passive tree mostly. A lot of the Ignite clusters have two paths you can take down them. One of them gives you fire dot multi or just fire flat damage, fire damage percent, and the other path gives you chance to ignite. What you do is you take the non-meta path, the one that has chance to ignite on it. You might take the meta path as well. Depends on whether the nodes are good. And then yeah, you've got other options with like Yoke of Suffering is an option, but I feel like the Simplex amulets are so good now that they may just obliterate everything. Anyways, yeah, so we also have this thing where there's the chances you can modify the inscribed ultimatums that drop for you to be more likely to be unique item themed, to be more likely to be currency themed, more likely to be divination card themed. The divination card rewards from ultimatums are actually the worst ones from memory, but I have to check that. We'll also have to see what it's like now. And added a new ultimatum cluster which contains Brave the Tower. This notable causes the ultimatum boss, i.e. the Trial Master, to drop a full stack of random catalysts, and ultimatum counters to have a 30% increased chance for the final round to include a boss. The 4 small passives in this cluster each cause ultimatum encounters in your maps to have 10% chance for the final round to include a boss. Now, when they say increased chance, this doesn't mean the chance goes from 1% to 31%. It means it goes from 1% to 1.3%, or whatever it is. It's probably not 1%. It's probably 3 or 4%. We shall see. Peter Heath, I'll have to check that out when I get to it. I thought that the only change to Hinekora was that it now works on totems. I'll check that when we get to it. If it has been changed more than I've realised, if I misread that when I had a quick flick through, then we'll see exactly what's going on. The ethics review notable has been changed with a new notable, Servant of Order. It causes your maps to have no chance to contain ultimatum encounters and a 2% chance to contain other extra content. Shepherd of Souls, granted by the Yalmax Accord unique scepter. This is the ultimatum scepter that no one really uses. No longer causes other Vaal skills to gain 50% of consumed souls when you use a Vaal skill. No longer causes non-Vaal skills to deal 30% less damage, i.e. the things that brick Shepherd of Souls. Instead, it now causes Vaal non-aura skills to have 80% less soul cost, and Vaal non-aura skills to have 100% increased soul cost per Vaal skill used in the last 8 seconds. Okay, that's really interesting. This is allowing you to use this scepter. Yalmax Accord, let's just bring it up because everyone forgets what this does because it was so bad. Yomax Accord was a whole bunch of increased damage, but only with Vile skills. Reduced soul gain prevention reduction. Grant a bunch of charges. Yeah, it's still not there. It's still not there with the changes that are being made. Like, it's being improved, but not by enough. So, accelerating an unstable catalyst. So this is speed, and I think unstable is Fizz Chaos. These can now only be obtained from catalyst source. Can now be obtained from catalyst sources outside of Ultimatum encounters. Metamorph stash tab has been buffed into an Ultimatum stash tab, and the Metamorph stash tab affinity has been replaced with Ultimatum. So that is all the changes that are taking place with the Ultimatum and Metamorph swap. That is, broadly speaking, I think that is going to be exciting to have back. And as I said, it is influencing what I start, and I am seriously considering League starting either a Trickster, a Chieftain, or an Elementalist that is Ignite based with the Flame Dash. Not Flame Dash, the other thing. The Frostblink. Bronze Life Frostblink. I'm giving that some serious thought because I think there's just a lot of synergy there. But I need to brainstorm that more. I'm not ready to say this is definitely good to go. Are organs being deleted? I would assume yes, FS. I'm just going to check. Organ. There's no comment to that effect in the patch notes. That's one to email GGG about and just get confirmation on. But I would assume they would be because Tane's going away. I mean, maybe they'll just become Legacy and Standard. We'll find out. Black Omega is saying that Vile Cleave may now be good in another mechanic. Vile Cleave is good in Ritual already because there's a lot of rare monsters in it. It's also good in Heist for the same reason. But we will have to see with Ultimatum just how many rares they end up putting in there. I do agree, though, there is a potential for Vile Cleave to be quite good with it. So, that is everything to be said about Ultimatum. Here we go with... Here's the organs answer. Someone was asking about, Metamorph. I did a Control F search for the word organ, but Grinding Gear Games call them itemized Metamorph samples. So, Metamorph is being removed. Itemized Metamorph samples are going away. Metamorph items, uniques, are going into the core drop pool. I'm going to anticipate that these are going to stay quite rare, like tier 1 or tier 2 rarity most likely, because these items are very, very rare at the moment. The Awakened and Transformation div cards can now be found in the Gardens, Haunted Mansion, Palace, Tower, and Underground Sea maps, as well as Death and Taxes, Hallowed Ground, and Maelstrom of Chaos. Now, what have we got there? Gardens is... Which boss is Gardens? Salangzarang. Haunted Mansion is the thing that... Like, it's from Act 5. It starts out as a light sorcerer, then becomes a dark sorcerer. Palace is Dominus. Okay, it's obvious what's going on here. Tower is a 3-phase boss, and Underground Sea is 2-phase Merveil. Death and Taxes is a 4-phase boss. Hallowed Ground is the... What's the boss of Hallowed Ground again? It's a once per league map. Maelstrom of Chaos is also the thing that's happening with Merveil. So that's all bosses that have multiple phases. That seems to be the main thing there. FS, that is exactly how I was saying. Just had a question there on items. I have not got to items yet, but if you have just joined the stream, because I'm on YouTube, you can rewind to the start, and you can also jump up the speed to 125, even 150 or 175%, and you'll be able to catch up. That's right, Hallowed Ground is the horror movie references. So that's sort of two different bosses again. Yeah, that's their theme. The Awakened and the Transformation cards are tied to that theme. The Awakened is way rarer than it should be. That's the one that gives you a double influenced rare jewelry. Sex and modifiers related to Metamorph will now be changed over to Ultimatums, related ones. And the Foundry map boss fight has been changed. Oh, that's really interesting. They are changing the boss of the Foundry map. Now, I knew they were changing this boss, but that is because it is a Metamorph. That's something I hadn't thought of. I would have thought they might have just kept that That I might have thought they would have kept that there. Okay, so that's cool. Other league changes. When Delirium Fog has ceased its movement due to players engaging in other league content, walking out of the mist will no longer cause the Delirium Fog to dissipate. That makes a lot of sense. Just a quality of life thing where if you are in a ritual and that ritual is 75% in the fog, 25% out of the fog, ritual causes the thing to pause. And so yeah, that's just a quality of life upgrade. Reduce the drop rate of Forbidden Tomes, Hour of Divinity, and Gilded Chalice. I believe those are the duplication ones. Let me just confirm that. The Hour of Divinity. Yes. So, okay. This is the nerf to Sanctum loot. It all comes down to the numbers on the Forbidden Tome changes. The Forbidden Tome drop weighting is known, and it is known to be 260 at the moment. For comparison, the Nurse is about 96-ish, so that gives you a bit of a sense as to how rare they are. They're not common, but they're not so rare, especially given that they drop in all of the endgame content. You get a lot of them, and it ends up that across the trade league, there's way more of them than people want. If they drop to 110, 120 sort of range, I think you'll see a situation where Forbidden Tomes become quite a valuable drop when they fall. And if they drop them to 50 or 60, they're going to be super, super lucrative when they drop. In terms of the questions about what you want in conjunction with Ultimatum, that's a good question. It kind of depends on the power of your character. If your character is... You could use fast mechanics, as people are saying. Like, you could use things like heist, because heist is just grab the cash, get out. And then Ultimatum becomes a thing you spend time with. Or alternately, if your character is already strong at Ultimatum, it's probably also very strong at Abyss, Breach, and Legion. So you could go with some of those as well. You could also go with things related to just Eater of Worlds bosses and stuff like that as well. Like, there's a whole bunch of options. I would not put other very slow encounters in conjunction with Ultimatum. So I would not use it in conjunction with Ritual and things along those lines. Okay. Someone's asking what the drop weights mean. Let me bring up a table quickly for that. So drop pool. This is data mined information. So that means it's been ripped out of the game files. I'll just load it first on my second browser. Oh, POEDB's down. Okay, so I can't load that at the moment. To give you a comparison on what the numbers mean, what the numbers mean, the drop weight of the Fortunate Divination card appears to be about 1250. The drop rate of the Nurse appears to be about 100. The drop weight of Reign of Chaos is known to be about 120,000. The drop weight of Heist Contracts is about... That's 8,000, and the drop weight of Heist Blueprints is 160. So that's just a few anchor points to give you a bit of a sense as to how rare they are. The higher the number, the higher the drop rate. So currently it's 260 for Sanctum Tomes, and that is known from data mining. That's not something that players have worked out. Okay, POEDB is up. So here is the drop pool page. This is the page you want to compare it to when the information comes out. Yeah, I can't really answer on Abyss. I haven't tried it this league. I've done very, very little of Abyss this league, so I'm just not in a good spot to be able to give you an answer on that. Let's have a quick look if there's anything else that needs to be said on this. Okay, so let's talk about Atlas changes next. Maps are being added, maps are being removed. A couple of good maps are being removed, but the most important one is being added. So let's talk about these changes. Ancient City is back, slight nuisance, no one really cares. Arid Lake is back, it'll be welcomed. Ashen Wood is back, it'll be welcomed. Bramble Valley is back, one of the worst 10 maps in the game. Burial Chambers is back. Burial Chambers is a huge deal. Burial Chambers is now one of the very, 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 very best maps in the game, Divination cards wise. It has the Doctor, which it's always had, but it also has the Fortunate. This was definitely tested. The Fortunate was tested in patch 3.22 on Legacy Burial Chambers, so it's definitely there. Canyon is back, and I feel like Canyon is one of the maps that has the Fortunate as well. Although, don't take my word for that. I know Burial Chambers, I'm right. I'm not so sure on Canyon. Conservatory is back, that's mediocre. Core is back, that's bad, but it does have good cards. Crater is back. Again, I can't remember whether that's... maybe I'll bring up the Fortunate list. So if we go to POE Wiki and go the Fortunate, this will have all of those. This will have all of those locations. So Burial Chambers, Crater does have it, and what was the other one that we said might have it? I thought Canyon did. Yes, Canyon does. Okay, cool. So these have all been tested as well. Crimson Township is back. This is one of the Apothecary maps. Crystal Ore is back, that's bad. Desert is terrible. Dig is back and is solidly mediocre. It's maybe at the better end of the mediocre maps. Dry Sea is back. It's a very empty map, not very good. Fields is back. It's the most empty of the maps like it, so I don't tend to like it. Foundry is back. Foundry's main use case is similar to Mesa. What's the deal with Mesa this league? Is it going away? No, Mesa's still around, so Foundry is basically Mesa, but a little bit worse. Gardens is back. That's mediocre. Ghetto is bad and a hard boss, or a rippy boss. Grotto is back. That is one of those maps that is just pretty middling. Jungle Valley is back. Jungle Valley is a big deal. It has the Fortunate, doesn't it? Yes, it does. Jungle Valley has the Fortunate and also is the best map for some altar strategies. So keep that in mind. Jungle Valley is not the best map for every strategy, but it is the best for some of them. The reason that it's so good there is that with Jungle Valley, the map boss doesn't spawn until you enter its room. That means that unless you've done the map in an unusual order, i.e. run straight to the end, the map boss altars are not valid choices. You'll always be offered one option, which will be a minions option, which are the best ones, and one which will be a player option, which are the rippiest, but are also pretty good. So Jungle Valley is good with Eldritch altars. Laboratory is terrible, one of my most hated maps in the game. Overgrown Ruin is mediocre. Park is solid, but it is replacing a couple of good maps. So, you know, it's like Park is a good one-for-one swap with, say, it's a slight step down from Beach, but only a slight one. Plaza is very bad. Ramparts is mediocre. Relic Chambers is mediocre. Sepulchre is mediocre. Spider Lair is mediocre. Waste Pool is excellent. In exchange for that, we are losing Alleyways, Arachnid Tomb, Barrows, Beach being good, Cells, Cold River, Courthouse, Dungeon, Excavation Factory, Fungal Hollow. Fungal Hollow I like just because of the aesthetic. It's not a very good map, it's an alright one. We're losing Geode, Graveyard, Haunted Mansion, Lava Lake, Leyline, Malformation, Mausoleum, Pen, Phantasmagoria, Pit, Primordial Blocks, Primordial Pool, Silo, Sulphur Sunken Seti, Terrace, Tower, and Waterways. I feel like this is a very tiny upgrade overall, but it's not much of a change. It's, not much of a change there. It's a slight upgrade there. It's like, we still have a couple of really linear maps. Obviously, Atoll and Strand have to always be around because they have unique maps tied to them. And there's a lot of stuff there. Yeah, there's some good stuff there. Map tiers and locations are being shuffled, though the pin locations for maps have not changed. Most maps are now initially found at a different tier. This is actually going to be quite important when it comes to working out how to get your first 6 link in the league. You do not farm Tabula Rasa anymore. If anyone doesn't know this, do not farm Humility. Humility is a trap. You want to farm the Chains That Bind instead. Your last resort is farming it in Act 10 control blocks, but you want to farm it in maps instead if you at all can. And this is the best way to get your first 6 link, unless you get a lucky one or you're willing to trade for one. Pantheon bosses have moved around, crafting recipes have moved around. Some new divination cards have now been changed as a result. As your rage, Rat's Tireless Extractor, Return of the Rat, and Three Faces in the Dark now drop in the port map. That, like, Three Faces in the Dark is one of those things it's superior to the Chaos recipe early league. So if port is a low tier map, just keep that in mind. You'll find Three Faces in the Dark is just a better pickup than pieces of the Chaos recipe. So you could potentially farm that if port is really low. The Demon and the Wrath. So the Wrath being found in Crater Map is perfectly sensible. The Demon is the one that has previously only dropped from Katava the boss. This card is staggeringly rare. It's so rare that no one ever sees it. But now it's coming from bosses that aren't going to take a lifetime to kill. I think this means we will actually get, for the first time, a Demon drop on camera. Because I don't think that anyone has a Demon drop from intended location on camera. The Demon, for those that don't recall, is the Double Corrupted Headhunter card. It drops from the map bosses based on Katava, and now also from the map boss that is Mega Era, I think is the name, the Firestorm caster. The Master can now be found in the Fields map, so that's the Bisco's Leash, I think. And yeah, Purple Down is asking about is that only 3 Chains That Binds map? I'd have to check on that. I want to check that once we get the loot filter information. But always remember control blocks. Control blocks is always there. If there's nowhere better to get Chains That Bind, and if you need that power boost, you might be able to make do without it. But let's have a look actually at all of them. Cage Cells, Dungeon Pen, and control blocks being the one that's useful location-wise, but it is in others. So we have... Cage is still in the same state as it was last time, it is on the Atlas now. But yeah, the key thing is just remember you can get it in Act 10 if you have to, or alternately you can trade for it, or you can pick it up from various armor rewards as well. Okay, here we are with the Transfigured Gems section. Ultra quality gems, Labyrinth Helmet enchantments, and unique threshold jewels are all systems that were trying to subtly modify the behavior of skills. With this expansion, all 3 of these have been combined into a new system. This system is named Transfigured Gems, and the intention is to basically merge all of these together. Transfigured Gems are alternate versions of existing skill gems that have different functionality and balance than their regular versions. We've added many of these, with variations that dramatically change how existing skills play. Some existing skill gems had some stats or interactions removed from the base gem and moved to the Transfigured versions to provide more focused support for pre-existing alternate playstyles. One example that they gave here in the Q&A session was that Ethereal Knives. By default, I believe Ethereal Knives will no longer provide Lingering Blades. If you care about the Lingering Blades aspect, then you can use an alternate quality, or not alternate quality, a Transfigured Gem. If you don't care about that, then you're fine without it. Now, the Divine Font at the end of the Eternal Labyrinth is now a gem crafting device. It can modify skill and support gems by turning them into Transfigured Gems, add quality or experience to gems, or sacrifice a gem for 1 or more treasure keys to open Izaro's chest. So that's going to be an interesting thing there. A substantial amount of damage dealing skills have had their quality stats buffed. In most cases, they'll be significantly more powerful than before, and also more interesting. Many supports have also received changes to their quality stats. Now, I think that this is the reason that Ashes of the Stars is receiving the changes it's receiving, which is just a nerf to one of the other stats. It's still going to provide all that extra quality, but now it's going to have, instead of having lots of reservation efficiency as well, because the quality is being buffed, the rest of the item is being nerfed. All that said, Ashes of the Stars, even if it existed in its 3.22 version, I think would still be inferior to a well-rolled Simplex Amulet in the new game. Simplex Amulets look like they'll be very easily rolled and very, very strong. The vendor recipe for turning a level 20 gem into a 20 quality level 1 version of that gem no longer works with skill gems, as the benefit quality provides to damage dealing skills is now more powerful. The vendor recipe can now only be used with non-awakened support gems. So this is a pretty big change for early league, because I think something people forget is just how rare gem cutter prisms are. I think that GCPs are going to be worth a bit now because of this change. Like, they've been 1 chaos for a while, but they were 4-5 chaos at one point in the game's history, and that was before the level 20 gem recipe was widely known. Note that you can still use the quality flip recipe on support gems, it's just skill gems that you can't. So this may even mean that players might want to start looting gems that have got quality on them, and partly because they want to sell those quality gems as is, partly because they want to use the vendor recipes for GCPs. We'll have to see on that. Now, anomalous, divergent, phantasmal quality gems are being just removed from the game and replaced by superior gems instead. Primary and secondary regrading lenses are gone as well. They're no longer going to be obtainable, and the existing ones will be killed off upon logging in. Tainted blessings are being removed as well. So there's a whole bunch of things there that are getting taken out there. However, there's going to be a lot of other stuff that's going to be replacing that. Thorsten is asking about dedication, tribute, and gift to the goddess. I actually asked that as well in the stream, and it wasn't answered, but it might be in the patch notes. These divination cards are getting turned off for the moment. Divine Justice, Doriani's Epiphany, Dying Anguish, Terrible Secret of Space, Blessing of Moosh, and the Hook. These cannot be turned in currently, but they'll be turned on again at some point when the creators of them, whoever it was that commissioned these cards, will then be able to change it. Interestingly, with the Hook has an interesting storyline where it was something where a player had bought the commission, then said to Grinding Gear Games, alright, why don't you make this a community poll to design the card? The first version of the Hook was an item that got removed from the game. That was the unique Watchstones. So that was back when Cirrus dropped those. So Unique Watchstone was the first reward that the Hook gave in 3.17 that then had to be changed, and it was changed to a 21-23 alternate quality gem. However, that has now broken as well, and so that'll be quite interesting to see what happens there. Now, here's an interesting one. Grand Spectrum Unique Jewels no longer drop from Azzaro's treasure chest at the end of the Labyrinth. They now drop from Labyrinths, Troves, and Emperor's Vaults found throughout Merciless and Eternal Labyrinths. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's Labyrinth, Troves, and Curious Boxes are the ones that are found, are the chests that are found at the end of a gauntlet or a puzzle. And Emperor's Vaults is one of the things that's found from a silver key. That's my recollection. I'm not certain about that there. So that's something to keep in mind. I don't know what's going to happen with that. Imperial Delirium Orbs can no longer be obtained, and existing ones are being nerfed to now award an offering to the goddess. Mysterious Incubators no longer award enchanted items. Enchanted Incubators will now drop an offering to the goddess. Labyrinth rewards can no longer be obtained from other league content. Logbook remnants that cause runic monsters to have a chance to drop an enchanted item now provide a chance to drop ritual splinters instead. Tora's Betrayal Fortification Safehouse rewards are now chests of quality gems, which are a bit more useful. And her Transportation reward is now a trap stash of gems. Varici's Betrayal Transportation Safehouse rewards now reforge the colours of, number of, or links between sockets and 50 times and use the rarest outcome. Leo's Betrayal Research Safehouse is now a trap stash. This used to be the Exalt, like Mimic applying an Exalt to an item. I can't remember what it was after that. Now, this is the big thing here. In order to replace the rewards in Heist that previously gave alt quality gems, we're doing a rebalance of the rewards of Heist as well. Grand Heist rewards no longer are tied to the blueprint area. So this means that that previously, I think it was Mansion ones the Tunnels ones were always gems. Now Tunnels ones will be able to be anything. So that's going to be one of the things there. Rewards from chests in Grand Heist, jobs required and required job level are still influenced by blueprint area. The Thieves Trinket slot is now unlocked when you first pick up a Thieves Trinket on that character, rather than in Underbelly or Smuggler's Den blueprints. Some of the more common but very low value currencies are no longer available as rewards at the end of Grand Heist. This is a big buff. So those of you who've run Grand Heists, even at max level, have a sense that like there's a bunch of bad rewards on the Trinket ones where you get a stack of 20 chance orbs or something similar to that. I think you can get a stack of 8 alchemies, 20 chances, and then there's a few more valuable currencies beyond that. That like you're sort of usually if you get unlucky, your best result is like 8 chaos, and then if you get lucky, obviously you can get something better out of there. Stack sizes of currency rewards from Grand Heists are being improved. So I think their intention here is that Grand Heists no longer suck as a result of these. Endless Misery, Soul's Week, and Spirit's Guard unique jewels are now tied into the Transfigured skill gems instead. Vendor recipes for Dead Reckoning, Spirit Guards, and Endless Misery have also been removed. The Anima Stone no longer has +1 maximum Golem. That's because Golems are getting other things around. Existing versions will be unaffected, so that's going to be very powerful as a legacy item. Golem builds will now have Transfigured gems that will serve a similar purpose there. And yeah, like the other thing that you would get out of the currency rewards was Winged Scarabs, but it wasn't enough to make them good. Dead Reckoning unique jewel is getting changed to now have skeletons will gain added chaos damage equal to a percentage of the energy shield on your shield, and this is only going to apply to new versions of the item. Curious where that's going to come from now. If it's not coming out of the vendor recipe, I guess we'll have to see more on that. Many experimented base types and some replica uniques have also received changes. Those can be found in the item balance and unique balance sections respectively. These are huge buffs, like the Transfer Attuned Spirit Shield, for instance, is just getting buffed out of sight. And whilst Transfigured gems are not detailed here, changes made to base skill gems as a result of Transfigured gems being added are detailed below. Okay, let's go through all of the changes to skill gems that are here. What I'm going to try and do is do 10 of these, then answer some questions from chat, then keep going and keep sort of alternating between them all. Yeah, good question on what does the Anima Stone do. I've got to remember that. It's... Oh, it's got the extra +1. So it's going to lose the +1 that's unconditional, but it will keep the +1 that's conditional. I think that's the change there. So it is miles worse than it was. They said core drop somewhere on the Dead Reckoning, did they? That would make sense. And yeah, the question is the GCP drop rate likely to be changed? I think they're probably fine with them being... I think they're 5 times as common as Divine Orbs, and 8 times as rare as... something like 8 times as rare as Chaos. I think that... maybe it's... Is it that, or is it... maybe it's slightly more common than that. I think they're okay with that. I think it's... Their intention is that GCPs are now something that is an upgrade when you get them. They're meaningful. Like the GCPs might feel like getting a Sexton as a drop now. That's what I feel is likely to be the case. Okay, so let's go through everything. Absolution first. CDR for minions instead of damage. This is a huge buff on Absolution. We'll have to have a look at all the rest of the stuff, but I think that's... at least I think that's their main skill. Unless I'm wrong. Unless I haven't played Absolution in a long time. My reading of that is, like... Does that increase their effective cast speed, or is it just giving them access to their big skill more often? Maybe I'm not so sure on that, actually. That's something that we'll need to look at. Alchemist Mark. Quality now increases the effect of the mark instead of the area of effect. That's a huge upgrade there. That may actually be enough to make Alchemist Mark see a fair bit more use. Ambush. Quality now causes exerted attacks to have critical strike chance. That's base critical strike chance instead of CDR. So your next attack is going to be really good. It's going to have a very good chance of landing a crit. Ancestral Cry. Quality is now CDR in double the amount of CDR. Ancestral Protector. is going to grant a bunch of extra melee range rather than totem damage. I'm assuming that that's one of the alternate qualities. It's probably the one that they thought was best. And Ancestral War Chief, minimal change. Animate Guardian, this is going to be... I'm just trying to parse this one here. It's getting more life instead of increased. And... that should be a buff on Animate Guardian. And... yeah, overall that's a buff on Animate Guardian. It's got 11% more base life inherently. 38% more as the... more minion life. Yeah, Animate Guardian is better. It's tankier. Although one thing to note is that Animate Guardian having more life is not strictly better, because it means that percentage degens are worse on it. And yeah, they do use meters. For people that aren't sure, when they're using meters, the old units, so when they said 60 units were basically a decimeter, 10 centimeters. So just divide the number of units by 10. If, for instance, I think the Occultist Profane Bloom was 23 units, that's just 2.3 meters. Animate Weapon. Quality now provides up to 2 maximum animate weapons instead of your minions having move speed. Minion move speed is actually a really powerful stat on that. So I think it's... I think this is actually a wash. It might even be worse. You might have even preferred the old quality on that. Arc's quality is now really good. And in fact, this is going to be one of those cases where Ashes of the Stars is going to be good. So Ashes of... and especially Crested Desire. We'll bring Crested Desire back up. We did discuss this a little bit earlier on. Because of the buffs to quality here, Crested Desire with an arc in it might actually be a really live skill here. So you've got +1 chain per quality, which then with the nature of arc is then going to be additional damage, right? That's it's per remaining chain. And that's staying the same. And it's more damage with hits and ailments for each remaining chain. So arc is miles better, especially if you can stack quality somehow on it. And that's really, really nuts. I think arc is looking like it's... arc has a new chance to live, and arc wants to use the post-nerf Ashes of the Stars, and also wants to use Crested Desire if it can get it. I think you could actually make a build that's like... especially if you can get a perfect Crested Desire, which is kind of unlikely. You get this thing for your helmet, then get Ashes of the Stars, then get Arc. You're going to be doing Vile Arc, actually. You're going to be doing a lot of damage there. Ashes is buffed, though. Like, yeah, okay, it's lost its reservation, but have a look at how much it's gaining here. Like, it's now granting Arc an additional chain, all at the expense of just losing a little bit of reservation. Like, you would happily transfer that. You'd happily make that trade. Ashes on Arc is better than it was. If you were to look at this setup as a whole, if you were to take the 323 version of Arc and the 323 version of Ashes and compare it to 322 Arc quality with 322 Ashes, no question, you take the 323 version. So yeah, Ashes is looking like it's actually fine. The reason that Ashes is not going to be all that expensive long term, though, is because Simplex Amulets are better. It's now possible to make a rare that just eclipses Ashes, which wasn't the case before. So basically, Ashes, yeah, like the stats on Ashes are lower, but I actually think the item is going to be stronger because of these changes. Arcane Cloak is getting dumpstered because the helmet enchant on it was critical. Helmet enchant on it was absolutely mandatory, and it's gone. I think that's actually a build killer for poor One Mana Left. I just was talking about his excellent video on Deep Delve. I have to check that, but I think that's gone. Yeah, so that's something that's really, really painful. Armorbrand is... Armorbrand is getting a big buff there. And again, this is one of those cases where, because the quality is so much better than it used to be, even though Ashes has been nerfed, Ashes plus Armorbrand is better than it was. Although that's only for hits, come to think about it. So that's... that's actually quite the nerf if you're doing Ignite with it. But if you're doing Hit with it, which has been one of the interesting builds lately... And Ezekiel Grounds has a really good point there. Replica Void Eye is an item that I had forgotten existed. It's very, very niche, but because quality is being buffed so much, it might almost be useful. It's only 30%. It's like one of the highest levels of quality you can get, but it's only relevant with the right qualities. So it's just something to keep in mind. It's gone from trash to maybe having a use. And yes, Enhance has gotten a lot better this league. Enhance is miles better than it was. Artillery Ballista, +1 arrow instead of 20% fire damage. Like, that's crazily improved. Ball Lightning Radius, I think that's better than it seems. I feel like that stat is important on Ball Lightning, but I'm not sure. Bane has had its quality effect doubled, and is now, like... Bane is in a terrible spot, though, so it doesn't really matter. Like, Bane has its niche uses, but this is a lot worse than it was. Barrage is getting +1 projectile, or more than that if you can quality stack it somehow, which is fine. Battle Mage's Cry is granting local CDR, which is a big deal, although increased area of effect is really good on War Cries as well. So this is a genuine wash. I think the new quality is better than the old quality, but it's not absolutely better. A Ball Lightning Radius is damage. That's a good point. Yeah, that is actually huge. Thanks for the clarification on that. Generic name. So with Ball Lightning, that means that if you're doing single target, the Ball Lightning will spend more time in an area where it's capable of damaging that monster. So this is actually a huge buff to the skill. Granted, it loses its lightning damage, but it might get an extra tick a lot of the time. So yeah, Ball Lightning, that's a big deal. I'd forgotten that mechanic because I haven't played the skill since 3.14. And that's now a long time ago. That's like 3 years ago now, Ultimatum League. Bear Trap is gaining additional duration. That's neither here nor there. Berserk. I was not expecting Berserk to get a buff. I was expecting Berserk to get a nerf. Although, actually, Berserk did get a nerf because Calm Spirit is getting a nerf. So, Calm Spirit is going to take a significant nerf, which means that actually Berserk having the CDR... Berserk, the gem, is better than it was, but Berserk Calm Spirit as a package is worse than it was. And I think that this is fine because Berserk was too good, but now it's worse than it was. But it's still fine. It's still going to be good. Okay, what do we got here? Blade Blast. No longer detonates Blade Vortex Blades. I assume this is by default. And there'll be a new version of it that does. Quality now provides meters to radius instead of ink area of effect. That's probably slightly better. But this is going to be... It actually seems... Yeah, that's a really small number on that for Blade Blast. Blade Blast just feels like it's lost its identity there. I assume that they're going to keep the existing identity, but now Blade Blast is just like a point-blank, like really localized AoE. That seems like a really uninteresting base skill. Like, I feel like there's a bit of an attempt to reduce complexity creep early in the game, but Blade Blast didn't have that problem. Blade Blast was like, I'm the finisher skill. I'm obviously the finisher skill. Everything about the text of the skill says I'm a finisher. So that's, that's still there. Blade Flurry. Quality now provides up to 5% more damage with hits and ailments per stage instead of increased attack speed. That's a buff. Blade Trap. Trap lasts time... Oh my god. That's a huge buff to Blade Trap. Like, quality on Blade Trap is now a very powerful stat. I feel like that was an alternate quality, though. I might just check that. Blade Trap, I think that was... I feel like that was a mandatory alt quality. Let me just confirm that. No, it wasn't. It wasn't an alt quality. It was a Crucible mod. That's what it was. It was a Crucible mod. So yeah, this is definitely better than it was. Oh, it's Blade Vortex. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so yeah, that's a big upgrade on Blade Trap. Quality is now like a critical stat to get on it, and you are going to want to pick up a quality version of that as soon as you can realistically afford it. Blade Vortex no longer has critical strike chance for each blade. It now deals slightly higher base damage, and quality now provides hit rate per blade instead of AoE. This is one that has to be mathed out. It looks better, but I'm not confident that it's better than it was. It's just like picking up 10% more damage at high gem level, loses out on the critical strike chance bonus, and which for each blade, that was a lot of crit. But the hit rate is definitely better than in KOE. So yeah, Blade Vortex needs a look. Blade Vortex looks like it's something that gains a lot from very high quality as well. Bladefall no longer leaves 50% fewer lingering blades in the ground if you don't cast the spell yourself. No longer has 100% increased critical strike chance, less damage per volley, or 20% reduced critical strike chance per volley. It no longer has a critical tag. Alright, let's try and parse this. So, it no longer has the crit bonus, but the decaying damage for each one. So it's no longer as critical strike aligned as it was, but it does now pick up an extra volley. Yeah, it does seem like... I think Nobody Special's right. They're removing some of the large sources of critical strike that are native to skills, making it so that you're going to need to find that, probably through power charges, but through some sort of other mechanic. Over here. So Bladefall... It's not a good skill currently, and I don't think this change makes it meaningfully different. Like, it's better in some ways, worse in others. Plus on volley is a big deal. If you're fighting something that's the right shape for it, then Bladefall is better. But I think for most situations it's not. Most situations this isn't an improvement. What about Bladefall used to be used with mines. In fact, my first serious build was a Poison Bladefall miner. Back in Parandus League. I'm kind of curious if that is going to be much different there. It's just going to depend on the shapes of stuff. Bladefall is indeed a better setup for Blade Blast, assuming there is an alternate quality that detonates stuff, because Blade Blast is no longer... Oh no, it's no longer detonating Blade Vortex blades. It does for everything else. Yeah, okay, cool. That makes sense. Alright, let's just clarify that part that we got wrong there. So I had misparsed Blade Blast to be lingering blades in general. It is specifically Blade Vortex blades that it no longer detonates. So Blade Blast, Blade Vortex no longer interact. Blade Blast, Bladefall do. So that means that everything I said about Blade Blast was wrong. But Blade Blast is roughly the same skill. Bladefall is now better in conjunction with Blade Blast. That may now be a thing again. Bladefall, Blade Blast may well be back. That's going to be the key thing there. That is the mess. Okay, yeah. I did say at the start of this stream there'd be the odd mistake because it's hard to parse everything when you're going through it. There's just so much to cover in these patch notes, and you get the odd thing wrong. Phoenix Flame is asking about Sanctum nerfs. Sanctum's biggest rewards, like the doubling relics have been nerfed, and I think that Sanctum will be in... I feel like Sanctum could lose 20% more rewards as well, but it may just be that getting a Sanctum Tome is a big event when you're mapping. It'd be like getting... When you're mapping, sometimes you'll get a really lucky, say, Memory of Harvest piece. That's like an, oh my god, what a huge bonus. That may be the feeling when you get a Forbidden Tome. It's like, oh, this is a huge drop. I can't do it myself. I'll sell it to someone who can do it properly. We'll have to see exactly how much they nerf the drop rate on tomes. I feel like to get that to be the case, they need to drop the drop weight by about a factor of 5. If they do it by a factor of 1.5, then yeah, it's going to be another Sanctum Everywhere League. We'll get to Righteous Fire in a bit. It is a transformation and mostly a nerf, but there'll be situations where it's better. Bladestorm. Quality now provides +1 to the maximum number of Bladestorms at a time. I don't have enough experience with the skill to assess that. Blast Drain +1 arrow. +1 arrow is really good. Basically, always better than small other things. Blast Drain doesn't really get used much. I don't think it's going to change it, but that is potentially better. Blazing Salvo increases radius, which is a pretty big deal because it scales multiplicatively with other things. That said, I'm not sure of the numbers on Blazing Salvo, so I can't really say much on that. Blight, that is a huge improvement. Blight is now a massively better skill. It's probably still terrible, but that is a massive upgrade on what it had previously. Kevin Watt, check the line below the Forbidden Tome line. The line immediately below that mentions the duplication relics. Their drop rates are being nerfed. So yeah, that's the one that was like that 8 mirror drop was a ridiculous example of that. But the thing in general, they're going to be worse. Yeah, that's a good point, FS. Blazing Salvo should be more overlaps as a result of that. Blink Arrow is being completely transformed here. 75% more base damage inherently, and they're going to deal instead of... Okay, so let's just parse this correctly. The 75% more damage that was on the gem previously is now being replaced by a modification to the base stats of Blink Arrow minions, but they're going to get an extra 50% more damage. Minions no longer get all the increased damage they used to get, which actually was a big deal on Blink Arrow because you did get a lot of it, especially with the new Blink Arrow that causes you to the things to cast Elemental Hit. I think there's a really interesting build that will use the new Blink Arrow, so let's just find that. Blink Arrow of Prismatic Clones. So fires an arrow at the target destination. When the arrow lands, you're teleported to it, and a clone is summoned at your old location. The clone is a minion that uses your bow and quiver to fire elemental arrows, and those are exactly Elemental Hit. I feel like this could be extremely good if you can get a very high level of increased gem level on it. Then it could do some pretty scary damage, I think. And this could even be your main skill. Like, you would have this... this seems like actually something you might put into... what's that helmet called? Crest of Desire. Quality is now CDR, which is a huge stat to scale a lot of. If you have a well-rolled Crest of Desire with Blink Arrow in it, I think that could be kind of interesting. You're going to want to get minion increased damage, which means you probably want to go Spiritual Aid, which is a weird setup, but I feel like there's the pieces of a build there. I feel like there's pieces of a... I feel like there's pieces of a build here that could be made to work. So this is Blink Arrow... this is the Blink Arrow of Prismatic Clones. This one's the one that uses the Rain of Arrows, which doesn't scale as much with gem level. This is the one that you would want to get much more quality on. Whereas the Blink Arrow of Prismatic Clones is the one that you want to get the extra gem levels on. And that's the reason that I think that it is something worth experimenting with in conjunction with your Crest of Desire. The key thing I want to know, though, is how does Crest of Desire work in conjunction with minion gems? Do minions deal double damage with it? Because if that doesn't work, then Yeah, maybe Bronze Lithe is the way to go instead. Bronze Lithe, Empower and Enhance. Maybe the way to go. So there's some weird stuff you can do there. There's a lot of really weird things that you can mess around with, but I think there's a lot of potential there. And again, yeah, Kevin's making a good point there. I am assuming, and I shouldn't assume this because it's not stated clearly, I am assuming that Elemental Hit, the minimum level of Elemental Hit is equal to the level requirement of your Blink Arrow of Prismatic Clones. So that would mean that, you know, it would be the equivalent of using a minimum level 70, which Elemental Hit, which I think is gem level 20. I think that's the way it will work, although I could be wrong on that. There is a new unique chest for plus 10 gem levels, not plus 12, because there's -2 for each occupied socket in it. You could conceivably use that. I feel like I prefer Bronze Lithe linked to Empower and Enhance. Bronze Lithe Empower Enhance is going to be... Yeah, it's better. Bronze Lithe Empower Enhance, and you could potentially get more stuff on it. Minions generally don't get bonuses of items that give something to gems. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Maybe it doesn't work. Because, yeah, you're getting +5 to the gem level of Blink Arrow, but does that... I mean, that means that you're casting a level 25 Blink Arrow, and then that should... I think that should make it work as a level 25 Elemental Hit. Anyways, we'll have to work that out. That's a test. I still think that the use for that chest piece is for Double Herald. I can't think of any other real use for it. Otherwise, Crest of Desire is better. Body Swap. Quality now causes a skill to deal percentage of your maximum life as base fire damage instead of cast speed. Okay, that's potentially a fair bit of damage in some situations. Bone Offering is now increased effective offering. I think that's a substantially better deal. I'd have to check on that, but I think it's although it does lose something genuinely real as well. Quality now provides 0 to 1% more damage per trauma instead of stun duration. So Bone Shatter is losing the ability to use Divergent, and it's just sort of doubling down on the quality effect. I need to check what the stats are on that currently. I think this is a nerf to Bone Shatter overall, so I mean it's an upgrade over Superior, but the increased attack speed, what are you getting currently? It's how much damage per trauma is there? There's 2 to 4% more, so that's becoming 5. How much does that scale? 4% at 20, 5% never, realistically. So you're getting 4% is becoming 5%, which is going to be at high trauma count, that's going to be 25% more damage, but at the expense of losing the ability to use Divergent Trauma. So trauma stacking builds are dead. But Bone Shatter just used by itself is slightly better than it was. And builds that use Divergent Bone Shatter because they got super tanky and weren't a trauma stacker but could use it, they're going to be a bit worse than they were. So Bone Shatter, better early, worse late. That's my understanding there. And that's my feeling. And there'll probably be a Transfigured version, you're right, yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good point. What was the Bone Shatter helmet enchants? Let me just quickly grab the details on that. It's chance to grant additional trauma or damage or stun duration. They're all gone, those stats. So yeah, I think overall Bone Shatter is better at low investment, worse at high. And still probably fine. I think it's still a fine skill. It is a bit worse and people might want to run something else instead. What is going to be noticeable though, trauma support is going to be a worse thing, I think. So it had trauma support was the thing that had a lot of potential in its alternate quality, divergent quality, and that was the main one that was being used. Trauma support is probably dead with these changes, whereas Bone Shatter is still fine. That's my feeling there so far. There'll be some changes to it. So Bone Shatter, I'm going to call Bone Shatter a loser, but it's not gutted, it's just worse. Not by a bit. It'd still be fine. Quality now provides CDR instead of causing brands to grant increased attachment range. That's a big buff on that, I think. Like, attachment range is a useful stat, but CDR is a better one on brand recall especially. This is one of those skill gems you can only... you have to apply GCPs to this. You can't quality flip it. But, of course, now the quality flip's changed. GCPs getting more expensive is going to make that worse. But brand recall is... yeah, that's better than it was. Burning Arrow, huge buff. And Burning Arrow is something that is going to be one of the things that gets the most benefit from Ashes. And also maybe even... would you use Enhance with this? No, only Enhance 5. Enhance 4 isn't there. But if you're using Skin of the Lords, then yeah, you use Enhance 4 with Burning Arrow. If you're not using that, then you want to get Enhance 5 before you bother. Belting chance are gone, and the alternate qualities are just being removed and replaced by these new things. Burning Arrow is looking better than it was, definitely. Caustic Arrow, that seems to be a buff, but I'd have to run the numbers on that. Chain Hook is a meme anyway. That's useful. Like, gaining rage is a useful thing, but it's a meme. Judge Dash, quality causes the illusion to move at a percentage of your move speed instead of providing attack speed. I don't know enough about Judge Dash to be sure whether that's an upgrade or not. And we'll have to keep going down here. Quality now causes Cleave to have additional radius per nearby enemy up to a maximum of... oh, it's a flat maximum of 1 meter extra range, I think. The way that I parse this is that if you have... like, say if you have quality of 12, this is going to be 6 centimeters radius per nearby enemy, but it's still going to be capped at 1 meter. That's the way I parse that. If you've got quality of 20, it's going to be 10 centimeters of radius per nearby enemy, but still capped above at 1 meter. I actually think I prefer the old quality on Cleave, which is kind of sad. It's like Cleave feels like it's been nerfed. And that's, that's a kind of brick. Cobra Lash. +2 chain, so it's doubling down on damage projection. And it also has, it's got the more damage per remaining chain as well. And, that's huge. Okay, so it's losing the dot multi for poisons with crit mechanic, but people aren't really using that. Like, no one cares about that mechanic. It was a little bit of a bonus that it had it, but it wasn't important. If the assassin was good, that would be a serious loss. But ultimately, the 8% of more damage with hits and ailments for each remaining chain, that's a huge buff. Cobra Lash is quite a bit better now, especially with that quality. I think Cobra Lash is one of the biggest winners because it's a skill that was almost playable for a long time. I want to check out Venom Gyre now, so we'll come back to that in a sec. I just want to check out, because Venom Gyre has always outclassed it, and they're very similar skills. Venom Gyre... Venom Gyre's got something on it as well. Okay, so I feel like Cobra Lash is something that is that may have been buffed from sort of C tier to A or B tier here, but this is going to be it can be hit, it can be poison. Yeah, it's really versatile. This is looking good. This is looking really, really good. It's lost 3 chains from Helmet Enchant. That's a good point. Although you weren't getting that on a good helmet because no one had the thing. So the old Helmet Enchant is 3 additional chains, or that was by far the best of them. So you're gaining your +2 chains. The thing is that your chains now matter more. What's the base number of chains on Cobra Lash? That's the first thing to check. Number of chains is +5 or 6 in weird circumstances, but +5 normally. And that's... I feel like it now wants more sources of chain. So Cobra Lash in standard is miles better than it's been before, because you can still get those legacy helmets. Yeah, I think Cobra Lash is... like, Cobra Lash has always been mechanically better than Venom Gyre, but worse on bosses. Venom Gyre probably comes out ahead because it's just, like... Venom Gyre... what Cobra Lash is strong at, Venom Gyre is... like, would you say Cobra Lash is A tier at clearing, Venom Gyre is A-, but then for bossing, Venom Gyre is B and Cobra Lash is C, C-. These changes don't really change Cobra Lash much for bossing, except if you want to play it with poison. Like that more damage for each remaining, with ailments for remaining chains is huge potentially. Miles better than a 50% dot multi that was very conditional and that in practice didn't apply all that often. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of weird stuff. Cobra Lash is now... Cobra Lash is interesting. I want to see what its transfigured qualities are as well. Cold Snap has more effective chill instead of increased effective chill, but loses out on the area of effect. This is a wash, maybe slightly better than it used to be. You're going to be using it in conjunction with Bone Chill support sometime, often, which probably makes it ahead. Stacks additively with other... stacks multiplicatively now with other sources of increased effective chill. Yeah, I think Cold Snap is ahead. And yeah, Zanzibar, Ashes is... Ashes and Cobra Lash really go together well. Even though Ashes has lower stats than it used to have, it still has the 30% maximum boost to gem quality. And for Cobra Lash, yeah, that's really strong. I'm just not sure that you want to spend your entire amulet slot on that. I tell you what, don't use Ashes for Cobra Lash. Don't use Ashes, use Ulmatol's Vow and level 4 or even level 5 Enhance. So level 4 if you can't afford level 5, but Ulmatol's Vow is better with Cobra Lash. In fact, Ulmatol's Vow with Enhance is actually now competitive with Ashes in a lot of situations. You've got to get your resist somewhere. Ulmatol's Vow will help with that. Ashes still gives the +1 gem level, so whenever +1 gem level matters, it's going to be better. But when it doesn't, I really think Ulmatol's Vow is looking better than it has. What else do you have here? Consecrated Path. Quality now causes skill to deal more damage with hits to close targets. That's huge. Oh, wow. Consecrated Path you now want... tell me if I'm wrong on this. You don't actually want to socket Enhance on this, do you? No, it's not enough. But, like, you almost want to socket Enhance. You don't, because there's other things. Consecrated Path builds now definitely use Ashes. Or even... I know Consecrated Path doesn't scale with gem level, but if you're fully converting, you could conceivably use Crested Desire with it too. Get double damage, 35% more damage. A lot of really weird things here. But yeah, I think Enhance... And Diala's Malefaction is the other thing as well, because it is essentially socketed gems are supported by level 4.75 Enhance, if they're green. Like, all of the buffs to quality are, generally speaking, making Ashes at least as good as it was last league. Although sometimes you're going to... Yeah, Ulmatol's Vow is the biggest winner, I think. Contagion. Quality now provides Radius. That's better. Conversion Trap. Quality now provides base duration instead of skill effect duration. Who cares about conversion trap? Crackling Lance. Quality now provides damage with hits and ailments per intensity. This is like a whole extra support gem here, because you're going to have, on Crack Lance, you're going to... This is the buff Crack Lance needs. Hey. This is the buff that this skill needs. When you stand still, you can get 4 intensity, and this is 40% more damage. Unless intensity has changed since I last looked at it, you can get 4, right? But Crack Lance is going to be, like, this is, Ashes is God tier on this. Oh yeah. Crack Lance with Ashes. This feels absolutely crazy here. This is the damage the skill needed. It already had okay clear. It wasn't flawless for clear, but this is giving it a specialization. If you are capable of standing in place and just going bang, 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 Crackling Lance with boosts to quality is amazing. You definitely want Ashes on this. Ashes is better than anything else, I think. Yeah, this is looking really good, honestly. Alright, so Crackling Lance is the biggest single winner so far. 3 base intensity. It is still 1 from Caster Mastery. That's what I thought. Oh, did Crack Lance have... let me bring up Crack Lance then. Hang on. Crackling Lance. I just got to run the numbers on it to make sure that I'm right. So it is currently 35% more damage with hits and ailments per intensity. So this means it's going from 100... it's not as much damage as I thought then. It's still a lot. It's going from... At 4 intensity, it's going from 240% base damage to 280%. That's only 15% more damage. It is still 15% more damage. That's a big deal. It is still a case of you want Ashes rather than a +2 amulet. But you want Ashes, not Awaken Enhance 5 in Ulnatel's Vow. If you have a Diala's Malefaction, do you put this in a red slot or a green slot? I'd quickly think on that. I think you put it in a red. So, yeah, you do. You put it in a red. Voice of the Storm for Lucky Lightning? That's a good question. What's Voice of the Storm has... Does it have other stats on it or not? I can't even remember this one. So it is lightning damage with non-crits. I think you'd be going crit, honestly. It's like it's got 50% increase and nothing else at all on it. Lucky is 33% more on if the... Yeah, it's 33% more. So +1 gem level, plus all the other effects. It's... Ashes wins because of its other stats. Even with the nerfed reservation efficiency on it, Ashes still comes out ahead. Cribbing Frost. This is gaining radius, which causes shotguns, I believe, on that skill. Yeah, it does. So that is a buff. Cremation. Quality now causes skills to land fire projectiles. Sorry. Causes skill to fire projectiles faster. That's a buff, but... The alternate qualities to that were build enabling, and we've just got to see what exists in terms of new alternate qualities there. Cyclone's got the more movement speed, which is a buff, but the rest of it feels like... what's the deal here? 10% increased area of effect per... I just need to see the new gem to parse this. This is a hard one to parse. Yeah, this one's going to be this is just a hard gem to parse at the moment. I need to see what it looks like rather than try and assess what it's going to be. Okay, quality now provides sacrifices more of the skeleton's life instead of increased area of effect. So Dark Pact skeletons, it's now more dependent upon having the skeletons. You don't want to be self-casting this. You want to be definitely eating a skeleton for it. But it's going to be... better than it was. Okay, Decoy Totem is next. Phantasmal Decoy Totem was fantastic, so this is a nerf. Any change to Decoy Totem that doesn't maintain Phantasmal Decoy Totem's regen is a nerf. Destructive Link, it's a buff, but it's still a link, so it's very, very niche. Detonate Dead is now... that's a considerable nerf to Ignite versions of Detonate Dead. You may not even want that on Ignite. Oh yeah, you do, because you can have 2 Ignites in the same spot, but still. Yeah, Detonate Dead is... This is the nerf that people want on Detonate Dead. So it's like, basically, no one likes playing the skill. It's grumbled about by racers because they feel they're compelled to play it in Gauntlet. And Zizaran has wanted this skill nerf for a long time. Maybe he's got his wish there. Hit-based Detonate Dead does get a buff out of this, but I don't think anyone really plays that. So yeah, I'm going to call Detonate Dead worse than it was. And it also misses out on other bonuses like the Helm Enchant and stuff like that too. So yeah, Detonate Dead worse. Devouring Totem. Quality provides more totem life instead of increased life. If the Crucible Totem nodes were still around, then this would be better, but they don't even exist in Standard. Well, they do exist, but they've been gutted in Standard. Discharge is now... Discharge got the best of the qualities. Chance to deal damage without removing charges. And it's got the more area of effect. Discharge is just a better gem than it was. What did it lose? It had the Helm Enchants. What was Discharge's... Or did Discharge have a Helm Enchant that was also the same as a quality? So that was a good quality. What was the Helm Enchant again? Oh, it doubled down on that stat. So there was chance to discharge to deal damage without removing charges in 2 places. And you needed to stack both of them to get the most bonkers versions. So that's actually worse here. So discharge is now... Discharge has been changed. The key thing is that Relikesh's Impatience had a broken interaction with Discharge that has been patched out. So keep that in mind. You've got to earn your charges. You can't just... you've got to earn your charges for Discharge. You can't just use Relikesh's Impatience to cheese it anymore. But Relikesh's Impatience Discharge is dead. Discharge without Relikesh's Impatience is probably still looking like it's better. Enchantments will be Legacy, yeah. So if you play in Standard, they're still going to exist. Okay, so Divine Ire, maximum of 10 stages. It's currently 20, I think. I don't confirm that. Or is it 25? I never will play this skill again because of the amount that it hurts your wrist. Okay, so currently it is... Channeling draws in enemy... Okay, where's the maximum number of charges? Am I missing something here? Am I just complete clown and not seeing the... 110% more damage with hits, 30% more with ailments per stage beyond the first. I'm pretty sure it's 20. Yeah, stages. 20 for maximum damage. So, it's 240% more damage with hits per stage after the first, previously 110. So that means that you can get 160% versus... Yeah, that's basically a wash. More damage with ailments, so the ailment side of things is better than it used to be. No longer has 50% less damage while channeling, 40% chance to gain an additional stage when hitting. Okay, so it's going to be more consistent charging. And the beam width is a better stat than area of effect. So, alright, Divine Ire is getting buffed. What's it losing is the other question. What were the Helm Enchants? Firstly, Ink AoE, beam width, or Fizz conversion to cold. So it's losing the option of converting to cold, which people really want. Beam width. So the ability to turbocharge by using it in a dangerous area is gone. I think Divine Ire is now more consistent, but less powerful at the most consistent. So that's sort of an interesting change where it used to, like Frostblink, it used to reward you for using it in risky scenarios. Okay, Dominating Blow, no one cares. Double Strike. Double damage to bleeding enemies is actually a pretty big deal. What's Double Strike's existing? What's it losing? Assuming you have everything, of course. So it's double damage to bleeding is what it's losing. It's losing the... Oh, I'd had that as a Helm enchant. Okay, so basically the Helm enchant is getting boiled into there, but it's 20% instead of 15%. I think Double Strike is... like, it's not always ahead, but it probably is ahead. It's going to be a little... is it going to be a bit worse for leveling, possibly, but not that people really level with it. So it doesn't matter. Yeah, so Divine Ire on totems is definitely something, like, it's the more common play style it's used, partly just because Divine Ire is just so stressful on your hands and wrists. As I say, I'm not playing the skill again, self-cast. Not even as an Ignite build, which is what I did last time. Yeah, that's a good point someone's making, that it is a nerf in scenarios where you're fighting multiple bosses simultaneously. So, Dashes is saying that in situations like the Maven Brain Nucleus phases, where it was able to basically interact with a whole bunch of monsters at once, in those situations it has become worse than it was. Like, I think all in all, Divine Ire is probably a bit better than a wash. It's probably a slight buff overall. So, Dual Strike is, again, it's losing the critical strike chance percent. That was something we were discussing, was being removed from a lot of gems. 60% more damage with hits and ailments against enemies that are on full life. That's a pretty much blank stat for longer fights. It's quite nice sometimes, but I don't think I don't think I like anything about Dual Strike now. Not that I ever did. It's got a lot of problems with it, that skill. Earthquake. Quality now causes the Aftershock to deal more damage with hits and ailments instead of providing increased damage. That's a huge improvement there. Let's have a look and see what the Earthquake other effects were. Like, was there... what's it losing for that? Increased damage... initial slam area of effect... Oh, Phantasmal was one of the weird ones, yeah. And what do we have here? Okay. Earthquake has got a lot going for it here. This is a skill where you want to pump up your quality a lot. You now would consider using... This is definitely Ulnatal's Vow or Ashes. Probably Ulnatal's Vow on this case, because it doesn't gain from +1. So... yeah, I feel like that's... Ulnatal's Vow with Enhance is looking really good here. There's one of those cases where, though, like, Ashes is so much better now despite the lower stats on the gem because of qualities like this. This thing is nuts. Like, this is going to go from 130% base damage on the Aftershock to 175% with Ashes, or if you're using Ulnatal's Vow with Enhance, then Enhance 4, that's going to be... Enhance 4 is 24 quality. Enhance 5 is 32. So that's going to be 36 and 48% more damage. Yeah. This should be multiplicative, shouldn't it? Or is the... Oh, hang on, no, it's an addition to the existing stat. That's a good point. Alright, before we get too excited, let's just confirm that. Aftershock... Oh, Aftershock already is doing 2.5 times base. Okay, so I've missed past that. You still want Ashes or... You want Ashes, not Ulnatals. Maybe Ulnatals if you need the resists. And when I say Ulnatals, I mean with Enhance in it. But maybe you don't want Enhance. I guess, what are you competing with there? So, Ashes is taking you from 280 to 280% base damage on the Aftershock up to, assuming you got 30%, it's going up to 325% base. So that's going to be about a 15% more damage multiplier. How does that compete with other options in the amulet slot? You could have, just Ulnatal's Vow with a different gem, wouldn't it? So yeah, that's all right. So that's like Earthquake is clearly better than it was, but my initial thoughts that you wanted to use Ashes with it are wrong. You want to use Ulnatal's Vow instead. And that's actually good. Ulnatal's Vow has a place there. So it hasn't had one for a while. So that's Earthquake. Let's have a look at Earth Shadow is granting additional fishes, which is a significant improvement over Area of Effect. Elemental Hit. Ooh, Elemental Hit is looking really interesting. Let's go quickly here. Stupid game. I gotta actually type more of it, do I? I can't just... It changes what you're looking at after you start selecting it. So, Elemental Hit is going to lose its existing 20% increased effect of non-damaging ailments, which is a big benefit. And instead, this is the one that's typically used with Yoke of Suffering, although not exclusively. It can also be used with stuff like Ashes. Combat focuses seem to be going away, but there might be alternate quality versions of Elemental Hit. Like, when I say ultimate quality, you know what I mean. 0 to 5% more damage per ailment on the enemy. If you're going Prismatic with this, and you have Leadership's Price in your amulet slot, I'm just thinking on this, you could get... Is there currently any amount of that stat on it? So 10% more damage per ailment on the enemy. So you're increasing the effect of that by 1/3. But if you had Ashes, then that's conceivably going to give you 7% more damage instead. So it's 17% per ailment instead of 10%. Hang on, no, Ashes will give you, 22% instead of 15%. This seems like it's got some potential there. And yeah, Kane Kulamak has come up a couple of times. I just got to remind myself of the things it can roll. There is the Katarina mod on it that is, like, you always think of it as being +3. Ah, yeah. Quality of socketed gems, that's right. And it's just generally a really good item as well. So, yeah, Ashes is going to be fine. Ashes is, like, really, really strong in this patch. It's one of those things that's funny where every adjustment that's made to the item is a nerf, but the item is probably better than it was before. That's my feeling here. Okay, Ellie Weakness, increased duration. Nah, no one cares. I mean, it's actually no, that's worse. Hey, that's miles worse. Duration of ailments is miles worse than it used to have. Which probably is for the best. Curses have been really, really strong. Okay, CDR on Enduring Cry instead of skill effect duration. That is a buff, but not an unconditional buff. Energy Blade causes the buff to grant more maximum energy shield instead of the improved critical strike chance. That should be a buff. I've just got to bring up the current status of Energy Blade. It doesn't have this stat already, does it? That's right, there was a conversion mechanic in there as well. So, yeah, this is something that needs to be quality stacked a lot. Someone suggesting using Ashes and Replica Void Eye. I'm just thinking whether Replica Void Eye is worth it. I think it actually might be here. Although, do you go full crazy and use get the 50 quality off the Crested Desire here? I don't know. It's you get a lot on this. Like, you can get this to really high percentage more maximum energy shield. I feel like 7% more damage is really quite substantial on it, because it's 7% more damage as well. Like, there's a lot going for it. It's damage and defense at the same time. And get Ashes as well. Like, Ashes is definitely worth it, but Replica Void Eye, even though Replica Void Eye is quite a bad item, it might be enough. Alternately, there's Crested Desire, but that's a huge opportunity cost to giving up your helmet slot. Does Energy Blade scale much with gem level? That's the other thing. I need to check that. I don't think it does it? It does a bit. Not really, no. Not at high level. It's like an extra 100 flat damage. Exactly, yeah, what Jonas is saying. If you're using Crest, there's a big opportunity cost. If Crest was, like, if Energy Blade scaled more with gem level, I would say give that a try, but I don't think it does. I'm just thinking I might want to actually start speeding up going through things and maybe skipping over a few more lines, because this is... I guess it doesn't matter if we go a bit while. Oh, how long are we? We seem to be about a third of the way through the patch notes so far. I guess it's fine. We can go back through there. So on Kevin's question about Divine Ire is, like, it has benefits. It also has drawbacks. I think it is generally stronger than it was. So let's go through everything else. Ethereal Knives is going to be in a very different spot because it's losing Circle. So yeah, Essence Drain is just different, not particularly better or worse. Ethereal Knives is losing a very important helmet enchant. I'm not sure that Ethereal Knives gets there unless the new version is good. Exsanguinate, that quality is a big deal. I don't think it had a critical... Exsanguinate didn't have a critical helm enchant, did it? I just got to bring that up. So we had skill effect duration, cast speed. Additional +2 targets was a biggish deal. So you're losing that. That was a genuinely good thing. But there was increased duration 30%. Base duration is much better. Exsanguinate is better. At least dot versions of it. And that's miles better than it used to be. Even though it used to have 50% skill effect duration. You can get a lot of skill effect duration these days. Explosive Arrow. That's a buff. Explosive Arrow. It's losing very little. It's gaining a lot. Concoction. Reduce flask charges used instead of increased area of effect. Let's just check something on that. Explosive Concoction. What's the stats on this? In KOE, duration, crit strike chance. 12% reduced flask charges was what it used to have. And that's assuming that you had the thing. Now it's going to grant you 15%. I just don't think that Explosive Concoction gets there. Like, if you quality stack this, you can get 50% reduced flask charges used. That's a lot. That is a lot. I need to just have a quick look at a hit-based Explosive Concoction. Is that viable at all? I don't think it is. It's like... So you don't want to use a Ruby Flask. You're only using Sapphire and Topaz. And you're getting like... That's some potentially really chunky damage. So hear me out on this. Your helmet is Crest of Desire, and it has Explosive Concoction in it. You'd have to be a Deadeye to get additional projectiles with this. Otherwise, you're not getting enough AoE. Oh, you're not hitting enough of the screen. And you're dealing double damage with your hit. As well as your double damage from your hit, you also have the... Like, you should probably be able to maintain the Sapphire and Topaz flasks reasonably well. At least I think you could. And then you've got Crest of Desire dealing pretty intense damage, as well as Ashes. So your quality could conceivably as much as 100. In practice, is going to be more like 90. And then your damage is looking pretty extraordinary. You are using 45% less reduced flask charges used. I think there's something there. It's not an early build. Overlaps are really important too for single target. That's. Is there another? Like, how else can you get projectiles? Dying Sun. Is there anything else? I just want to check something with... So Dying Sun is only 2, and it's fairly hard to sustain this flask. And it's a ruby flask. Does this use... It is a ruby flask, which is really sad. If Dying Sun wasn't ruby, it would actually be a lot better. Like, the damage is there, but... those base damage numbers are crazy. The thing is that we're not igniting with it. We're dealing 5,500. Sorry, we're dealing 6,000 base fire damage plus 2,000 cold plus 2,000 lightning. That's a lot of base damage. But we're not able to ignite with it because, well, it's already been doubled. If you did, yeah. Or you could use this silly new helmet, Pragmatism. Use Pragmatism with the Explosive Concoction in there, and maybe Explosive Concoction greater multiple projectiles, probably, or Awaken greater multiple projectiles. So then you're getting plus 10, but you're not getting the 50 quality, so you're going to be burning through your flasks real fast. But that way you can ignite. I don't know. It's like there's some silliness going on there. That's a good point someone's made, that you might have +1 projectiles from a you might have +1 projectiles from, well, you definitely have +1 from the tree. You might get more from other things as well. In any case, consider this a silly idea to mess around with rather than a build to play. Quality now causes additional smaller explosions. Now that used to be the helmet enchant. Explosive Trap. So we are losing ink AoE, burning damage, or cold conversion. So we're losing ink AoE, and we're losing 2 smaller explosions. Oh my god, this is crazy with Ashes now. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, Explosive Trap with Ashes is now going to be 5 additional smaller explosions. That's nuts. Like, Explosive Trap either in Crest of Desire, although that's for the start of a fight, or in more likely just Explosive Trap in a chest piece with Ashes on. That's crazy. Like, really crazy. Yeah, okay, you lose out on the helmet enchant, but Ashes is giving you 3 additional explosions. This feels really, really strong. Zanzibar, my reading is that Ultimatum's Vow works with Pragmatism. Yeah, you can get +10 and have something in one thing in Ultimatum's Vow. So yeah, there's like Explosive Trap. Explosive Trap is the best bosser this league, and it wants ashes. It really wants ashes. Much more so than it would. It would never have. It wouldn't have considered it now, but I think it prefers Explosive Trap prefers ashes to a like mirror tier. Not that you'd mirror a Simplex Amulet, but to a Simplex Amulet that's perfect. That's another option. Yeah, Explosive Trap with Explosive Trap in Pragmatism with Ashes in with Ulnatal's Vow with Awaken Enhance is another option. That like there's just a lot of things with Explosive Trap is just ridiculous. Like Explosive Trap is now really high in my list of potential starters because you do get plus gems. You do get plus levels. Sorry, plus explosions. Where do you get them? They're at 17, 21, 26, and 32. You can hit the 32 breakpoint with Pragmatism. And although the damage slows down a lot once you get that high. So you can hit the level 32 breakpoint with Pragmatism or with... I kind of don't think I like Crested Desire on a trap. Because... traps are so dependent upon having other things going on. I do think Enhance is going to see more use, yeah. Diala's instead with an Empower, yeah. Yeah, I think Siddharth is right. Diala's is superior to Pragmatism. Even on this gem. Even on this gem where getting to 32 is a huge boost. Except for the fact Pragmatism has no issues with mana. So it's got to work it out. Like there's things to play around with there. Trappers can be brutal on mana. You kind of have to go Eldritch Battery, but you're not even necessarily guaranteed to be able to get there with Eldritch Battery. Eye of Winter, additional shard projectiles. That's one of the... I believe that's one of the alt qualities now, isn't it? I have to check that. I think it's the good one. Or is it the lab enchant? No, it's not. It's not one of the qualities. It's not actually part of the skill. I think this is a buff, but not a particularly big one, I think. At least that's my first thoughts there. And yeah, that is true. We don't know the rolls on the chest. Okay, Fire Trap. Increased trigger area. That's a buff, but not a huge one. Remember Righteous Fire is being changed, so Fire Trap and Searing Bond, there's a bunch of things that are going on there. Fireball gets more radius as it goes further. Oh, no, sorry, Fireball gets more radius as it gem levels up. Yeah, Fireball's still bad. It doesn't have what it needs, which is a faster cast speed. Firestorm increased radius is not what it needs. It needs faster damage application. Flame Blast is like that's a good quality, but I think it's one of the alt qualities at the moment. It's not particularly amazing, and I think that may actually be a Helm enchant too. Flame Dash. Modifiers to spell damage now apply to this skill's damage over time effect. This is what this might have needed to do meaningful damage on builds that... Like, this might be a utility 4-link now. Something people haven't used in the past. Flame Dash doing an appreciable amount of damage rather than a slightly more than a tickle. I think this might allow Flame Dash's damage over time on a fire-based instant hit build. This might be what Flame Dash needs in order for a slightly linked Flame Dash to kill monsters, like blue monsters. It's not going to kill tanky rares. But Flame Dash totems as well, yeah. Yeah, that's been a meme for years, Flame Dash totems, but it may well be a reasonable meme. Flame Link is a link, so the people who are playing it will still play it, and they'll be few and far between. Quality now provides more damage with hits against burning enemies instead of increased cast speed. Let's get a quick look at the Flame Surge currently. This is a skill that I got really soured on when the way that when it was introduced. The wording of it was wording that double dipped. Not when it was introduced. In 3.16 when they changed it. That's right, in Scourge League. The wording that was used when it was announced was double dip damage. Your damage modifiers don't apply to this burning ground. That wasn't there. And so it was going to be this huge boost to damage. But then it went live with that extra text added. Oh, Flame Blast is actually better than it was. Alright, that's useful to know. It's that there was a drawback to the +1 stage. Still, though, it's Flame Blast. I'm not interested in playing Flame Blast. It's like, it's from an era of the game when the game was so much slower than it is now. What do we got here? So Flame Surge is it does a lot of damage with hits. Like, you can spam this skill against an enemy that's already on fire and ignore the Burning Ground effect, or you can take advantage of the Burning Ground if you're igniting with other skills. It's one of those skills that is never a one skill thing. But it does do some useful things. Flame Surge's damage, it's a hard-hitting skill for a skill that can't ignite, and it's more damage with hits against burning enemies. That number is getting better. It's losing the cast speed. It is still better than it was, but it's not as good as it looks. Again, this is something where Ashes is probably better than a +2 amulet. So, like, the number of builds that Ashes is best in slot 4 has probably increased with this patch, even though Ashes itself has been nerfed. And it's going to be because of the quality changes. Yeah, if Flame Blast allowed you to move the circle while you were channeling, it would be good. Okay, Flame Wall. +1 Flame Walls at a time, which is a useful start. That's an upgrade. Flamethrower Trap. CDR. CDR is very powerful on these cooldown traps. Flamethrower Trap is just... I don't think it's quite there at the moment. Flammability ignites on cursed enemies to have increased duration. Yeah, that's... Flammability had a really good ult quality as well. Like a sort of mandatory... I think a lot of these curses... They've had mandatory ult qualities, and those... Yeah, Anomalous was mandatory. This is important to note. Curses in general are getting a nerf here across the board. They're losing mandatory ult qualities, and they're gaining base qualities that are just not very good. A lot of them. So that's interesting. I think that's for the better, because curses were becoming like one of those things that was... a bit on the extreme end. And additionally, you're losing one of the best sources of curse effect in the game as well. We are losing the Helmet Enchants for curse effect. You still keep the Eldritch mod, but basically all of these damage curses are worse than they used to be. What else do we have here? We've got Flesh Offering. Increased effective offering. That's miles. That's really good. Increased effective offering is a hard to get stat and a very powerful one. This is also something that scales incredibly well with Ashes of the Stars. Quality now provides increased chance to gain a frenzy charge on hit, so it's just a higher stat than it used to have. Forbidden Rite. This was an alt quality from memory, so that's just a mandatory alt quality becoming baseline. Looking for anything particularly exciting now. Frostblades. What was Frostblades' old stuff? Because that's looking like a big upgrade, but I can't remember what it's losing. I should know this. I played it recently. Project Speed. Yeah, Anomalous. It was a mandatory alt quality. And is it losing anything else particularly? It's got the... No, it wasn't a mandatory enchant on it. So Frostblades is just getting the mandatory alternate quality made normal. Yeah, auras are losing good alt qualities, but that's like that only really affects aura stackers because the numbers on them were so low, so low that they got fixed because when heist was introduced, they were ridiculously good, and aura stackers just pushed them up to ridiculous levels, and they got nerfed as a result of that. So someone's just saying, just joined. Yeah, like there's a whole bunch to go through. This is going to be the biggest shake-up of the meta in a long time. What I would suggest you can do, you can jump back to the start and put it on a higher speed if you want. Or you can just jump in where you are now. But yeah, of course, Frostblades is... yeah, that's a good point. Frostblades is being killed by the Heat Shiver nerf. The Heat Shiver nerf is a... Like, unless there's numerical changes to cold skills, it pretty much is going to kill a lot of those skills off. And yeah, like people are saying, who knows... Well, no, actually, Transfigured auras, I don't think we have them, do we? I thought they said that it's only main skills that get them. Or was I misinterpreting that? There's so much that's been discussed that it's hard to say. Frostbomb is getting a new version that's completely a different skill. But it's now going to have... It looks like Frostbomb is... Frostbomb's getting worse, hey? Way worse. Like, Frostbomb's getting gutted here, hey? I think it's getting gutted, yeah. I think that's my feeling. Frostwall doesn't really matter, it's just a meme skill. Quality now provides travel distance instead of cold ailments. Frostblink was anyone really... I should know this because I'm considering using a Frostblink Ignite character for Ultimatum. So this is one that it's in POE, and then there's the CDR mod with the 3 options that you had. None of them were particularly amazing, the qualities, and it was just... Yeah, so it's the Frostblink enchant, which no one was really using, or Frostblink cooldown rate. Frostblink enchants are getting made baseline at a much lower number than the old enchant was. That is actually a buff to Frostblink, even though it doesn't look it, because you weren't using Frostblink. You weren't using Frostblink Helm enchants. So even though that's miles worse than the Helm enchant was, you were using something else. I agree with Vixel OP. Too many major changes to say yet whether there's a buff or a nerf overall. It's going to feel like a nerf on day one because a lot of things won't be explored, and also because people forget how weak characters are at the very start. But there's an enormous amount of things that are being changed here. Okay, let's go looking for things that are particularly interesting here. So rather than looking just at everything, so we've got General's Cry. This is one of the strongest skills in the game for boss killing. It's a really weird skill. What's changing with it? It's CDR Warcry speed or Mirage Warrior speed and... +1. Yeah, so it's the Eternal... Okay, so... The Labyrinth enchant that was mandatory is now moving to the quality effect. This is a really weird spot where this is going to be like enhances a legit support for this skill now. But there's going to be a bunch of stuff there. So yeah, General's Cry was already good, and it's gotten made better as well. Basically, all of the softcore boss killing skills, General's Cry, Berserker, Explosive Trap on a bunch of things, they've been buffed. Really, really buffed. A lot. Okay, Glacial Cascade. Don't like that quality on Glacial Cascade. Like, it does something significant, but it's just not good. It's like, even though the numbers are quite good on it, the final burst mechanic is just not very good. Glacial Cascade is pretty much dead. Okay, Glacial Hammer, this quality is better, but Glacial Hammer is dead because of Heat Shiver. Ground Slam, more damage to close targets. Let's have a look at everything else on that. I feel like Penance Brand has been bad for a while. What do we got here? So, Ground Slam is Anomalous was the best of it, which was 10% attack speed. Did it have a Lab Enchant that was great? No, it didn't. Okay. Ground Slam is a lot better, I think. Did it have it? It doesn't have that stat normally, does it? Oh, it does. It does have it. 40 to 49% more damage with hits to close targets. So it's like a whole bunch of extra gem levels there. This is better than anything it had before. It's crazy. Like, Ground Slam may even want Ashes. Like, Ashes is 10% more damage on it, which is crazy. Yeah, this is like the craziness that's going on there. Ground Slam, yeah, Ground Slam is quite a bit better, I think. I don't know that it gets there, but it's like, put it this way, Ground Slam is something I would consider playing in this league now. And this would be critical strike based Ground Slam, instant damage, not ailments. Heavy Strike quality is now a chance to deal double damage. I think that was one of the alt qualities. Quality now provides maximum virulence. There was another source of that, and it was quite hard to get. Herald of Agony. This is what was it? Okay, you're losing Divergent Herald of Agony. Oh, that's painful. Divergent Herald of Agony was really important for a lot of things. You're losing the minion move speed as well, but in exchange for that, you are picking up a very... You're now picking up very real stat. Like, maximum virulence is better. Yeah, Herald of Agony is miles better. So the other source of +5 maximum virulence, I think, is on a cluster jewel. So Herald of Agony is getting... Herald of Agony is a new build now. Crest of Desire is an interesting point. Yeah, Herald of Agony and Crest of Desire. You won't get the double damage, but this is something you don't link to very much. How's your projectiles situation going with it? It fires 3 projectiles, doesn't it? It has basically LMP, like built-in LMP. It fires 3 projectiles at once. Like, Herald of Agony is a new skill. It's... Yeah... Herald of Agony is now a new build entirely. The existing builds that use Spell Poison are much worse off because of these changes. Herald of Agony as a main skill is better than it was, and we've just got to play around with it to work it out. But I do think you want to consider Crest of Desire. Also, sounds going to seem crazy, but Hungry Loop. Hungry Loop within... no, you can only get Enhance 3 and Empower 3. The cost to get anything higher than that is too high. Siddharth, I think that the new builds for Herald of Agony may well use Crest of Desire. I think it's just better. Like, returning projectiles is only... Like, returning projectiles is just... It's not giving you enough, I don't think, to justify it. To justify missing out on, like, 20... on how much extra virulence is it? Like, 12 extra virulence? 12 extra virulence is like... Because it's cubic stacking. You're getting what? You're getting 36% attack speed. Well, actually, no, it's more than that. you'll be at the 31 breakpoint here, so you're getting 132% physical damage. You're getting all this flat fizz as well per virulence. It's you don't consider anything other than Crest of Desire now, I don't think. So it's so it's doubling your damage. I think you're actually getting more from. I think you're actually getting more than double damage though from the Crest of Desire bonuses. Like way more than double damage. So yeah, I think that Herald of Agony, it's got to be rebuilt from scratch. Every build that's using Herald of Agony needs to change, and that quality is crazy good. I'm just thinking of the exact. You definitely use Ashes. There's no question. You must use Ashes with Herald of Agony now. The quality is too good not to. That's another 7 virulence. You will stack the virulence, yeah. I think HOAG. The other thing you can do with HOAG is not make it the centerpiece of your build. This would be something that would use the returning projectiles tech. You'd have Herald of Agony linked to returning projectiles, maybe one or two other things, and then you'd be primarily a Cobralash character or something like that. That's another thing to consider. I would not be league starting Crest of Desire build this league. Crest of Desire might be, early on might be 25 Divines with good rolls. Question of what Virulence does. Virulence is a stat that is part of Herald of Agony. Essentially, it's a way that you level up the Herald of Agony crawler. It doesn't do anything on its own. It only benefits the Herald of Agony thing. The more virulence you have, the more damage the Herald does, and it scales quadratically with virulence. The faster it attacks as well, which means it's cubic scaling. And then on top of that, the faster the virulence decays. So you need to keep the attacking. But yeah, Ashes of the Stars is mandatory with Herald of Agony. Like, it's not even a choice now. There is nothing that's going to come close to it. And Crest of Desire is at least worth considering. But Ashes is mandatory, no matter what you do. The other option, if Crest doesn't work out, you've got the option of a green slot in a Diala's Malefaction. That would be the other way you might play it. I don't even know that you'd fully link it, to be honest, because that ends up being ridiculous on mana. But there's that option. There'll probably be others as well, but that's the one that comes to mind. Herald of Ash is... yeah. Herald of Ice I like. Increased radius on the explosions, although it's only a small amount. Herald of Purity, CDR on the minions is fine. Herald of Thunder is upgraded. So basically all the Heralds feel like they're better now. Ashes is not going to be cheap this league. Ashes is going to be probably a bigger part of the meta. With all of these buffs to quality, I think that Ashes is going... even though its stats are lower, I think it's going to be better. GMP on Herald of Agony is usually used, but I think if you're using it for single target, I don't think you need it. Yeah. I think Ashes is... I think Ashes will be very expensive still. The screen is about like 6 meters from the edge to the center. Oh, no, more like 9 meters from the edge to the center. I think Ashes is at least as good as it was last league. It may even be better. And the legacy ones in Standard are going to be bonkers. Like, they are going to be absolutely obscene. But the new ones that drop, because quality is so much better than it used to be, Ashes is probably a more powerful item than it was. The only thing that might keep it down is that Simplex Amulets are so good. And Simplex Amulets may end up meaning that people, especially because they're going to be easy to roll. If this base is less than 20 Divines, then people will be using Simplex Amulets everywhere. Okay, let's go through everything else that we've got here. There's a number of things with projectile speed being moved as a quality stat. People are talking about proj speed. Like, stuff is getting changed around with proj speed accessibility. Alright, what do we got here? Ice Nova longer has less area of effect when cast on Frostbolt, or... Ice Nova is now an entirely new gem. It is now dealing 230% damage instead of 190, but doesn't have its synergies. Its quality is better than it used to be. Ice Nova feels to me like it's Ice Nova feels like it's what else? No, we're adding cold damage against chilled enemies. I did check what it's losing in terms of other things, actually, before I can give an answer on Ice Nova. So the amount of cold damage against chilled is small. I thought so. And alright, its quality is much better. It is losing... It's losing the 24% increased AoE. That was the best of the enchants on it. But I think it's kind of making that up with the base radius. What is the base radius on this gem? Does it say? AoE radius 30. Ah, okay. So it's now scaling better with ink AoE than it used to. Ice Nova is a different skill than it used to be. It does not work on the old builds that used Ice Nova don't work mostly, but self-casting it is looking like it's like looking reasonable. 700 millisecond base cast. Like the damage is almost there. It's got the advantage of chill and freeze. I think it's like it feels like if you're doing old school, if you're doing the really old school Cosprey builds with it, they will be better than they were. It's just that people weren't playing that for a reason. I'm not sold on Ice Nova. I think it's probably worse than it was, but it's different to what it was. Yeah. It's certainly worse in its best case scenarios. Let's put it that way. The best case scenarios are much worse. The Cosprey's Malice is probably worse. Maybe you could just use Cosprey's... Let's just bring up Cosprey's again just to check something with it. Okay, so Cosprey's is... trigger a socketed cold skill on a cooldown and it... Oh, sorry, with a cooldown. And... So, you could conceivably do something a bit different here. Cosprey's Malice Cyclone cast on critical... Oh, Cosprey's Malice Cyclone, where you are using the Squire and you're triggering a very big Ice Nova with it. I'm not sure that that's good, but it's something you could do now. I do think also that, yeah, like Wyatt's saying in chat, the Transfigured version will probably have that interaction that's been taken away. Okay. Ice Shot dead because... Ice Shot is dead because Heat Shiver. It was already worse than Lightning Arrow, but now it is so much worse than Lightning Arrow that it's not playable. Ice Spear, unless Lightning Arrow got gutted. Let's have a look on that. I don't think it did it? No, Lightning Arrow didn't. So that means that, yeah, Ice Shot is dead because of that. It's gone from an inferior but different version of Lightning Arrow to completely eclipsed by Lightning Arrow. I really feel like they needed to nerf Lightning Arrow in this patch. Otherwise, it's gonna... Like, I feel we're gonna have a lot of Deadeyes running around. Although Deadeye is a useless ascendancy for Ultimatum. Like, at least At least the usual ways it's built are. They'll probably adjust it to make it work. So yeah, that's there's a bunch of stuff there, but yeah, Lightning Arrow buff for League start probably. It was already a really good starter. I don't mind it being good as a starter, but I don't like it being great at all levels. Like, I feel like Lightning Arrow Deadeye is... If it weren't for Ultimatum coming back, Lightning Arrow Deadeye would be everywhere. But even with Ultimatum back, it's gonna be too many people playing it. What else do you have here? Ice Trap. Ice Trap is now just inferior to Explosive Trap. Heat Shiver being removed. This is one of those cases where the Heat Shiver removal is a benefit to game balance. Pretty much all of the other cold skills, it's just remove them from play. Now Ice Trap with Heat Shiver is okay, and Explosive Trap is better. But Ice Trap with Heat Shiver is still playable. Icicle Mine, I feel like Heat Shiver is too much of a loss. We got Immortal Call. Is all of the buffs to CDR on these is a solid. Incinerate. Maximum stages was, I think that was one of the alternate qualities or Helm enchants or something. Infernal Blow. Don't know enough about the skill to really judge that. Infernal Cry. Quality now provides CDR instead of increased area of effect. Oh yeah, of course, all of the cries are like that. All links are the same. KB. Okay, what's Kinetic Blast had some significant things on it. I just got to check the details of that. Yeah, that's better. Okay, Ink AoE, PS1... PS2 was the main thing. So PS2 was the main quality on it. What else do we have? So it's mostly PS2 and 75% chance for an explosion. What's it got now? No longer has... So that's the 75% chance for an explosion is now +1 explosion. That's better than the superior quality with the Helm enchant, worse than the anomalous quality without the Helm enchant. Oh, sorry, with the Helm enchant, I think. So, and the fork as well. It was a fork one again. That was 30% AoE after forking. Oh yeah, of course, this is one of those things that AoE is a very big deal on it. I still think KB is... KB looks fine. It's one where like the general quality increases have probably made this at least as good. I think it's at least net neutral. At least net neutral, maybe a buff to KB. Kinetic Blast KB, that is. Kinetic Bolt, very important note with this. This stat is capped at 100%. If you get more than 100% of this, it does actually stop working at 100, because that was something that I remember thinking of during Heist League. And we theory crafted a way to get 320% of this stat, and it didn't work. It was just 100%, I believe. Power Siphon I've got to look at. Yeah, I've seen people talking about that. That's one I got to check. So that's better than 20% proj speed on KB, on Kinetic Bolt, but Kinetic Bolt is sort of a clumsy skill. I don't know. I'm not interested in playing it. Someone by all means go and play it if you want, but unless Kinetic Bolt, hang on, let me just bring that up. Maybe it does. Maybe it does work with the. Maybe this isn't capped. Increase in reduction of spell damage also apply at 200% of their value. Oh, wow. Okay. Which skill was it that this didn't work on? No, it was attack speed ones. It was attack speed and cast speed were the ones that were interacting, I think. What, was it Phantasmal Earthquake was the one? That was the one that did not work. Remember us testing it. Oh, okay, that's, yeah, okay, it's Phantasmal Earthquake that was the weird one. Alright, that's fine. So, forget everything I said about that. Kinetic Bolt's quality is now amazing. This is a big improvement. Yeah, this is not capped. It was something else there. Lacerate. If you've changed stats recently instead of increased area of effect. Like, that's better. Lacerate is now an improvement, but people weren't playing it for a while anyway. Lancing Steel is getting an additional projectile. Not worth quality stacking it, but it is an improvement. It's better than the... Well, increased impale effect is a real mod too. So I'm going to call that... Like, not... I'm not going to call that better. That is just a change. Leap Slam just is better, but not particularly great. Okay, Lightning Arrow. Let's just have a quick recap of the... Make sure that I've got everything right in my head as to all of the effects. So, Shock, AoE, Conversion, and 1% chance to hit an additional enemy was the old stat. And the Helmet enchants were hits an additional 2 enemies. So, the Helmet enchant is going baseline instead of providing a chance to shock enemies. So, you are now getting the Eternal Labyrinth Helmet enchant at 20 quality, which is a considerable change in how it works. I don't think this is... Like, at least my usual way of playing with Helm enchants was that I would look for a helmet that had the right enchant on it, but that had nothing else, and then I would roll it to make it usable. That would be my approach when you had an enchant that was as good as Lightning Arrows. I think now you don't need to do that anymore. So you can more quickly move on to a Fractured Delve Helmet, if that's what you're going to go with in your build, which I think you probably would. Lightning Arrow, usually you want to have a lot of Fizz taken as X. So you get a Fractured Delve Fizz taken as X helmet. You would then craft that and make it into some sort of monster of helmet, and you no longer need to enchant that, which is the thing I think is the key change here. So this is a downgrade at the top. This is a downgrade, probably a downgrade early on because it's harder to get 20 quality active skill gems now. This is probably a downgrade where, like, in trade, if you're a day 2 to maps person, this is a downgrade in trade for early on for mapping. But if you're a day 1 to maps person, there weren't Lightning Arrow enchants in trade anyway. So in that case, it's an upgrade. It's a side grade overall, but I think the very top end, it's a slight nerf, but it's not the nerf it needed. You didn't need a good base though, Amit. You could just use a terrible one. You could just go, alright, I'm just going to pick up a 30C Solaris Circlet with the helmet. The other thing that's of note is that the helmet enchants, legacy helmet enchants are going to be huge for a lot of these skills. If you play in standard, they're going to be nuts. Lightning Conduit, quality now provides damage with, is going to make one of the critical stats on it better. I need the numbers on that now before we do anything else. Lightning Conduit, is this a return to Calandra Glory Days or not? Increased damage, crit multi, destroy corpses on kill. Okay, so it had no qualities of note. And it had Ink AoE, cast speed. Cast speed is a mod, or increased damage. So it had, like, marginal helm enchants. Now, it's going from 10 to 20% more damage with hits per... What's the exact statting out of that? Here it is. That caps it. So that soft caps at gem level 20 for 20%. Then the next milestone is gem level 27 for 21%. And then the unachievable 37%. So, how does this skill scale with gem level as well? That's the other question that we need. It's... Okay, so 1161 top at 20. At 30, it's a bit under triple that. So that's less than a lot of other skills, isn't it? What's my usual starting point? It's Wave of Conviction is what I like to compare things to. So it roughly triples between 20 and 30, the new skill. So 2214. Yeah, so it's triple and a half. Okay, Lightning Conduit scales less with gem levels than a lot of other skills do. What else do we have here? Yeah, run Lab and enchant helmets for standard if you're interested in doing so. So, we've got 21% more damage with hits per 5% shock effect. This is going up to... Yeah, this is going up to 25%. How good does Enhance become as a support here? If you have an additional 12%... Oh, it's only a fifth. Okay, let's start by saying that Lightning Conduit is better now than it was. I don't think it's back to the Calandra glory days. What were the numbers in Calandra? Let's just check those. So, it's base damage 140 down from 190. So it lost 25% of its damage there. Now, when it had that 25%, it was nuts. It is gaining a lot with, like, assuming that you use Ashes, and you have to use Ashes if you're using Lightning Conduit with the new setup. Ashes is going to give you 7%. Ashes 28 is going to give you... Sorry, Ashes 30 will get... That's actually really big. If you're using Ashes, you're back at Calandra levels. Lightning Conduit's really good. Hey, Steven, yeah, go ahead if you want, mate. Lightning Conduit is looking like it's... once you can afford Ashes, or you can afford comparable sources of stacking of quality, Lightning Conduit's really good. And especially, like... I tell you what the gear setup is for this. This is what I want to... This is what I think is worth considering. Your helmet is, of course, Crest of Desire. Your necklace is Ashes of the Stars. We're using that package again. The better the rolls are, the better, of course, but they're not mandatory. If you have gem level 30 between those two items, which you can, then you can use Divinarius. And then Divinarius does everything you want it to do on Lightning Conduit. This feels like a gear set. This really feels like a gear set here. Additionally, you haven't used your chest piece yet. You're at gem level 30. You can go a pure defense chest piece setup. You can use Aegis Aurora and a defensive chest and be quite tanky. No, Ashes will not be cheaper. Ashes is better than it was. Ashes is... Like, things like this. This is just one of those examples where Ashes is like a mandatory unique because quality has been buffed so much that Ashes is now actually a better item. The legacy ones in standard are going to be ridiculous, but the post-change Ashes are still... It's going to be like when Crystallized Omniscience was nerfed, and it was still the best amulet in the game for a league after the nerf. Ashes is going to be like that. Yeah, this is... I think Ashes use might actually go up. It's like so many skill gems I'm looking at. You're looking at it and going, Ashes eclipses everything. Like, short of Calandra amulets. It's bonkers. You know, you look at what it's doing with Lightning Conduit here. If it's granting you... You know, it's making one of the most important stats on Lightning Conduit explosively better. I mean, it's not going to be more sought after than Mage Blood because Mage Blood is rarer. But Ashes is going to be better in patch 323 than it was in 322, I think. Just because of so many things have gotten buffed that use it. I'm going to put in a quick note to myself about some of these things that I think are worth looking at building around. Make certain that I'm not showing, that my Word document isn't showing there, as it'll look really ugly. So, Lightning Conduit, Gigabuffed by quality. Crest, Ashes, Divinaris. That's my setup there. Herald of Agony. Question mark on that one. And we had Frostblink Ignite. Ignite, maybe not in normal weapon. Maybe not with normal setup. And this is because Frostblink Ignite is going to be bonkers with Ultimatum, just the play style. Ultimatum Specialist build. I have to check what Toxic Rain's looking like to answer that on Ashes. Let's go through, but yeah, so that's definitely getting a note there as something that looks nuts. Cooldown traps in general are also looking interesting with... Again, we're talking Crest of Desire here, but like the fact that this is striking additional areas is really bonkers. That's a powerful stat on Lightning Spire Trap. I don't think Lightning Spire Trap is quite good enough at the moment, but I just want to check what it's losing. It's all right. It's not losing anything on quality. It's losing +1 area as a lab enchant. So it did have that as a lab enchant, but you can now basically... I think what we're seeing here is a lot of Labyrinth enchants are now becoming the quality, the mandatory lab enchants. Most of them are becoming the quality thing, and that means that Ashes is better because it lets you double down on a mandatory lab enchant. So Noah is asking how Frostblink compares to Arc for Ignite. Frostblink, the reason that I'd be interested in trying it is because of the nature of Ultimatum. You want to be fluidly moving around all the time. Ultimatum pressures you a lot. It punishes you for staying in one place. That is the reason I'm considering Frostblink Ignite, not really anything else. I don't think that Frostblink Ignite is the best skill for the general game. I think it just might be the best for Ultimatum. You're not going to be doing Labyrinth many times, I don't think. I think that you're going to... Put it this way, it is a lot easier to get your desired alternate quality gems now than it was before the patch. You might do Labyrinth 7 times instead of doing 170 heists. That's the difference. Okay, let's have a quick look-see. Lightning Strike. I feel like that was the... I feel like that was a lab enchant. I think the key skills to look at are ones that had mandatory lab enchants. So this was... Pierce was an option there. Yeah, okay. So Lightning Strike is not getting... Lightning Strike is actually worse than it was. Wow, that didn't need it. Okay. Lightning Strike is only getting the Merciless Lab unless you overstack quality, and I don't think you get enough to justify going really hard on quality with it. There's not anything that is just good value for stacking quality on it. So, yeah, that's very different. Explosive Trap is looking nuts. Yeah, let me make sure I've got Explosive Trap on my notes. I'd forgotten to put Explosive Trap down. Explosive Trap is absolutely off the charts, it looks. I've got to confirm that, but it looks really, really, really crazy. The other thing is that you just trade for the gems you want. I think because they're going to be more common at a lab, like the gem you want is probably going to be more common than the alt quality gem you wanted. So you'll just trade for it. I don't think it'll be that hard. It'll be like trading for a lab enchant, except there's going to be less. There's going to be less of them because every every skill had like 3 or 4 lab enchants. Okay, let's go through here a few things. Lightning Trap is looking better. Mana Bond. I think that's a big deal on Mana Bond. That stat is one of its... That quality stat is a huge thing on it. So 44% of missing unreserved mana. It's like a whole bunch of extra levels, really. And so yeah, Mana Bond is better. That's going to make those Mjolnir builds better. They're going to want Ashes now, whereas I don't think they did before. Mirror Arrow and Blink Arrow, I'm assuming these are the same as each other. Blink Arrow does some cool stuff now too. Blink Arrow has to be noted down as something to call out when I make my summary of this video. It does some really interesting stuff. Molten Strike is just getting more damage with quality, which again is saying, like, scale my quality on this. There are so many things that are making Ashes better here. This is a classic example. Ashes is now 15% more damage on Molten Strike. So all sorts of things like that there. Yeah, I really agree that people are going to be running Lab 3 times by themselves anyway. Well, you're going to run it 4 times. You're then going to have a small number of people who are running additional labs chasing the lab exclusive stuff. There'll be a small number of people that like it. People are going to be running it a lot. Okay, Orb of Storms is... it's like a leveling skill. Penance Brand. Penance Brand has been significantly simplified. This makes it sound like it's a new skill. It no longer spreads energy to nearby enemies or causes regular pulses while at maximum energy. It immediately causes an explosion when it's fully charged. It no longer causes an explosion when it expires or detaches. It no longer has an attached duration. Remains until it is fully charged, then expires once it explodes. Okay, so this is... Okay, so Penance Brand is now leaving a trap on the ground that when an enemy walks on it, it is like a delayed blast fireball on that monster when it goes off. 570% because it's so clunky, and even though it's got 30% less damage with ailments, that's still a lot of damage. What's 570 minus 30%? Is still 400% damage with ailments, so it's still more damage than Wave of Conviction. It's fireball level damage with Ignite. And super clunky thing. Quality now causes it to deal more damage with hits against branded enemies instead of... Alright, so Penance Brand is doing a lot of damage, but it's really, really delayed. Yeah, this is one that's Penance Brand Aura Stacker. That's... I can see that. Yeah, because it's physical. You need the cast speed for Penance Brand to work. And I just want to see the full gem. On Penance Brand, I'm going to reserve judgment until we see the full gem. It's a very different skill to what it used to be because it feels like it's... What's it like? It's like you're, it's... If you had a button... Here's a thought experiment for the new Penance Brand. If you had a button that said, cast this on an enemy, and then a full second later, it's going to explode and deal, like, let's say instantly fatal damage to itself and nearby enemies. It's... very clunky. The brand expires. It's no longer going to... I think it's just going to have much worse clear than it used to have. And my first thoughts are that I don't like it. But I'm very open to being proven wrong on this. Like, this could well be one of the builds of the league as well. I see it and I don't like it. It's very different to how it used to work. It's going to be a really clunky bosser, but it is going to work on bosses. It's going to be sort of like a short duration ignite build would be on bosses. You hit the monster, and then there's a bunch of damage that comes after a delay. And then you keep firing it again. Yeah, it could be good with Prolif, yeah. But the clear is based in brand hopping currently, as people are saying. Like, it's no longer the same skill it used to be. Pestilence Strike's quality is now... was good and it's gotten better. Plague Bearer. Deal damage based on additional X% of plague value instead of... Oh yeah, that's better. That's really good. Poisonous Concoction is getting Wither on hit. Instead of in KOE. In KOE was useful on it because of overlap. Poisonous Concoction was usually only played early on anyway. Now, Power Siphon. People were saying this was gutted, so let's have a quick look at it. What's it losing first? That's the key thing with it. So I think it loses a lot of extra... It loses a lot of extra projectiles, I think. So, 4 to 7 additional projectiles. Oh, it loses all... It loses all scaling with plus gems, doesn't it? I skipped Perforate, did I? Oops. Let's come back to that in a sec. So it no longer cares about your base number of projectiles. Okay, so its quality was increased damage or an additional single projectile or dot multi from crits. And it had 2 additional projectiles. Oh yeah, it's losing a lot of projectiles. So it's losing 3 projectiles total. And what's it gaining? It's gaining... It's gaining multi-per power charge. It's gaining a lot of it, but I don't think that's enough. It's a different skill. It doesn't have the clear it used to. It now relies on chain support, I think. And yeah, it doesn't work with Barrage anymore. Herald of Agony is looking really good, Nate. So just to answer that one. That looks really good. Okay, what do we got here? The Perforate. I honestly don't know enough about Perforate to really have much of a clear opinion on this. Like, it looks better, but I'm not sure. I haven't played the skill. Protective Link, we're going to skip over because links. Puncture, more damage with bleeding instead of causing bleeding and inflicted by this skill to deal damage faster. That's a buff. Puncture is off... Like, does it have other things that are... It had something good, didn't it? It's got +1 Pierce was real. No, it didn't really have anything much going for it either. It was just +1 Pierce. So it's lost +1 Pierce. It's gained 20% more damage with bleeding. And that scales really well with quality as well, doesn't it? Has it got that already or not? Yeah, it's got some already, but again, this is crazy. You kind of want to have Ashes with this again. Like, it's another thing where Ashes is better than it was previously. Punishment. Again, all these curses have had quality nerfs. So a lot of the curses had really important alternate qualities, and those are being changed. So basically, curses seem across the board to be worse than they were, but still very good. That's actually going to be the biggest nerf, I think, overall to it. This is really significant. Purity of Elements is, like, getting additional resists on it. That was already a good aura. Purity of Elements is miles better, especially for leveling. Like, and yeah, you're going to keep using it there. So on the what people are saying with puncture, every 1% quality is 1% damage. It's not 1% more damage because this is additively stacking with the more damage that's on the gem. But the more damage on the gem is like 49%. So it's 2/3 of that. So you're getting 2/3 of this benefit, but it's still a lot. We got here. So yeah, all purities, quality on them matters. And now you're not actually going to get the purity quality early though. So like they are better, but it's going to be this interesting dynamic where if you're leveling, let's say that you pick up a gem level 1 purity of elements to run in Act 3, you're running it, then you've leveled that up to level 12, and then a 12 quality one drops. You're going to instantly swap over, even though for a few levels that's going to be worse, but once it catches up in level, which won't be that long, or at least almost catches up, it's going to be miles better. So that's going to be something you'll be doing more, is swapping over things. Yeah, aura supports. Well, aura supports needed nerfs. Like that's fine. But if a quality gem drops, you're going to swap to it. I do agree that you're not going to have this on first characters. Now that I think a bit more about it, but yeah, Ashes is still like, as I say, Ashes has been buffed. Like, leave aside that the actual stats on the item are lower. The item is better than it's ever been. Pyroclast Mine, I think that's just replacing what was taken from the Helm enchant. But again, that's going to make Ashes really good on it. Quality now causes this skill to sacrifice increased rage instead of producing increased area of effect. That's better. Quality now causes the skill to fire additional arrows instead of providing area of effect. I think that's really good. I'm just going to check the numbers that it has currently on it. I might just check the GCP card rarity, actually. I feel like it's not as common as people think it is. Let's just do that without flashbanging people low. So I'll do that in my second window. Just checking that. So the GCP card was... The gem cutter is weight 20,000. So let's just go. What was that? That was... So that means that it is considered to be a 6,000 or 7,000. Oh yeah, that's not much. Like this card is, but this one's, that's some strong boxes only. What's the other gem cutter card? The other GCP card. There is another one. So let's just go back to this. It's the Union. So the Union. I'm just avoiding flashbanging you at the moment. 4,987 weight, so 5,000. And that is a set of 7. So that card is rarer than the Chains That Bind. You will get, in the time it takes to self-compile a set of this, you would have got 2 copies of the Fortunate in the time it takes you to get 10 GCPs from the Union. So this is not worth farming. It's like you might get it because like it comes in a couple of good maps, but you're not going to go out of your way to farm it unless GCPs end up... there's no realistic way that GCPs end up worth it. The Mirror Arrow card is... Yeah, the Mirror Arrow card is the other one. That drops in weird places, though, the Mirror Arrow card. It's like in that eyeball map. So the Union is... You're going to get it while you're running other maps, but it's not all that great. So Rain of Arrows is going to... It's 17 to 21 additional arrows. And it also had a quality for this as well. I just had a thought on this. These changes to skill gem qualities are going to be a nerf to things like... they're going to be a nerf to items that provide a gem in them, like our Lionized Paws here. Lionized Paws not the best set of boots in the world anyway. They're actually alright, but they're not really endgame items. But you can't get quality on this triggered level 5 Rain of Arrows. and that's going to be a big factor there. 4 arrows is not huge. It's a boost, but it's not amazing, and there is something else that gives that. So that's neither here nor there. That's a wash. Actually, I think minion movement speed's the hardest stat to get, so Ray Spectre may actually be worse there. That's my first thought on that. And yeah, so there's that. I did have a look at all of the cards seem to be about the same. It is a good point that you'll get a bunch of GCPs from like late game league content in general. Like Tujin's an example of it, but late game league content in general will drop a lot of it. But Ritual, for example, will drop them. Heist will drop them. Ray's Zombie is totally different there. I feel like the current functionality might be moved into the alt qualities. But Ray's Zombie is looking worse there, I think. Rallying Cry we've discussed. Reap is miles better. It's going to lose something. I think it has something quite good on it currently. In terms of one of the... So it's losing... Not losing anything in quality. +1 maximum blood charges. Yeah, I knew there was something good on Reap. So, +1 maximum blood charges is a real thing. But that's 15% more damage there. Oh, well, it's the difference between 175 and 190% base. So, what's the new text? It's the difference. Oh, yeah, that's way better. All right, Reap is miles better than it was. So the Slam was doing less damage. Alright, Reap is looking better than it was previously. If you're interested in playing Val Reap, this is probably a good league for it. That's my first thought. Like, you lose out on that blood charge enchant, but the new quality is better. And additionally, this is another build where Ashes feels mandatory. So let me just make another note to myself that Reap is in the category of things that look interesting, and also is in the category of things where Ashes of the Stars is feeling mandatory as well. Reeve is now granting maximum stages, which is quite interesting. Reeve is still Reeve, so no, but interesting. Reckoning Totem. All right, Righteous Fire. We've had a number of questions about this. Let's tackle it now. If someone in chat, not in chat, in the comments section down below, maybe put 4.0, maybe just timestamp it so it's 4.06.00 Righteous Fire. Let's talk about this now once there's that timestamp if anyone wants to put that in the comments. So Righteous Fire is worse for most builds, but it now just wants totally different stats. It now wants you to scale Life and Energy Shield, which means I think that this is the end of Righteous Fire, Juggernaut, Chieftain, and Elementalist, and the rise of Righteous Fire Inquisitor again, which was already a fine build. Righteous Fire Inquisitor can get the highest combined Life and Energy Shield. Ivory Tower is going to probably be the best option, and Ivory Tower doesn't have to be Inquisitor. You play it on other things. So that's another thing to consider there. It's like a whole bunch of stuff that you can do there. Righteous Fire's damage is now going to be later in progression, but you're still going to be fine. You're just going to want to gear it differently. You know, you're going to be using is it Replica Soul Tether? Instead of using I think it's Replica Soul Tether that gives you the Javakwa node for, or whatever it is, not Divine Flesh, the other one, that Corrupted Soul. You want the Corrupted Soul, you want things like that cause you to gain life as additional maximum energy shield. You want to then potentially use Ivory Tower. It's going to be played differently at endgame. Righteous Fire is also going to be... you don't really gain as much from gem levels on it. There may be another version of Righteous Fire now as well. I agree. Not really a league starter. Well, correction. If you want to league start Righteous Fire, your league starter is that you're a Fire Trap build. You're a Fire Trap build that happens to use Righteous Fire as well. So that's the difference. It's still a very viable build, but it's going to look very different, and you're going to be a Fire Trap build more so. You could use Searing Bond instead, but I do think, even though I like Searing Bond this league, Fire Trap is the superior one. You can use things like a bunch of things like, yeah. And what... Okay, so Mouthfeel is saying something that I agree with, that Pox has said, apparently, that his version was nerfed for mapping. Agreed. Captain Lance's versions with Ivory Tower or various other things like that are going to be better. Ultimately, Righteous Fire is a higher investment build now. It's going to want different gear. All of Pox's build guides, unfortunately, are probably dead, but the build is not. The build is going to survive, and Pox knows enough about it to make it work. Now, you are no longer going to be scaling gem levels on Righteous Fire unless... Well, you may or may not. You may want to use other stats now. So, you're going to have a whole bunch of different gearing to work out. It's going to be a mess to figure out, but... You may also not use Fire Trap. You might use something else. So, like, the whole skill, like, the whole build is going to change. I think there will still be a good Righteous Fire build this league. I'm just not so sure that it's going to be a good performer on days 1, 2, 3, and 4. After that, I think it'll be good. I think it'll be really solid. What's this about Fire Trap lost burning damage bonus from Righteous Fire? I'll have to... let's quickly bring that up. Fire... So, hang on. Let's just go Fire Trap first. Fire Trap still works with... Fire Trap still gets the bonus damage from Righteous Fire. It's considered spell damage, isn't it? And just bring it up. So... Modifiers the spell damage apply to this skill's damage over time effect. That's not removed. So, yeah, the short takeaway on this is that Righteous Fire requires investment more in life and in energy shield. It is probably a crushing nerf to Juggernaut versions, probably a crushing nerf to Chieftain versions because they don't have the energy shield. It's a crushing nerf to Elementalist versions because they don't have the life generally. Inquisitor, though, still has life, still has energy shield, can make a bunch of things work. Righteous Fire Inquisitor is going to be a fine build. And Righteous Fire Juggernaut and Chieftain will work. I just don't think they'll be great. It's not as good as a starter. And burning damage is... Yeah, the flat burning damage is gone from Righteous Fire, but that's fine. You've got... Your damage based upon life is doubled. The damage based upon... The flat damage is gone. And Righteous Fire no longer scales with gem level in the way it used to. Yeah, I think Inquisitor is the right balance of damage and sustain. Like, it was already pretty defensive anyway, the Inquisitor version. It's going to have the damage because the life and energy shield components are going to be better, and you can really pump that energy shield as well. And that's Pox's version mouthfeel as well. Remember that Pox is a smart guy. He will change the version to adjust to the new game. Like, he's not someone who's stupid enough to say, hey, look, I'm going to play the same build I used to play and get worse results and then cry about it. He'll work out a way to make it work. And it will work. But it's going to be a different setup. It'll be consolidation on Inquisitor. I think that's what I think is going to happen with RF. In fact, I need to make a note to that effect. So, RF. Consolidate on Inquisitor. And it's going to be net negative damage on low gear, buff on high, and that's basically all overall there. And yeah, self-damage scales with life and energy shield as well, but so does your recovery generally. So I don't think that's going to be a problem to sustain there. Yeah, look, I don't know I think my auto mod will eat at mouthfeel. I've had to set my auto mod high on YouTube because of all the spammers. But people should just check it out. POHX.net, pox.net. Guy knows what he's talking about. And yeah, definitely 5k life with 4th Vow. Or my setup on the Chieftain this league was 4700 life, negligible energy shield. That was because Righteous Fire's flat damage carried that. Now you need to have big life on Righteous Fire. There's a bunch of other things with that, yeah. There's a bunch of other things you can make work. Riposte is just neither here nor there, I think. Like, maybe there's a use for it. I'm not aware of it. Rolling Magma, I think that's Helm Enchant getting built in, which again means quality stacking could be quite good. Scorching Ray, it's just such a hideous skill now that it's not worth thinking about. Scourge Arrow, each Spore Pods fire 1 additional Thorn Arrow. And I think you get that from... I think that's just the Helm Enchant getting baked in. Let's have a quick look at the Searing Bond. Quality now provides 0 to 2... Oh, well, this is Phantasmal Searing Bond. So, Phantasmal Searing Bond was a mandatory alternate quality. That's now going baseline. You were already playing it if you're playing Searing Bond, so this is basically no change to the gem. Searing Bond has a lot of damage, and it's something I was using as an alternative to Fire Trap in 322 on Chieftain for Righteous Fire. It's a very solid option, although doesn't have enough totem placement for my liking. Seismic Cry, CDR, is all it's changing. Seismic Trap is getting a buff, but like all those cooldown traps are getting a buff there. Although I think it's just something that they already had on the... was that already on the Helm Enchant or not? I've got to check that. Yeah, it releases an additional wave. So basically this is a mandatory Helm Enchantment that is going to become part of the skill, which means that it can be quality stacked. Again, that same sort of effect that you've got there. Mouthfeel, you wouldn't get banned. The comment would just get auto-deleted. That'd be the problem. It's like it's not... I don't have it set up to ban people. I have it set up that any link is just never seen by anyone. Unless I manually approve it after the fact. It's kind of hard to do that. But yeah, Righteous Fire is just a new build now. That's all that can be said about it. I'd put together some thoughts on it, but the key thing is that consolidation on Inquisitor. Okay, maybe even Guardian. I've got to look into that. Like, Corrupting Cry is an interesting thought. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Cooldown reduction on cries is a big deal, because that's a stat that Corrupting Cry needed, especially if you get a Forbidden Shaco with a high tier of Corrupting Cry in it. Shattering Steel is basically a new skill. I'll assess that at another point, if I remember. Quality now causes you to deal more damage with hits to close targets. So that's just a big boost to damage up close when you're using the skill as it's intended to do. That's a powerful quality now. Shock Nova, we got increased maximum effective shock. Ooh, that's interesting. That's that I think allows you to go really high with that. Unless it was already in the game. Let's just check on that. So we had shock duration, ring shocks as if dealing more damage, increased lightning damage, nothing there. It's... Okay, Shock Nova is something new. This is a really powerful stat, increased maximum effective shock. You've got to have a lot of investment in shock to use this well. But again, if you're quality stacking, hey, funny, we've been talking about quality stacking and using ashes a lot. Shock Nova is now really powerful, actually. Like, this is going to give you a huge amount of extra shock. I feel like this goes into Thunder Fist with Enhance. So let's just go Thunder Fist. This is an item that never quite lived up to the hype that it had. So 100% increased effect of lightning elements. Socketed gems is supported by level 30 added lightning. This was something that was changed a lot. So yeah, it used to have ring shocks as if dealing 5% more damage. That's not the same as increased maximum shock. So with this, you could get, if you have Enhance, let's say you've got Enhance 4, so that's going to be a total of 44 quality, and you've got Ashes, that's going to be 74. You're getting 37% increased maximum effective shock, and you've got Thunder Fist providing, yeah, this is really good. This is not a main skill, this is a utility bonus. So Shock Nova, this is Thunder Fist, Enhance. And there's a whole bunch of things you can do with that, like Galvanic Field or the like. But there's a whole lot of things you can do with it, but this is the starting point that is going to allow you to do a very large amount of damage. You've got Overcharge support as well. Overcharge. So that you're shocking as though you deal a lot more damage. There's a huge amount of damage you can get out of that if the rest of the build comes together. I think Thunder Fist is the right thing for it. Alright, Shockwave Totem has a good new quality, but it used to have an amazing alt quality that is going away. So that was... Shockwave Totem was the... Yeah, so it had the cold conversion built in there, although you can get that elsewhere. It has not much, actually, in the rest of it. I mean, it's got cast speed in the Labyrinth, which is a big deal. That's gone. Instead, you're getting Radius, which... that's probably worse. I think that's worse. Xanders, I can't think of that off the top of my head. Shock Nova, Lightning Conduit. Yeah, Lightning Conduit is... so we'll say... with Lightning Conduit. And that actually fits in with the Crest Ashes Divinarius setup as well. So I think there's a real setup here. Lightning Conduit in your helmet, which is going to be the... which is Crest of Desire. Thunder Fist as your gloves. Ashes of the Stars, Divinarius. That's the setup. I think that Shock Nova in your gloves and Lightning Conduit in your helmet. Use any chest in the game. I think there's a lot of potential here. It's like, I've got to play around with it. But I think it could be alright. Okay, what else do we have? We've got... Alright, so Shockwave Totem feels worse. Shrapnel Ballista is fine. Siege Ballista is 5% attack speed per maximum totem. Oh my god. Siege Ballista, you can get heaps of those with the right setup, can't you? What's the name of that? Iron Commander, isn't it? That's the thing that works with that. It's so you have additional maximum totems, and currently you have okay, so you're losing a bit there. What was your Helm enchant on this? Just IAS. So you're losing some IAS. And in exchange for that, you are picking up a lot more IAS. Like, that's... if you're... yeah. Lots of things. Yeah, just to answer the question... answer some of the questions in chat. Dance with Death, really, really good. Now, because, again, you with a lot of quality absorbing some of these mandatory lab enchants, you no longer need to have a helmet enchant. So Dance with Death is worth exploring at least. As for was Ashes nerfed? No, Ashes is better than it was before. Just because its stats are lower doesn't mean it's a better item. Like, old Ashes gave you reservation efficiency. New Ashes instead is like just giving you so much more, like so much more value than the loss there, because it's giving you the higher quality, like pushing quality beyond normal limits. Ashes has gone from in line with a good rare to now eclipsing the best possible rares in the game on a lot of things. And the rares got made better as well. So yeah, Ashes has not been nerfed, it's been buffed, even though Legacy ones in Standard will be buffed even more. Okay, what do we got here? Sigil of Power is... enemies in area deal 4% less damage. The most quality you can get is 100-ish. That's not enough. That's not enough. It's... yeah. There's no abuse case for this. So Sigil of Power still does the same thing it used to do. Siphoning Trap doesn't exist. Quality now provides more area damage instead of increased area of effect. That's really good. Again, there's another example of Ashes kind of not being nerfed enough when things like this come along. But yeah, Smite is better than it was. That's all there is really to say on it. Only now causes the buff to grant movement speed instead of area of effect. That's a buff there, although Smoke Mine's in a bad spot. Snipe, let's just wait and see all the clarifications that come out around Snipe, because there's some really shenanigan-y things that have been discovered with this lately. Soul Link and Soul Rend. Oh, that's a huge buff. Soul Rend needed that. The increased space duration is really good. It's still not enough though. Soul Rend got crushed by the nerfs to Wither a couple of leagues ago. When Poison was a problem, GGG should have nerfed Temporal Chains. Instead of nerfing Temporal Chains, they nerfed Wither instead. And then they still had to nerf Temporal Chains later because that nerfing Wither didn't solve the problem. But Soul Rend was killed, Bane was killed, all the Chaos Dot skills were killed by that. They're still okay for like day one progress, and they're probably okay in content like Heist, but that's really about it. Spark no longer has proj speed. The gem now describes how many projectiles it fires instead of how many additional projectiles it adds. So there's a number of things that are getting modifications that remove the ability to use additional sources of projectiles. Spark no longer stacks with Dying Sun, for instance. Quality now causes a skill to fire additional projectiles. At least I think that's what it does. Maybe I have to recheck that. I'll need to see the exact wording when we've got the two of them next to each other. So maybe let's just assume that I'm wrong on that. Quality now causes the skill to fire 2 additional projectiles. Again, this kind of feels like you want Spark is going to want to be a Ashes of the Stars build. Funny that. Almost like Ashes of the Stars is in a really good spot. It already had that though. It did have Divergent Spark already. So that's actually not really a buff there. It's just the near mandatory thing is becoming baseline. In fact, I think Spark had a good enchant, didn't it? 3 additional projectiles. Spark's actually worse then. Yeah, Spark is worse than it was. A little bit better early on though. And yeah, the proj speed thing as well. So there's a whole bunch of things there. I need to see the gems against each other, but Spark is still going to be fine. It's being nerfed from excellent to great, I think. Spectral Helix is gaining damage out of quality. SST is losing the proj speed and gaining the projectiles. Let's just have a quick look at this. I can't remember where these were before. So Spectral Shield Throw. Proj speed, damage, IAS, crit multi... Ooh, Phantasmal Spectral Shield Throw is gone. Rip Ember's Vigilance builds in Standard. Anyways. The additional projectiles were on the Helm enchant. So, a mandatory helmet enchantment is now getting moved to quality, and you only get the Merciless version of it. But it's going to scale up more. Poison Spark is likely a Transfigured gem, yeah. Spectral Throw requires you to have pierced. And actually, that's the case with Spectral Helix as well. So, but it does get more damage, which is still pretty strong. Quality now causes supported skills to have added damage equal to 20% to percentage of the equipped wand. If 2 wands are equipped, they get that. That's a buff on Spell Slinger, but there's a nasty nerf to that as well, because there was a mandatory Helm enchant on this. So we're losing the what was the mandatory Helm enchant again? It was yeah, 30% CDR or 30% MRE. So all of the helmet enchants for Spell Slinger were mandatory. Like, you had to have one of them, and you can't get them anymore. In exchange for that, you're gaining only a smaller version of the wand than the alt quality. So you're not even getting the full version of the divergent quality either. Spellslinger's worse, yeah. Spellslinger is worse there than it used to be. Okay, let's go through here. We've got Split Arrow feels like it should be better there, although it's not really a skill that's used in endgame very much. Spirit Offering seems like it's an upgrade. Splitting Steel is a totally new skill, basically. Static Strike. Beam Frequency is much better. And that's a very important stat on that skill. Where were you getting it before? So Static Strike, Beam Frequency was everything. It was on Phantasmal quality. And you also had the Divergent one was solid as well, albeit a bit tricky. So you also have max beam targets, yeah. Static Strike is gaining and losing, but I think it actually is losing, maybe losing overall. Stormbrand. I'm going to check the exact nature of that stat at the moment. We don't know any of the new rarities. We'll find that out. It's GGG always close mouth on that. Stormbrand had chance to chain additional times as something that was provided around there. So now it's like, I don't know what this send plus 0 to 1 beam to an enemy means. So that's something we need some clarification on. Okay, Storm Burst is a skill I'm not that interested in, so I'll skip past it. Sorry if it was your favourite, but I don't know much about it. Storm Call no longer has increased... this had a very important... Ooh, quality provides a chance for instant damage, and this is a high chance. Stormcall is another thing that's gaining a lot here, I think. I just have to check the existing versions of it. So Stormcall was 0.25% chance to strike the marker when cast. It looks like that's 0.75% now, and that's a big deal. You lose a mandatory Helm enchant, and there's no replacement for it, but you can now get 75% chance to strike the marker when cast if you can get 100% quality, which you can. That feels crazy on Stormcall there. It's instantaneous bonus damage. I'm definitely making a note on that. So this is another example of an item where 100% quality is nuts. Like, really is bonkers. This is one for Ashes plus Crest of Desire. You can get 103%, which is actually worth it there. Okay, so Storm Burst is the other thing people were talking about there. It's increased base duration. I will take your word for it. I just don't know enough about Storm Burst mechanics to judge that. What do I think about Heat Shiver's nerf? Yeah, I think Heat Shiver's nerf is sufficient that it kills the skills. It doesn't just kill the item slot. With the exception of Ice Trap, where Ice Trap will still use Heat Shiver. The rest of the skills that use Heat Shiver are basically gone. Like, I think you're not going to see much use of the the cold skills that were using it. You're mostly just not going to use those skills at all. You use something else. Like, if you were playing Ice Shot, you now play Lightning Arrow. If you were playing Glacial Hammer, you now play Bone Shatter. That's basically what's going to happen with it. I don't think there's much point to using Heat Shiver now. So extra base duration is huge on Stormburst, apparently. Storm Rain. I know that this is seeing a lot more use lately. It was something that was pretty disappointing early on, and then people figured it out over time. It's not that it's been buffed, it's just that people figured it out over time and made it work better. Where were we with this? It's got +1 arrow, beam frequency or damage, area of effect, beam frequency. So Storm Rain is getting +1 beam. That seems really strong, right? What's the number of beams that it gets? Each arrow can fire 4 beams, going to 5. That's a pretty big deal, I think. Bone Shatter has indeed been nerfed at the high end. It's still, but Glacial Hammer has been killed. I also think Frostblades is gone as well. Like, what? I'm just thinking what you play now for melee. Like, no, actually, Bone Shatter is. You just play Bone Shatter. You consolidate on Bone Shatter. We were chatting about Penance Brand a bit before. I feel like it's probably too clunky. It reminds me of Living Bomb from Wrath of the Lich King era. Wrath of the Lich King era World of Warcraft, where you cast a basically delayed blast nuke on an enemy. It reminds me of that. I was trying to think what it was. Yeah, so there will definitely be uses on Penance Brand. I feel like the skill is too clunky because it doesn't have the things that are scaling there. But Penance Brand Deep Dive needs. I can't do it now. I need thought on that. I'll take it on. I'll take the request on board, but I need to research it. I used to play it, but I played it ages ago, and it's now just a different skill. Stormblast Mine. No longer has a chance to shock enemies. Now deals more flat damage. Stormblast Mine's looking better than it was. Not a skill I'm interested in playing at endgame. Now we have the Golems. Alright, apparently the Golems got quite a bit. They lost the Artemis Stone. So keep that in mind when we're looking at this. Artemis Stone was nerfed hard, so they need a fair bit. Okay, so minion life is changing on them. Their life is just inherently higher than it was. Quality now provides buff effect instead of flat damage. That's a pretty big deal. Buff effect, even if you're using your minions to attack, the buff effects are pretty good on them. So I think that's probably all upside on the golems. Now, Summon Raging Spirits are. This seems to me like it's no real change. Because they were implying that the damage effectiveness is rolled in as well. Quality now provides 30% chance to summon an extra minion. That's clunkier. So SRS looks like it's getting clunkier here without getting better. Yeah, SRS gained quality of life from that. That is definitely true. But it's going to be slower. It's going to, like, the delay before dealing damage is longer. I think that may be a really big deal on it. Minion move speed is an important stat on it. It's only increased, though. Again, this is going to be something, you want more of this quality. So, SRS, you want to be using Ashes. You don't want to use a +2 amulet, you want to use Ashes. The more damage does seem to apply to added damage, is what people were saying before. Like, someone asked GGG about it. That was the understanding I had there. Skill description only. Yep. And the quality is changing. Yeah. It's going to mean that the damage effectiveness of the SRS's attacks has been increased. So yeah, it looks like SRS is going to be the same, except for the fact that it's losing the minion move speed, which is a pain. You've got to get this back somewhere, but in exchange for that, you're picking up this increased chance to summon an extra minion, which is basically like cast speed. I think it's better, actually. I think it's an upgrade to SRS. What was SRS's... let's just check making sure that there's not some major thing that I'm missing. So move speed, duration, max spirits, short invulnerability period. Phantasmal was actually pretty solid for some situations, but it's the Helm enchant, yeah. So both the Helm enchants were good. You could take either of them. Now you've only got access to one of them. But again, you can quality stack past it. And so yeah, you definitely want ashes on this. Again, it's just another item that you want ashes on. Another build that wants ashes. Alright, quick look at Reaper here. No longer has had increased life, instead has more life. That's a buff. Quality now causes minions' attacks to have a chance to inflict bleeding, instead of providing minion increased movement speed. How are we getting bleed on this, on Reaper? I've not played Reaper, so I'm not really the expert here. Minion move speed, though, is getting nerfed across the board, and that's a damage projection thing. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else along this section here that's significant. Yeah, that's a good point actually. Amarex, it's you'd use minion speed instead of unleash. You can just juggle things around. You just build differently, which is going to be the key thing. Summon Skeletons is a clunky skill, and I believe that the skeleton archers and also the skeleton mages will now be set up in a new way. Summon Stone Golem, we've already kind of discussed those golems, so buff effect is actually miles better. Like, Stone Golem and Chaos Golem gain the most out of this line, because Stone Golem actually does have a fair bit of damage. Interestingly, Stone Golem got less life than the rest of them did. Maybe they were concerned about people exploding their Stone Golems. Sunder, wave gains 10 centimeters to radius with each area in the sequence. Okay, I'm not parsing that correctly. I think that might be a typo in the notes. Sweep, no one cares. Tectonic Slam. Fissure branching chance. Oh, Tempest Shield. Okay, so let's come to Tempest Shield in a sec. Tech Slam first. Fissure branching chance, I'm not sure exactly how that stat works. I'm not familiar with Tech Slam currently, but Tempest Shield. This is one of those skills that was previously very dependent upon 2 alternate qualities, and those alternate qualities are gone. Tempest Shield had the defensive quality, which was the best one, but it also had an offensive quality that was interesting, sort of not really good, but interesting. That was the extra chains. Those are gone. I wonder if there's going to be alternate Tempest Shields there. They kind of need it. But yeah, Tempest Shield can do two different things. It can be, as I say, it can be used defensively, and that's the main way it's used, but it can also be used to inflict ignites. It doesn't really get done very much, and that version is pretty in a bad state now. But that's alright, because it was like a meme thing. I need to take a quick AFK at this point, so I'm just going to I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back shortly, and then we'll get back to the rest of it. I think we're 2/3 of the way through. I'm just going to put up a AFK sec little note there. Let's just... Okay, sorry about that, but unfortunately, when you're streaming for, what is it, 4 3/4 hours now, sometimes nature calls, and it's not one of those calls that you can elect not to answer. So let's just have a quick look if there's been anything in the chat there. But yeah, basically, I agree that the Tempest Shield, like there's the Tempest Shield chaining version, the alternate quality. It didn't fit what most builds wanted to use Tempest Shield for, but it had a niche use case. That niche use case is gone. The default quality, the superior quality, is not very useful at all, and the defensive quality that granted a percentage chance to block spells was incredibly good, and that's gone now. So there's a bunch of cool stuff there, but it's been removed. Anyways, let's go through everything else that we've got here. So debuffs on you expire faster on Temporal Rift. There has got to be a ridiculous use for this. Debuffs on you expire faster is there's that use case that was published recently with not Temptation Step. What's the name of the boots from Delve that used to be from the Simulacrum and now are everywhere? Beacon of Madness. Beacon of Madness, Temporal Rift, this gives you a stat that's hard to get, and you could quality stack it and get a lot of that stat, but I don't think it's enough to quite be worth it. Logan, definitely yes. I'm not a complete feral. Where was I going with that? So there was a video that was put out. I wish I could remember who did it. It was, if you have a look in the top videos of the last 7 days on the PathOfExile build subreddit, there'll be a video that talks about the Beacon of Madness boots in depth. It's a deep dive. It might have been Dreamcore, and that was really worth looking at. And it sort of gives a sense as to how the debuffs on you expire faster stat can be used to overcome what is normally an insurmountable drawback on very powerful boots. So that's something that's worth considering. But he also had a better solution with it as well. The debuff in this context is the... You know when delirium monsters hit you, they inflict, some of them at least, inflict debuffs like stacking 6%, reduced action speed, stacking 9% flask effect debuff. There's a few other nerfs like that stack 10 times. And the delirium boots, they apply one of these at random every second with a long duration on them. So essentially, those delirium boots aren't sustainable by themselves. But if you can get enough of this stat, which Temporal Rift will help you with, then it may be an answer to it. There's a bunch of things you can do with it, but that's the first thing that comes to mind on that. I've never actually used Temporal Rift myself. Apparently, it's quite popular in Ruthless. Okay, Tornado. This is getting the increased movement speed, which is just better than it was. Okay, let's have a look at Tornado Shot in detail, because this is the most obnoxious skill in the game at the moment. So Tornado Shot is gaining a... It is one secondary projectile. It has no really good ways of scaling quality up to 40. There are ways, like you can use Ashes, but Ashes does nothing else for Tornado Shot. Now, proj damage, conversion AAS, so no qualities, but we have here Tornado Shot fires an additional secondary projectile as a +1 on the Labyrinth enchantment. So the Labyrinth enchantment, the mandatory Labyrinth enchant is now being moved onto the quality. Now, this would normally be a buff because you could use it with Ashes. I just don't think that you're interested with Ashes, though. Do you? What do people think of what do people think of that setup? I think the answer is... So there's the... someone asked about the patch notes, so I just linked them in chat. You're not going to use your entire amulet slot for +1 secondary projectile, are you? I don't think you are. You're not going to use Tornado Shot in Crest of Desire, I don't think. You could use Diala's Malefaction. Yeah, Omnia is better. So I think that it's Diala's Malefaction is the one situation in which Tornado Shot might be better, but I think that you can do better. Like, are you going to use is your chess piece going to be something that provides you one secondary projectile and that's it? I don't think so. I don't think you use enhanced support. Maybe you try it. If you have a +1 chest and a level 5 enhance, then maybe you do that. If you have a +1 chest and a level 5 enhance, then that's going to give you 2 additional secondary projectiles. That might be worth a support gem. So Tornado Shot isn't nerfed enough. Tornado Shot needed a gutting. It didn't get a gutting, but it is worse than it was in 3.22. It is, however, better early on, because it's no longer reliant on that lab enchant. So I think that the answer is that, yeah, I don't think you scale quality on this. I think you just make do with 20. And Tornado Shot just is nerfed, but not by very much. Yeah, Diala can be used to give 30% quality or +2 to gem level. But I still think, yeah, I don't think you want to go on all offense chest in most situations. So Tornado Shot is performing better at up to 10 divines, but above 10 divines when the Labyrinth enchant was no cost. Like, you've just lost the Labyrinth. You've lost the old quality, and yeah, you're just 10% attack speed slower. You lose your 10% attack speed. You gain nothing in exchange for it. So it's worse, but not by anything meaningful. Or maybe, yeah, or 20% proj damage. You lose something there. You don't scale. You don't gain anything from ashes, etc. You basically. I am convinced that it is that Tornado Shot is just a tiny bit worse than it was. It also loses Heat Shiver, so it is nerfed quite a bit, but it's still going to be probably the best skill of the softcore trade-enabled league. Clarifying on Sanctum, because this comes up a lot. Sanctum is the doubling relics are nerfed as well. So there's a loot drops are nerfed in Sanctum because of that, as well as the entry fee being nerfed in drop rate. You can definitely league start Tornado Shot. So here's the way I would put this. Tornado Shot goes from being a 3 out of 10 skill on day 1, a 7 out of 10 skill on day 2, and a 10 out of 10 skill on day 20. Instead of being 3 on day 1, it's now 5. Instead of being 7 on day 2, it's still 5. It's still 7. And instead of being a 10 on day 3, it's 9. That's basically what I think is going to happen there. And yes, you do lose. All builds are losing a bunch of alternate quality auras. That is actually a big thing. You'll be able to more easily pick up a Delve Fractured base because you're no longer choosing between the Delve Fractured defenses and the Helmet Enchant. You get the two of them together because the Helmet Enchant no longer exists. It's your quality. And answering on the new ascendancies that are tied to the league mechanic, they are going to be they're going to be on top of it, and they're probably only going to exist for this league. If you just joined the stream, you can jump back to the start and you can put it on higher speed if you want to try and catch. Oh, you're not going to catch up. Even if you put it at double speed, you won't catch up. But yeah, you can watch it from the start if you want to. So there's a whole bunch of things that can change, but a Fizz taken as Ellie helmet is going to be the is something you can now get without needing the you can get Fizz taken as Ellie helmet without needing the enchant on it. So that's the change with Tornado Shot. It's easier to start. It performs better at low investment, performs worse at high investment, but it's not been nerfed by enough. And yeah, as I say, it's lost Heat Shiver as an option. Okay, Toxic Rain, increased base duration. That seems like a buff to me. And that seems like a buff to me. On Poison Spark, I think that'll be a Transfigured gem. I think that'll still be around. Hopefully it'll be... hopefully, you know the skill I want to see a Transfigured gem of? Voltaxic Burst. That skill is terrible, but it's just such a cool concept. Let's go through everything else. We've got Unearth. Quality now causes corpses spawn to have increased maximum life instead of increased cast speed. That's better. I can't remember what else. Oh no, hang on. It had a massive Helm enchant. Unearth had a Helm enchant that was mandatory beyond belief, didn't it? I'll just check all the other stats on it, but I think I'm right on that. Yeah, it had a mandatory Helm enchant that was actually so good that you would use it on Detonate Dead builds instead of a Detonate Dead enchant. So Unearth is only getting part of that back, except if you quality stack. Then again, this is another one of those cases where Ashes is now going to give you 75% maximum life, which is actually in line with having your old Helm enchant back. So really, really, really crazy there. Like there's Ashes is just so good, but Ashes here, Unearth needs Ashes to be where it was. Vampiric Link is a link. Vengeance is a retaliatory skill. Venom Gyre. So this is a huge quality buff on this. Was there anything like that previously? Are you losing anything to make up for that? Because this was a good skill. This has been a skill that was solid for a while. Poison duration, returning projectiles have suffer less damage and +1 chain. What do we got here? We got... I think Ashe's demand is going to be in a weird spot because early on, people are going to think Ashes is nerfed because the way the PathOfExile community works, when something gets a direct nerf and an indirect buff, people are like, oh my god, the nerf, the nerf, the nerf. I think that Ashes is going to be the item to buy early in the league. The way that Void Keys were last league, and I didn't think of that. It's going to be the thing to get a whole bunch of early on. Anyways, Helmet and Chance. Wither on hit was significant. Chance to keep projectiles. But, like, this is crazy here where it kind of feels like Venom Gyre... It kind of feels like this is something you could use Ashes on. It's the really crazy way that this is all working. Like, there's just so many of these where you're like, the quality bonus is so good that you consider using Ashes on it. You do lose the chain, yes. You're going to have to go Deadeye. You have to go Deadeye here, I think, because of that. But I think that, yeah, Siddharth's comment is potentially right as well. The overall skill could be worse than last league, but better than before Divergent existed. But I still think there's definitely stuff you could run with this, and Cobra Lash is similar enough that you could experiment with both of them, play with both, find out which one of them is better. But Venom Gyre, if you quality stack this, you're going to have a lot of extra cult projectiles. You're going to be a really effective boss blitzer. So that's going to be really significant. And again, Ashe's best amulet in the game. Now, it wasn't the best amulet in the game in 3.22, but they've made it the best amulet in the game with this patch, even though they've lowered its stats. Vigilant Strike. More damage per attack damage per endurance charge is a big deal, potentially. That's a weird setup. What's Vigilant Strike doing now on that? Again, this is one of those skills that no one ever uses. Yeah, Ashes is looking like a 70 divine item this league, and that's going to set the price of the invites. Like, it's... Who is not going to use Ashes now? Like, there are some skills it doesn't work on, but I feel like 30 quality is so much better than... 30 quality in 323 is so much better than 30 quality and 20 RMR were last league. So it's just a massive buff to the item. It's a massive buff, even though it looks like a nerf. Like, it is... So many of these qualities are just bonkers. Like, so many of them. Like, let's take, for instance, Vigilant Strike. Let's say that you wanted to use Vigilant Strike. You would never have used Ashes of the Stars on Vigilant Strike in this league. Now, Vigilant Strike is, with a 28% or better Ashes, is going to be granting you 11% more damage per endurance charge. So this is going to take a... Let's say that you've got 10 endurance charges. This is going to replace a 40% more damage buff with a 210% more damage buff. In short, Ashes is giving you 50% more damage on Vigilant Strike, just by virtue of that quality stat. Like, how bonkers is that? And this is a melee skill. This is something that gains, where the +1 to the level of skill gems is a useless stat. On this item, on this build, if you are running Vigilant Strike for some reason, Ashes is best in slot. Like, this is how crazy it is. I think, yeah, Ashes is starting to feel like a mandatory unique, the way that Crystallized Omniscience was a few leagues ago. So, really, really, really bonkers stuff there. It's not necessarily every skill, but, like, the more that I look at it, there's a number of things where everything I'm putting together, like everything I'm looking at, I'm going, do I want ashes on this build? Yes, I do. Do I want ashes on this skill? Yes, I do. Do I want ashes on this? Yes, I do. And the legacy ashes in standard are going to be ridiculous. Like, really ridiculous. Yeah, Mist, I'm not suggesting that Vigilant Strike is worth playing. I'm just pointing out that if you were going to force it, there is no amulet in the game, including Calandra amulets. Like, if I gave you an item editor, if I gave you access to Sentinel, OG Harvest, and Calandra, all those mechanics, and you could rig the Calandra mechanics exactly how you wanted, you would still say, no, I want to use an Ashes. Give me a legacy one if I can have a legacy one with perfect rolls. If I can't have a legacy one, I'll have the 323 version because it's better than everything in the game now. So yeah, there's some really crazy stuff with it there, and it's not just Vigilant Strike. It's a whole bunch of other skills are like that. Okay, Viper Strike is base duration to poison. That is going to be a buff there, but no one really wants to play this skill. Viper Strike works. It's a functional skill, but it just doesn't. It's not doing things people want to do. That's the reason it's not going to be particularly good. The numbers are there. It's better than it is now, but it's not going to be there. Yeah, I agree. You've got the new Simplex amulets, which are nuts, but Ashes is still better. In a way that this league, just ending, in 322, you would use the new Simplex amulet on pretty much everything. In 323, like, Ashes is going to be on everything. Honestly, Ashes could be nerfed more and still be used. If they nerfed Ashes to have a flat 20% quality, it would still be really good on a lot of things. Crest of Desire is going to get used a lot as well too. Again, because of all the massive buffs to quality. So we have here Volatile, Void Sphere, CDR. Yeah, that's an improvement, but neither here nor there. Volatile Dead, quality is now orb movement speed. That seems really good. That's damage projection. That's a big damage projection buff, but Volatile Dead is clunky. Volcanic Fissure, that's a much better one, but I think it has that somewhere. I think it's like it's just getting power transferred. Fire damage. It's plus one projectile was the alternate quality. Here it's got plus 2 projectiles. Instead of that, it's so it's plus 2. So it's going from 3 potentially to just 2. Yeah, okay. Volcanic Fissure is worse than it was. Voltaxic Burst. I need to look at these numbers. Voltaxic Burst is like a terrible skill, but it's one that I want to work one day. Yeah, Diala's is the other thing that's really good. The green thing in Diala. Oh, if they remove the quality from Ashes, then the item would be dead. It'd be a 10C item if it didn't have the quality. The quality is the reason people will use it. To be honest, if Ashes had one stat, if it was a one stat item with just the quality, it would be best in slot for a bunch of things. So, Voltaxic Burst has AoE, increased damage, and at the expense of duration. Lightning added as Chaos was the interesting one there. And it had 3% increased damage per 0.1 seconds of duration. What's it gaining now? More damage with ailments and hits for each cast of this spell currently waiting. That's at 20 quality. Nah, that's not good at all. Voltaxic Burst was always bad, but it's not gotten any better. Vortex is completely different. This is just a different skill now. Existing Vortex no longer works, no longer exists. There's something new in its place. It is now no longer instant. It deals less damage. Like, I just don't see the point in Vortex now. I don't see the point in the new Vortex. With a cast time, I just don't see the point of this skill. It just feels like it's a second version of Cold Snap. Like, Cold Snap already does this, but Cold Snap has a few more interesting mechanics with it. Yeah, Vortex Ignite is kaput. But I think you go Frostblink Ignite now anyway. Frostblink Ignite is sort of the same thing. Custom damage taken on Vortex? Custom damage taken has a nasty less multiplier on damage. It still has the same dot DPS, yeah, but it's... like, part of the advantage of Vortex was that you could cast it without interrupting your movement. And so that was the defense... Like, that was a defensive layer. It's lost that defensive layer. And, yeah... I just don't see it at all. Adela's Malefaction got better as well. Adela's Malefaction green slots have gone from being very niche to being very good. Yeah, I don't think that Vortex is... I don't think Vortex is a skill anymore, really. Unless I'm misreading something. My gut reaction here is that Vortex is dead. On build diversity in general, I think build diversity will be high because people will try new things, but there'll be a couple of mistakes GGG have made. And when I say mistakes, like there's a harmless mistake where they make a new thing that is too weak, and then there's a more problematic one where they make something new that's too strong. Like for instance, in Calandra, they made Lightning Conduit too good. And Lightning Conduit was everywhere in that league. Not really as bad as some skills have been. Now Lightning Conduit is back this league, I think. Lightning Conduit looks really, really good this league. And that's something I want to work on at the moment. And again, the reason that Lightning Conduit is going to be good is Ashes of the Stars. And Crest of Desire as well. Like, that's going to go full-on Crest of Desire, Ashes of the Stars, Divinarius as your weapon because you don't need any more gem levels. You've got them from Crest. And Divinarius is the best thing around when you've got level 30 without your weapon. I think there's a definite build in that. Shock Nova in the gloves with Thunderfist, Enhance, Overcharge, and then Lightning Conduit. I want to work on that, but I think there's some really strong stuff there. Well, melee is going to be Bone Shatter, I think. Bone Shatter is still fine. It's better early, worse late, but it's still fine at all points in the game. But yeah, like the GGG nerfed Heat Shiver. They shouldn't have nerfed Heat Shiver because of Bone Shatter. They should have nerfed Tornado Shot instead. If they'd nerfed Tornado Shot instead, then they could have left Heat Shiver as it was. Frostblades would still exist, and Glacial Hammer would still exist. Wave of Conviction no longer has duration. No, duration changes are a bit there. Quality now provides. They're trying to make hit-based Wave of Conviction a thing. You can get a lot of penetration on this. Here's another example of Ashes. Ashes of the Stars with this new Wave of Conviction. It's like boom, you're getting like Ashes alone is giving you 22% penetration if it's perfectly rolled, and a gem level. You can't get that on anything else. That's nuts. But that's if you're playing hit-based Wave of Conviction, which is not really a particularly good thing. Wild Strike. Quality now provides chance to... Yeah, okay. Wild Strike is getting nothing. Additional stages on Winter Orb is interesting. Again, I think this is one of those... I think this is sort of at the peak of you must play Ashes with this now. So cast speed... It's the Helm Enchant. The mandatory Helm Enchant is now becoming a quality 20% bonus. And so you'll get it about the same time. Ashes with Winter Orb is now miles better than it used to be. Again, Ashes. Ashes is ridiculous. Heat Shiver is not going to be... is going to stay Legacy, I believe. The other thing with Winter Orb, though, again, it loses Heat Shiver. So that's a huge drawback to it. Wintertide Brand. Quality now causes the debuff to deal 5% more damage per stage at 20 instead of providing cold dot multi. Oh, okay, instead of cold dot multi. Hang on, let's just get the exact wording of the existing one. What's... Because this gets quite a number of... So it's just flat cold dot multi at the moment. So this is now going to be 5% more damage per stage. How many stages can you get again? Wintertide Brand is a complex skill. I'll quickly do a summary of it. It's by default it reaches 8 stages, and it can get more than that, can't it? What's the maximum? Maximum of 20 stages. Maximum of 20 stages on it, so that's 100% more damage per stage at... But, like, you can only get 8 by default. You need a lot of investment to get more than that. I think Wintertide Brand may just have a lot of damage with Ashes. This is peak. You cannot play this skill without Ashes because Ashes is so good on it. I don't work out how hard it is to get to it, but that's yeah, that really, it really does feel like that's going to be crazy. How much is it? It's base. Oh, it is base at 20, so it's only... Oh, okay. So that's not as extreme as I thought. There's the max 20 at the bottom line. Text. Yeah, look, I need to research this one, but it feels like another skill where Ashes is as important an upgrade to your build as Forbidden Flame and Forbidden Flesh are. But yeah, I think it's... I agree with the way that Skyr is putting that. Not sure it's enough, but you wouldn't play Wintertide without it. Withering Step. Quality now causes it to inflict... it's just moved around things with Withering Step. Okay. Valebs, let's go through the Val skills quickly, and we'll then start to get towards the wind down, I think, at this point, because we have been going for 5 hours, as people have been saying. But yeah, thanks for the corrections on that. I missed the 20% line already being there. This is the drawback of having been going for hours. I keep missing things with it. But I definitely think that Ashes is the best item in the game now. Well, no, actually, this is still Mage Blood, but Ashes is going to be absolutely ridiculous. It's just more common than Mage Blood, so... Here's a prediction. 324, Ashes of the Stars gets nerfed again. And this time it'll be the quality stat will get nerfed. So, yeah, that's my prediction already. That this is going to be a league where Ashes will dominate, and it will be hegemonic in the necklace slot, and the next league it'll be nerfed. Okay, Val skills. Val Absolution. I was looking for things that look important here. Val Arc is getting the same buffs that Arc is getting. Which is a fairly significant one, although Arc is losing an important Helm enchant. Basically, it's one of those cases where the Helm enchant is going to the main thing. I think you can play Arc in 2 different ways now. You can play it Crest of Desire with hit-based, or you can play it Ignite in... Maybe even in Diala's Malefaction. I think there's a Shaper-influenced item. I want to check this. One sec while I do this in the background. POEDB. Let's go to chest pieces. Let's go body armors and bring this over. I just put it in my main tab. I just didn't want to flashbang you. That's all I was doing there. Okay. +1 to the level of socketed skill gems. +5 to 10 to quality of socketed skill gems. This is a thing. I thought it was. Elevated version of +1 socketed gems. We've got to keep this in mind. This thing is a biggish deal. You can also potentially even use Enhance on a lot of these. And you can then use... So you would then be smashing together... I think that's also in Redeemer, the socketed support gems. So if you get the Elevated Redeemer mod, the Elevated Shaper mod, smash them together. The reason I say Redeemer is because you've got the fluke chance of getting this rolling on it. Smash those together with an Awakener's Orb. And then you're going to do this on the name of... on the chest piece from Atsuri, Sacrificial Garb. So you have to. There's a process to make these, but it's not that bad. You make yourself one of these. It's going to have +1 to level of socketed Vial gems, +1 to all socketed gems as 2 separate explicits, and 5 to 10% to socketed skill gems, and the same to socketed support gems. If the thing hits reasonably hard, if the Awakener Orb hits reasonably hard, you could get something monstrous out of that. And there's a lot of things you can do there. Enhance is going to get used. Enhance is definitely getting used a lot more. Yeah, it is quality to socketed support gems. The reason that you do that, though, is that it's giving you +1 level to enhance, which I think you're probably going to use in a lot of builds now. So you get +1. You get +1 to empower. You get +1 to enhance. Actually, maybe you don't need to. Maybe you don't need to. Maybe you don't need to use the Maven's Orb on the Redeemer one. Maybe you don't need the elevated version. You might do it anyway, but I don't think you need it. The key thing is that you need the elevated version of the Shaper mod. It doesn't have to be Shaper. It's also in one of the others. Socketed skill gems is Warlord as well. So yeah, you can either use the Warlord version or the Shaper version there. So I'm just thinking whether you elevate the Redeemer mod or not. It's going to depend what your support gems are. You probably don't do it, actually. The other option is that you could elevate the other Redeemer mod. I'm just trying to think if there's a way to get... No, that doesn't work. I was just thinking you could go multi-mod, prefixes can't change, suffixes can't change, but unless you've got a heist multi-mod, which you're not going to get. Anyways, like, there's a bunch of things to think about there. There's also synthesis things that modify quality as well. Okay, just having a quick look here if there's anything that really jumps out, anything that's meaningfully different to the base version of the gem. Cyclone/Vial Cyclone, I've just got to read the whole gem when it comes out. It's different. I don't really have an opinion yet on whether it's better or worse. Vial Fireball has still got the same changes as Fireball. And Vial Ground Slam's getting more damage up close as well. That's interesting. That's a lot of damage that Ground Slam's got now up close. Maybe that's a thing. Vial Reap is getting the same changes where it's getting... Yeah, Vial Reap is better. Reap in general. Reap is looking really good. Reap scales really well with quality on the gem as well now. As well as being, like, not losing too much. It does lose... I mean, losing its Helm enchantment hurts. Losing its ultimate quality hurts. But it's picking up more than that. I don't think a tincture counts as a flask. Missed on that. I'm not sure, though. That'll be a question. GGG will have a clarification on that. Ground Slam does seem interesting, yeah. Like, it's kind of on my short list of skills to mess around with. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of interesting. I'd have to find... I did discuss Power Siphon when we got to it. I can't really remember all the things in it. I think my gut reaction was that it's worse. Okay, what else do we have here? Vial Summon Skeletons has a worse quality now, but that's alright. That's still a good gem. Okay, support gem changes. What do we have here that's significant? Extra targets can be found further away as quality. That's on... Gonna be a lot to go through here. So... Wealthy, yeah, there are some things that are worse than they were. Tornado Shot is slightly worse than it was at high investment. And even at high investment, it's worse. At low investment, it's meaningfully better. Power Siphon I think was worse than it was. Energy Blade is another skill that's like... where you want to at least seriously consider Ashes. It's just crazy the amount of those sorts of things that are going around. Okay, let's have a look through if there's anything that really jumps out. They've nerfed Ballista Totem a little bit, but it's still going to be really good. And Behead support's getting a bit of an upgrade there, but not much. Blast Chain Mine is now... Oh, Blast Chain Mine is getting a nerf. That's interesting. I guess that makes sense. Hexblast Miners will probably dislike that, because that'll likely apply to both... to it and High Impact as well. I'm assuming we'll get the same thing. Blind Support's still bad. Bone Chill support is... yeah. So these are all really small in general. Interesting. Castle and Damage Taken support is getting the best of the qualities. It's not getting the rubbish quality, it's getting the best one. What's up with Cold to Fire support? Yeah, plus quality is harder to get on support gems. It's really Dialas only, and synth items in weird situations. And generally, you don't want to use those, but sometimes they're relevant. Oh, there's Haku as well. Haku mod, but that's, again, pretty niche. Cold to Fire support. What, is that gaining anything else? Or isn't that all it does? The alt quality for Cold to Fire support is gone. Increased cold damage, increased fire damage. Oh, okay. It's just got the increased cold. So it's halving the strength of it. Yeah, it's just a bit weaker than it was. No, it's not halving the strength, is it? Because the only change is if you have flat fire damage on your character, that's no longer getting a buff from this. But if you've just got cold damage and then that's converting, that's still applying. Atsu's Disfavor is a good point there, yeah. Okay, Culling Strike is... cause you to recover life when supported skills cull an enemy. Yeah, that's sort of alright. I'm just looking for anything that really jumps out as interesting. Quality on Flamewood is actually quite a big buff there. Fortify support, that's an improvement probably. What else is there here? There's Hex transfer range is being increased by a very small amount on Hexbloom. That's a wash. That's like a small benefit for a small benefit. High Impact Mine is getting nerfed. Hypothermia is... It's scaling up the chance to freeze, which is slightly better, but not very important. Quality now causes supported skills to deal increased damage per frenzy charge instead of flat increased damage. Slightly worse than it was, not much. Okay, Lenny, the answer to that is that Ashes, the best amulet in the game in 3.23 is a Legacy Ashes. The second best amulet in the game is a New Ashes, and everything else is bad in comparison. Because 30 quality is such a broken stat now. 30 quality wasn't a broken stat last league because quality was worse. Now it's a broken stat, and Ashes is therefore more powerful than it was because of the quality changes. Ashes is just so much better than anything else in the game now for most things. Inspiration, people are saying to jump out at. Quality now causes supported skills to have reduced mana cost instead of increased inspiration charge duration. Yeah, that's an improvement. You probably can't... You can't usefully scale it. Like, people are saying you can use Atsu's Disfavor, but I don't think that's going to be... Like, Atsu's Disfavor is just not good enough for me to want to use that, especially like on the sort of weapon, the sort of build that's going to be using inspiration support. especially when we get to some of the high spaces as well. If you're playing a build that is converting physical damage into elements, the high spaces look really, really good there. But just innovation, sorry, inspiration on its own is looking really good there. It will bring down the amount you've got to spend. Yeah, just 5% reduced mana cost is a big deal. Life tap duration is actually a big deal. Life tap quality is getting a buff there. Main support, no one really wants it. Just looking for other things. I'm going to jump down a bit. Here we go. Minefield's getting a nerf. Okay, so some of the things... There are some nerfs to some of the most powerful anti-boss strategies here. And this is actually a Sanctum nerf as well, because Hex Blast Miners are one of the best builds in Sanctum. So that's something that's being adjusted there. And not really a crippling nerf, but there's a bunch of things that add up on mines. What else we got here? Multi-strike is universal melee damage that's just slightly better. Overcharge is... Overcharge is getting toned down a little. Looks like a lot of the quality on support gems is getting nerfed. Active gems are getting better. Quality on supports are getting slight nerfs. Not really universally, just... Like, there's a bunch of variants here. But this is like, let's say that the nerfs that support gems got in 3.15, we're getting 10% of that now. Then there's a massive reversal on the active skill gems. Their qualities are getting big buffs. So when I say the nerfs to support gems got in 3.15, I'm talking about the nerfs to just their qualities. They were mostly halved there. A lot of those have been given big buffs now as well. Yeah, Shock Nova is a classic example where Enhance is definitely getting used with it. No ifs, no buts, no maybes. Enhance on top of Ashes on... And the other thing that you want to use with it is, like, Lightning Conduit goes in Crest of Desire. Like, there's some really, really crazy stuff here. But you're not going to use Enhance in every gem, no. There's a bunch where you do, not Tornado Shot, but yeah, definitely on some things. Definitely on Shock Nova. Everyone that uses Shock Nova is going to be using the highest level Enhance they can afford with it. Miscellaneous gem changes. So we have updated the description for stats on gems that provide increased movement speed to minions, such as that found on AG, to clarify that it does not affect minions from other skills. Okay, that's something that I think people intuitively knew, but it's useful to clarify. Many skill gems now display the total number of arrows or projectiles they fire instead of the number of additional ones. Okay, I thought that some of those were functional changes. They just seem to be changes to descriptions, except Power Siphon is losing a gem. Or not losing a gem, it's losing a projectile. Many skill gems display their radius better, and blinks can... Spell Echo, Awakened Spell Echo can no longer support blink skills. I really hope this applies to Echoing Shrines as well. Really hope that that's going to be the case. And yeah, I think the other thing to keep in mind is that getting 20 quality on your active gem is more of an ordeal than it used to be, because you can't just level 6 them to 20, then gem flip them. You'll need to find higher quality versions. You're definitely going to want to change your loot filter to have 15 plus quality active gems really showing on it. General's Cry looks ridiculously good, Bedrica. I think it actually got made slightly better in these changes. Alright, let's go through Ascendancy changes. There should have been changes to the Deadeye here, there are not. When I say there should have been, I mean, like, I think the game would be better if the Deadeye was nerfed. But leaving that aside, Hinekora Death's Fury is being changed so that it's enemies you or your totems kill have a 5% chance to explode, rather than just enemies you kill. So this is kind of niche, but it will be welcome for people who are playing totem stuff. Passive tree changes. Passive tree mastery stats that granted accuracy against marked enemies, unique enemies, or nearby enemies now instead grant more accuracy. Previous versions weren't working and could generate incorrect values under some circumstances. Atlas passive... Speaker of the Dead is getting nerfed. We are not going to have crazy ghostbusting. This is a buff for most players. What I mean by that is that top 0.01% players who were using Speaker of the Dead extremely well were pushing up the cost of things like Divination Scarabs because they were getting so much value out of them with the old Speaker of the Dead. Not really it's not really 0.001%. It's probably the top 3 in 1,000 of the player base, so 0.3% or so. This is still going to be really good if it's done well, but it's now 60% less good than it was. Okay, and Destructive Play is now getting a buff as well. Destructive Play is going to be miles better. The main thing with ghostbusting was that most of the players who were doing it were not doing it because they were having fun. They were doing it because it was the best way to get loot. They weren't enjoying it, and they did it as an obligation rather than as something that felt like it was a fun gameplay, and that's why it's been nerfed. However, they are keeping the other thing, which is the Strongbox Enrage, which is something that I think it's felt like it's been on borrowed time for several leagues now. Strongbox Enraged. I really think it should go, and all of the nerfs that they made to rarest Divination card drop rates because of it and because of the increase in drop rates of Divination Scarabs over recent times could then be reassessed. Destructive Play, this is a buff. It didn't really come up that much for me in 322 because I wasn't playing a build that deleted bosses, except for when Ahinakora exploded a monster next to them. Sometimes I would then deal dot cap damage until the boss was dead. And when that happened, it was really infuriating, but Destructive Play was very good there. Okay, let's go through unique balance. Ashes of the Stars is losing a mod. It doesn't matter. It's becoming the best amulet in the game anyway. It is losing a valuable mod. It's losing a mod that was genuinely good, but the improvements to the quality line from the changes to the rest of the game make Ashes of the Stars better than it was in 322. Legacy 322 and earlier Ashes are going to be phenomenal if you're a standard player. Absolutely phenomenal. Heat Shiver is dead. This means this is the biggest nerf to melee in the league because Frostblades is now dead, Glacial Hammer is now dead. I don't think those builds are salvageable, and I don't think anything in melee replaces them. This was a mistake. GGG, please revert. Yes, Heat Shiver was OP, but that was fixable through other things. And I think the best suggestion anyone's made is the person who said, keep it at 100%, but make it melee attack damage only. And just make it be useless everywhere else. Replica Dragonfang's Flight is being nerfed. It's still going to be very good. And it is a really good item, this thing. And I quite like the version I've got in 322, which was +3 Searing Bond. That said, it's worth saying that Replica Dragon, where Ashes of the Stars' nerf is still leaving it the best item in slot, Replica Dragonfang's Flight is no longer a contender for best in slot. You are going to replace it with a Simplex Amulet. Simplex Amulets are incredible now. These can have +2 to the level of all skill gems and 2 very powerful suffixes on them. They can be made with a bunch of different ways, including Awakener Orbs. So there's a lot of crazy stuff that can be done with them. Simplex Amulets look like they're one of those really strong things in the game now. The thing with Heat Shiver and bows, so this affects Tornado Shot, yes, certain versions of it, but there's other versions of Tornado Shot that don't care. It does not affect Lightning Arrow because people were not playing Ice Shot, even though Ice Shot could use Heat Shiver, because Lightning Arrow was better. And Lightning Arrow wasn't nerfed, so the small number of people who were holdouts on Ice Shot, they're now going to feel more pressure to jump ship and go Lightning Arrow. A Tornado Shot definitely will still exist without it. Like there are plenty of versions of Tornado Shot. Some used Heat Shiver, some didn't. Yeah, I really need to think about how to make a good amulet out of it, Myth. But the key, like, it is as simple as, if you want to get, like, I don't know how rare these bases are going to be. I expect these bases to be very rare. So, be like, maybe not Replica Farrell's rare, Replica Calm's Heart rare. But you can influence them. So what you would do is one option is you firstly roll it to get the Exalters mod, +1. So you just use alterations to get... Actually, maybe not even... I'm just thinking, there's a few ways you could go about it, but yeah, one thing you could do is just get a good 2-mod amulet that has Exalters plus something that's not awful. If you get Exalters plus something awful, you can just risky a null. And if you fail, you fail. You might also consider... you could also protect Exalters, depending on the price of alterations. You could protect Exalters by going prefixes cannot change, Scour as well. A bunch of things you can do. But you could then keep going once you've got that. Actually, depending on how Veiled Chaos Orbs work on these, once you've got the Exalters mod, what you might do is go, alright, prefixes cannot change. You have to make it a rare first, so it's going to be a rare for this, but prefixes cannot change, Veiled Chaos Orb. Once you've done that, you then have you've got a Veiled mod, and potentially you can then slam it with a Conqueror's Exalted Orb. So there's a whole bunch of things you can do there. I think these are potentially really amazing, the Simplex Amulets. I think they may be one of the jackpots in New Heist. Yeah, you've always been able to use an Elder Slayer Exalt on them, unless they've changed that. Calm Spirit is being nerfed. It's still going to be very, very good. This is one of those items where nerfing it by 2/3 still makes it good. Annihilation's approach is being buffed, but I don't think anyone really cares. Maybe it's worth trying, I don't know, but this is like, it's got its own stacking Righteous Fire drawback on it. It's just never quite been the whole package, Annihilation's approach. Something you want to look at there as well. And Ephemeral Edge has been changed, so the Ephemeral Edge is not being changed except in the context of minions. Relikesh's Impatience. This no longer does broken things with discharge. Relikesh's Impatience discharge dead. Other uses of Relikesh's Impatience are still fine. So basically, if you cast discharge with Relikesh's Impatience on, it's going to be a fizzle and a pop. But if you use it for anything else, it's going to be fine. Replica Bones of Allure is getting better. Still don't see it being all that great. Replica Mistwall is only just corner case better. Replica Perfect Form is a totally new item, and I've just got to look at this and I've just got to look at this when it comes out. I've got to look at the whole piece and say what I think of it. Replica Bitter Dream is just getting a fix. It's not a change really. Well, actually no, it is a buff. It is getting a buff, but it's yeah, it's just the description's going to be broken for a bit. Replica Bitter Dream is alright. I'm underestimating that. It is alright. It is a good change to it. Replica Oro's Sacrifice. I can't remember what this does exactly, but it's Culling Strike against frozen enemies. It's not good enough for that to matter. Okay, item balance. Hinakora's Lock no longer works with the Corruption Chamber. Lol. It's like, yeah. That's only going to be a thing in Standard, but Hinakora's Lock is still busted. I'm surprised it was ever the case, honestly. It shouldn't work, rules as written, because it's not a currency item, but the Altar of Corruption obviously is encoded as one. Maven releases all bosses at once can roll again on Maven's invitations. That probably means there's a challenge to do it. This was really hard to roll in the past. It was a really low proc rate, and that was annoying. Now, A number of low-level experimented bases are being removed. These are level 31s. What I want to check here, at least I think they're all level 31s. Does anyone see an item here that matters? I mean, people used hollow point daggers because they function essentially the same as a pressurized or pneumatic, but I think this is just low tier ones and ones that do the same thing as the higher tier ones but worse. So that's the experimented bases. Now, let's look at these experimented bases that remain, because these are getting buffed big time. Disapprobation Axe and Psychotic Axe are getting considerable buffs to the maximum rage they grant. These are now way better. Prime Cleaver is doing slightly more damage. Honed Cleaver's quality stat is higher, as is its damage. These were unplayably bad. I need to check whether this makes them playable or not, but I think it's not there. There is a level 31 that's not being changed. That's I think it's the Elemental Overload Scepter that's remaining. On the question about melee, it is Bone Shatter only, and Bone Shatter is worse. That's my first thoughts. Maybe Ground Slam. Ground Slam I want to think on. So Bone Shatter definitely works and definitely good. Ground Slam, if you want to play Ground Slam, have a backup of respecking into Bone Shatter, because you know Bone Shatter works. But I think that Ground Slam is going to be fine. There might be a couple others as well. Earthquake was looking interesting as well. Earthquake had some significant buffs in this patch, but whether it's buffed enough to be good is another question. Foundry Bow and Solarine Bow are getting their numbers improved. Probably not enough to use them. The Implicit is getting buffed on the Shadow Fangs, Malign Fangs, and Void Fangs. Void Fangs being the only one that anyone would care about, and I don't think that's enough. That's a good point that Skyer makes in chat. Slams might be back if we get decent transmuted Warcries. And now we have the Flashfire Blade and the Infernal Blade are the ones that automatically proc Flame Dash on you. Now, the level 30 version of this, I think, is the Infernal Blade. This does surprisingly much damage. It's not something people use, but Flame Dash does a lot of damage. Like, the bad stuff it leaves on the ground for enemies to walk through is a killer, and the Infernal Blade is not as bad as it might look. So that's something to keep in mind. Local Crit Enchantment from Harvest, yeah, you got to keep that one in mind. Flare Mace, Crack Mace, and Boom Mace now have the trigger on the Fiery Impact is better. Impact Force Propagator now causes Warcries to exert twice more, which would be good if Warcries were good. Fickle Spirit Blade, Capricious Spirit Blade, and Anarchic Spirit Blade. It's only the Anarchic one that's worth using. It's a level 71, and it's getting a buff. It's like a fair bit better, local crit. It's like 9% more critical strikes there. That's pretty solid. And we have the Rebuking, Blasting, and Banishing Blades. These are all getting an across-the-board numbers increase. Banishing Blade is, again, like one of those items that's usable. This is the one that mimics the Inquisitor ability to bypass enemies' elemental resists on a critical strike, except it does this on elemental attacks only. So it's kind of interesting and weird. Accumulator Wand is better than it was, but I kind of feel like either you're a Scion or a Trickster that has massive increases in charge duration, in which case, once you get started mapping, both the Accumulator Wand and the old version of the Accumulator Wand would have you at maximum charges most of the time, or alternately, you don't have that, and then you don't really have many charges all that often. With the Trickster thing, though, that gives you additional Frenzy charges and additional charge duration, this is actually quite good. And the Trickster is on my list of things to play around with. In fact, let me just write a note to myself on this. Trickster with new Accumulator Wand, maybe? I'm just going to put a note to myself on that front. Although it's harder to roll an accumulator wand than to get... yeah, it is much harder to roll than a lot of other things. So it's an option. It's something I want to think about there. And now, Micro Distillery Belt. This is kind of crazy. This is the thing that gives you the now 30% increased flask effect. These were already good at 20%. It's basically taking an already good belt base, one of the only ones that can compete with a Stygian Vice, and it's granting an additional 10% flask effect. So that's kind of crazy. But, of course, this is going to contest with Tinctures in this league. Tinctures being one of the new mechanics. Mechalarm Belt is still just a meme, I think. Cogwork Ring and Geodesic Ring are getting buffed. I just need to quickly review the way these worked again. I want to check whether this is buffing the thing that they've got 4 of or buffing the thing they've got 2 of. So Cogwork is 2 prefix, 4 suffix. And Cogwork is getting 4 suffixes that are getting 25% increased suffix multiplier magnitudes. This is the buff these things needed. This could make them really good. If you can get... Like, you've got to get 4 good suffixes on them, but this is really strong. On the question about bow bases, Spine Bow is the generally accepted best for almost all applications. Thicket Bow is sometimes better, but Spine Bow is almost always best. Otherwise, the best use case for the Imperial Bow is very early in the league because it's easy to get a high item level 6-link one. We have here, so Geodesic Ring is much weaker. Cogwork Ring is the one that matters. This is for Omni, honestly. Think about it this way. If you had access to Sentinel, which you don't, but if you had access to Recombinators, could you imagine recombinating these, recombinating Essence plus stats, like 51 to 58 to a stat, with 25% increased effect and 20% from quality, and getting all of that through the use of Recombinators, getting lots of them together with universal attributes as well. You could make something truly ridiculous if Recombinators were still around there. In general, though, I think these are going to be really good for a lot of things. Yeah, like you say, Hollow Palm is a good example of something that will get a lot out of this. You get the dexterity, like instead of 58 dexterity plus 11 for 69, you'd also be getting an extra 14 or so. So you're looking at 83 dex on a ring, and then that's just your dexterity mod. You could get more on there as well. Simplex Amulet is crazy good now. This is the base I've been raving about a lot during this stream. 1 prefix, 2 suffixes makes it easier to roll, and all the mods on it are doubled rather than just plus 25%. This means that +1 to all skill gems goes up to +2. That's the main benefit to this. It's going to be the easiest way to get a +2 amulet now, unless these bases are so rare that you almost never see them. The other thing that's incredible here, I liked these heist shields even before, when they had bad chances to block. Now, Heat Attuned Tower Shield, this is the one that retaliates with a Scorch. 29% chance to block, and it is the and it has that effect of giving you the Scorch on an enemy when you block them, but such a high chance to block. 26% on the one that saps. Now this does have less energy shield than it used to have. All these have got less base defenses, but I still think they're better. And Cold Attuned Buckler is the one that inflicts Brittle. I like the Cold Attuned Buckler the most. I think this thing is really, really good. Kenji C, for those of you that are in Kenji's situation of having watched the Twitch version of the stream, and keep in mind that for the next, I think it's the next hour. No, actually, it's the next half an hour that the Twitch side of things is. Actually, you would have missed that. I think if you haven't got it, but if you did claim that Twitch thing, you'll be able to pull it out of your Twitch drops inventory. Dawnbreaker and Heat Attuned are just different in a lot of ways. Like, Heat Attuned can roll other mods on it, but it's a high chance to block. It doesn't have Dawnbreaker's potentially build breaking mods on it, like with the fire damage you've taken affecting you. And you can also get recovery on it, because you can influence these, shift the influence into Shaper, and then you can get recover on block. I did want to just quickly refresh at this point, because I wanted to check if there's been any other changes as well. There's a couple of changes to Ruthless here, the main thing being that the Guardian's being nerfed. I don't think everything else matters all that much in here if you're a Ruthless enjoyer. Slightly increased the drop rate of currencies. Talismans have been increased in power there. And just looking to see if there's anything that really stands out. There's the new versions of the Ultimatum stuff. Spell Cascade's curse situation. Let's quickly clarify that, because I haven't seen it actually come up here, but the intended behavior is that Spell Cascade is a wider spread than players like with curses, and it is going to be changing to that, which is going to mean that the Vixen's Entrapment builds that use that mechanic are not going to work. That was something that they said with 3.22.1, and they reintroduced the bug, which was the way players have become used to it working, because they league started with it when they weren't intending to. But yeah, I do think of Dawnbreaker and Heat Attuned as just different items, really, rather than being as comparable ones. Foundry has lost the Metamorph that was inside Seogan Shadow Alchemist. So Seogan and Shadow Alchemist is being buffed. The Metamorph is being removed from it because Metamorphs are being removed from the game entirely. Not just the ones that are tied to the Metamorph mechanic, but also this map boss that is tied to them as well. Kirak mods. Torment is only 2. I think it was 4 last league. Strongboxes are here, so hopefully this is the swan song for strongboxes. As I say, I'm sick of strongbox enraged. Beyond is on the main map device. You don't need to mess around with any shenanigans for it. Blight is terrible because you just use a Scarab. Expedition and Ultimatum you would just use a Scarab for. Beyond is the one that matters out of these. And strongboxes. Strongboxes stack with ambush Scarabs, and it's actually 4 of them is a lot. There's no essence, which means that essences are not going to be available in extreme amounts until people unlock 7th gate. But once people do unlock 7th gate, it's going to be lucrative. There's no heist, which means that if you want to run a heist strategy this league, which might actually be pretty lucrative, you're no longer going to have the gems, you're going to have other things there, but heist looks like it's going to be really good, then you're going to want to rush 7th gate as well. So yeah, because Essence is off here, that actually makes farming Essences more lucrative than it otherwise would be. If you are considering playing Explosive Trap, which is on my shortlist after having a look at how much Ashes of the Stars works with it, then that is going to be a build that's phenomenal at clearing Essences. So you might want to consider doing a strategy around Kirak mods where you rush 7th gate and Essence. So you take all the Essence mods, you build up a bit of a map pool, you then get 7th gate, and then you start running to those Essences. That's an interesting question. Ultimatum changes to loot. I've just got to play with that, Danny. I've got to play with that and test it out. Number of changes to the user interface. So hovering the create button in the character selection window now displays how many of your character slots are in use. So that's useful. You can shift click on faded items and currency items. Yeah, you can shift click on currency items from your main inventory to sell or trade a partial stack. That's a huge improvement for trade. Pressing control click on NPCs in the campaign that you can sell items to now brings up the sell items interface. Good. And yeah, just a bunch of things that are just improvements there. The Betrayal Investigation Board having a close button. I didn't even realize it didn't, because I think I always just hit escape on it. Gem quality type condition, item filter changes don't really matter here. There'll be more of these later. This will be added on to. Okay, bug fixes. Spell Cascade and Curses. So this is the clarification. The Vixen's Entrapments builds are dead. Like, basically, this is the clarification that it's going to the way GGG intended it to be, rather than the way that it was. Fix a bug where returning projectiles from skills with returning projectile support is now going to work properly, i.e. worse than it was with poison, but it will still be fine. It's just that it's not going to be as broken as it was last league. Fix a bug where player minions would take no damage from roaming storms. This shouldn't have been a bug. This should be intended. Detonization storms are there to punish players that don't pay attention. Minions don't have the capacity to pay attention. I don't think this is a good change. Fix a bug where volcanic fissure could be supported by ballista totem. That's random. Fix a bug where mage blood could cause other players' flask effects applied to you through soul link to be infinite. I didn't know that was the case. Fix the bug where Arc was unable... So Arc is being buffed here again. Like, Arc has got a number of things going for it this league. Siphoning Trap, no one cares. Corrupting Cry, it's trivial stuff. I'm just looking for things that are more major here. Ooh, this might be significant. Skills supported by Mana-Forged Arrows could pick things you didn't have line of sight to. That was a bug, so that's going to be fixed. Yeah, Doedre's skin is something that would need to be investigated, I think. I don't know. I'm not sure on that. Just looking for things that jump out as significant. Misery and Darkness div card was not awarding Shroud of the Lightless with 3 sockets because that was something that couldn't previously exist when that Divination card was introduced. Fix the bug where you're able to acquire stacked decks from Gilded Fossils in Ruthless. There's been a few things that have accidentally given Divination cards in Ruthless, which I always find funny because they're not meant to be there, but they've been there in a few ways. Is there anything else that's here? Standard only bug fix. Alrighty, I think that is everything. Let's go and have a look and see what has been updated, if anything has been updated, because there's sometimes a change. No, there's been nothing added there. Alrighty, so let's go through everything. I do agree the real patch notes will be the full gem info, but the keynote things that I've noticed out of this. Firstly, just because Ashes of the Stars has lower stats than last league doesn't mean it's not better than it was last league. Ashes' quality stat has been indirectly buffed so much that even though Ashes lost its reservation, it is still miles better than it has been in the past. So Ashes of the Stars is absolutely bonkers, even though not for every build. Lightning Conduit looks like it has been giga buffed here. It is something that you probably want to use in Crest of Desire in conjunction with Ashes of the Stars and Divinarius, because Crest and Ashes get you to level 30 on it. Divinarius can then be used because it gives more spell damage than anything else in the game, and also all the crit stats on it are really good. This could then be used in conjunction with pretty much any chest and any shield, so you could make a powerful defensive character and use Aegis Aurora. This is something that is very much on my list of things to play around with. If you can't afford Divinarius, and especially Crest of Desire early, especially a well-rolled one, and Ashes, you can make do with something lesser in the interim, but it'll be a different setup early on. Interestingly, because your gem levels are going to be over 30, you don't want Empower. You want some other stuff. We've got to work all of that out. The gloves you're going to want with that, probably a Thunder Fist with Shock Nova, Enhance, Overcharge, and maybe... yeah, that looks like a setup that I'll be using there. Relikesh's Impatience has been reworded so that it no longer works with Discharge. That's the main change. Discharge Relikesh Impatience no longer is a thing, but whenever you stop to cast, you'll have all your charges there, but you haven't actually gone through the process of gaining them or losing them, and you can't spend them. Did I see the new Firestorm? I glimpsed past Firestorm. Let's have a look at that. That's a good point. I'm liking it when people point out something I wasn't interested in. So it's additional radius that it gained. That doesn't jump out to me as something major. Frostblink Ignite is the other thing I'm thinking of, and that's because of Ultimatum. The reason I'm saying this is that Ultimatum really punishes you for standing still a lot of the time, and Frostblink Ignite is probably the most capacity to zip around while dealing damage. It doesn't do a lot of damage as a setup, and maybe it's not damaging enough for Ultimatum to be good with it, but it's something that feels like it could be good. This would probably be run on a Trickster, and there's a bunch of things you could play around with that. Explosive Trap looks phenomenal. Phenomenal. Penance Brand, I need to think more about. And you're talking about the alternate quality Firestorm. Okay, that makes sense. Let me just bring that up. So, alternate quality Firestorm is here. Firestorm of Pelting. Maximum 10 Firestorms at a time. That's right. So this is a cast speed of 750 milliseconds. So you can just spam these things, hey. And then there's a Firestorm of Meteors, which only just hits once. What's the duration on this? 2 seconds. So as long as you can get your cast speed to 200 milliseconds, or you can scale up your duration a little bit. Yeah, Firestorm of Pelting has some potential to do a lot of small hits versus one massive thunk. So that's cool. Is this better than Fireball? That's a good question. It does the same damage as Fireball, 370%. I think that's the same. And 2.5 meters seems like a big radius. Maybe this is a good Ignite skill. If you get the Vile version of this, that'll be a Vile normal Fireball. Vile normal Firestorm, not a Meteor Firestorm. That could also be really intriguing. So yeah, there's a bunch of interesting stuff there. I might just put a note to that. Firestorm of Meteors jumps out as interesting. Explosive Trap was already good and just got made better. Blink Arrow has some really interesting stuff with quality. It looks like it could be really good in this league. Reap gains a lot from quality as well. And Righteous Fire, we want to just quickly clarify. There is not going to be Juggernaut, Chieftain, Elementalist, and Inquisitor Righteous Fire really anymore. I think they're all going to consolidate on the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor is the one of the Ascendancies that has, like, its stats best line up with the new version of Righteous Fire. Righteous Fire is worse at low investment, should still be serviceable, and probably actually better at high investment, but only on the Inquisitor. Blade Blast, my first thought was that it got... Yeah, Blade Blast is fine. Blade Blast has not been changed very much. It got a few changes in conjunction with some other things, but it's mostly the same skill. Where was it with Blade Blast? It's if I just jump back up to it quickly. Also, Cobra Lash looks interesting, although I'm not convinced that it's good. So Blade Blast no longer detonates Blade Vortex blades. It's worth saying this is only the Blade Vortex interaction that's been deleted. The Blade Fall, Ethereal Knives, those interactions still remain. Yeah, you would be using Fire Trap alongside the Frostblink Ignite setup. The thing is that for Ultimatum, the main thing you want to do is kill the... your main goal is going to be to kill as many of the trash monsters as you can. You then want to look... Maybe you want the Ignites from the Chieftain. Like, there's a whole bunch of things you could do. I want to brainstorm that. Will current Grand Heists lose their type? I do not know. I do not know the answer to that yet. It looks like the answer is probably no, because most maps and map-like objects that have unusual legacy versions still remain the same. Ethereal Knives lost the ability to be fired in a Nova unless one of the new alt quality gems are there. I think Danny Holland, just on the Righteous Fire stuff that's come up that you're mentioning there, that Righteous Fire wasn't the skill you used for single target DPS. It's not the problem with Righteous Fire's changes at low investment is not that you go from taking 37 seconds to kill the Guardian of the Phoenix with just Righteous Fire to taking 85 seconds, because you might, but you're not killing Guardian of the Phoenix with only your Righteous Fire. You're using your Flame, you're using your Fire Trap, or you're using your you're using your Searing Bond, whichever you prefer. The real difference here is that the new changes to the changes with Righteous Fire are that killing that blue monster with fire resistance in the map, instead of taking 1.5 seconds of contact with your Righteous Fire, it now takes 3. That's a very big difference. So I am thinking like the few things that you think of, like you can like the one Ascendancy that does kill blue monsters a bit faster will be the Chieftain when it's able to stand still. But I do think it's going to be the Inquisitor will end up ahead because it can get more of that energy shield. And yeah, what Pox is saying, I came to the same conclusion as Pox, but he is definitely going to be right on that front. In terms of other stuff, I think that there's going to be the there's in terms of other stuff on the Chieftain Ascendancy, all the Fulcrum builds are still there. All the Fulcrum builds are still fine. They're very endgame builds, but they'll be there, and there'll be a few other things as well. Like it's not just going to be Fulcrum. There'll be like I'm considering one of the builds I'm considering for Frostblink Ignite is Chieftain, because in the context of Ultimatum, getting a Hinekora explosion is just going to be it's just going to obliterate the screen. Like it's going to be one of the best things you could get. Anyways, I think at this point I want to probably wind up the stream. Unless there's any last second questions, I might just keep questions going for another 2 or 3 minutes. So get them in fast. And then in terms of my plans from here, I'm not going to put anything else out today. This stream and the Twitch stream have been exhausting. So my thoughts, the next video I'm going to put out will be a short summary of everything about Ashes of the Stars. That's going to be the next thing. Then I want to do something about the consequences of Ultimatum being added. Then I'll also be reacting to any things that GGG put out as well. Yes, Myth, that should be +2 minimum charges, if you get that. So, Bluefooted, just to give you a sense as to how you would start it, you would go Cold to Fire linked to Frostblink, and you would need the Unique Ring Pyre. Once you've got that, that converts 90%, 98% with Quality. Quality would be a bit harder to get than it used to be, but you got 98% conversion to Fire, and then at that point, you need to make it ignite when you don't crit. So you're not really going to be able to League Start this. You'll probably have to League Start with Fire Trap or something like that. But you get your Ignite chance in most of the fire dot clusters on the tree. There's nodes that people usually don't take that are percentage chance to Ignite. You want to take a bunch of those. They will let you cap out your chance to Ignite in conjunction with a bench craft on your wand or your weapon. Yeah, so Ashes is better than it used to be because the quality on it is a better stat than it used to be. Even though the numbers on it are the same, the quality on it has been buffed so much by these patch notes that Ashes is now the best amulet in the game. Not for every build, but in general, Ashes is irreplaceably good. Simplex amulets are much better than they used to be, but they're going to be nuts. I think there's going to be I think the main thing that's missing in these patch notes, the main thing, like, they shouldn't have nerfed Heat Shiver like they did because that's going to delete a lot of melee builds. I think what people have said about changing it so that it's 100% of melee cold damage added as extra fire would have been perfect. As it is, it's a change that's going to reduce build diversity, losing Heat Shiver. The other main thing that they missed was nerfing the Deadeye and or Tornado Shot a bit more. Ward Loop should be fine, I think. I think Ward Loop is fine, but I need to... Don't take my word for it, Philippe. Don't take my word for it. Investigate further. Anyways, I think at this point I am going to call it. May your Varlorbs have interesting results, and then we shall land. One more question that's come up. Capstone asking there about fractal related merchandise and stuff. It's something I'm planning to do. I just haven't got around to it yet. But yeah, all right. Thanks all. Catch you around. Have fun. Enjoy reading the patch notes, finding the stuff that I missed, because I definitely will have missed stuff, and I will.